Back after the fall of the Empire, Master Tor said. Oddly, he dropped into lecture mode. The Grand Master of that era was less convinced of his ability to manipulate the Nexus Point than some of his predecessors, and insisted that the school also serve as a garrison. When the Nexus Point was fully under control, the troops were withdrawn and the barracks were abandoned. Emily peered inside. It was larger than she'd expected, consisting of 4 large rooms crammed with metal bunks, 2 giant bathrooms that could hold dozens of men at once, and 1 completely empty room. Dust was everywhere, lying on the floor like snow. Wooden shields and swords hung on the walls, mounted on rusty handles. She could see a handful of footprints where someone had moved in and out of the room in the past. It was impossible to tell just how long it had been since the section was last visited. The Grand Master has decided, in the wake of recent events, that we should play host to a garrison once again, Master Tor informed her. Your task, for the duration of your detentions, will be to clean this entire compartment and get it ready for human habitation. You will expel the dust, you will clean the floors, you will check the pipes, and you will prepare bedding, all on your own. You may not use magic, and you may not ask anyone else to use magic on your behalf. Emily stared at the dusty floor in horror. Whatever he might have thought of her, she had been the only one doing the cleaning back home on Earth. She wasn't too proud to clean the floors or do anything else domestic. But without magic, it would take hours to clean out the entire section, even if the dust was the worst of it. She saw something moving in the semi-darkness and shuddered. Spiders. God alone knew what else was lurking in the abandoned section. Cleaning equipment has been provided, Master Tor added. You may draw it from the cupboard down the hallway. The servants have been ordered not to assist you. He gave her a long, considering look. The sooner you complete the task, the sooner you will be free of these punishment duties. I would suggest that you start right now. Emily scowled at his back as he walked off down the corridor, then turned to gaze into the compartment. It looked worse than ever, she realized, as she stepped inside. Quite apart from the dust, there were unpleasant-looking stains everywhere, and the room smelt faintly of too many unwashed bodies in close proximity. She took a breath, then sneezed as the dust tickled her throat. The sneeze set more of the dust spinning through the air. Magic could clean this up in moments, she thought bitterly. How long will it take to do it by hand? She walked through the entire compartment, avoiding the spiders and other insects as best as she could. What was she supposed to do with them? Kill them all? Somehow she found the thought unpleasant, even though she disliked spiders. They hadn't been doing any harm. She remembered the death viper and shuddered. Knowing her luck, the spiders were deadly poisonous. The bathroom was dank and dirty, smelling faintly of something Emily would have preferred not to think about. She tested the pipes and discovered, not entirely to her surprise, that they had been disconnected from the rest of the school. There was no way to know how to reconnect them. Given Whitehall's ever-shifting interior, it was possible that she would need to ask someone to help link them back into the plumbing. It would have to wait until the rest of the compartment had been cleaned. Shaking her head, she walked back out into the corridor and swore out loud as she realized just how grimy she was already, before she had even begun cleaning the compartment properly. There was so much dust on her shoes that she was leaving footprints behind her as she walked. She found the cupboard Master Tor had mentioned and looked inside. There were brooms, dustpans, buckets, cloth bags, and mops. No matter how hard she looked, she didn't see anything resembling cleaning liquids. She took one of the brooms and bags and walked back to the compartment. There was so much dust that the only way to get rid of it would be to stuff it into the bags and then dump it in the incinerator, she decided. Magic could get rid of it instantly. She briefly considered trying to use magic anyway, then decided it wasn't worth the risk. Master Tor might just come and supervise her while she worked, even if he didn't think of a worse punishment. The dust proved surprisingly resistant when she started to sweep it into a corner. There was so much of it that it felt like sweeping sand rather than anything else. Emily scowled, fighting down her anger. She knew from bitter experience that using too much force would only make it worse. She was gently removing the dust when she heard the door opening behind her. The hex hit her a moment later. Emily felt her legs start to jerk around madly. She fell over backwards and landed in the dust, coughing as it got into her mouth. Her legs kept twitching. One of her shoes flew off and landed somewhere in the corner of the room. Moments later, her hands started to flail around as well, as the hex reached them, causing a dust storm to blow up around her. She had to fight down the urge to use magic to cancel out the hex or strike back. "Well," a familiar voice said, "I guess you can't use magic." Melissa, Emily thought. Her arms and legs were starting to ache, but the hex kept pushing them onwards. It was a simple hex to counter, if she used magic. Not for the first time, it struck her just how vulnerable someone without magic would be in Whitehall. They would be the butt of everyone's pranks and jokes. She gritted her teeth as she felt the hex finally starting to wear off. Maybe, if Melissa got any closer... "I think I like seeing you being a servant," Melissa added lightly. She smirked down at Emily, running a hand through her long red hair. "It suits you, I guess. What would your subjects say, Baroness, if they saw you groveling in the dust?" Emily opened her mouth, then swallowed what she wanted to say. "I think they wouldn't be very impressed," Melissa teased. "But then magic is the only true source of power. What are you without it?" She stepped closer, and Emily lunged, remembering everything that she'd had hammered into her head by the sergeants and Lady Barb. Melissa yelped and jumped backwards, then cast another spell. Emily found her hands and feet suddenly falling to the floor and locking themselves there, bound by an invisible force. She'd missed her opportunity to hit Melissa before she could react. "Yes, I definitely think I like you there," Melissa sneered. She turned and walked towards the door, wriggling her bottom as she moved. "Bye-bye," she called. "Have fun explaining why you did nothing for an hour." Emily groaned as Melissa shut the door, then waited until she was sure that Melissa had just walked off, leaving her stuck to the floor. Bracing herself for a reaction from the wards, or Master Tor, she cast the counterspell and almost sagged in relief when it worked perfectly. If she hadn't been able to use magic at all, she would have remained trapped until the spell wore off, or until someone came to find her. The hour would have been completely wasted. She pulled herself to her feet and got back to work, resisting the temptation to use magic to speed up the task. It was bad enough that she'd already had to break the restriction once, and while she thought Master Tor might accept freeing herself as an excuse, she knew that he wouldn't allow her to cheat on her assigned task. Instead, she resumed pushing the dust into the corner, wishing she had a vacuum cleaner. Or even... A thought struck her, and she smiled. Maybe she couldn't use magic directly, but there were other options. She made a note in her pad, then resumed her task, wondering who had told Melissa that she couldn't use magic. Neither Alassa nor Ameka would have given her the time of day, but the Gorgon might have let it slip. No, she would have let it slip. She'd been furious with Emily. But how can I blame her? Emily asked herself. She would have been just as angry if their positions were reversed. I got her trunk searched. She scowled, fighting down another cough as dust billowed everywhere. It was going to be a very long 2 weeks. Chapter 22. The next few days were among the worst in Emily's life. When she wasn't in class or accompanied by her friends, almost everyone seemed willing to launch a hex or two at her unprotected back. She rapidly lost track of the number of times someone had stuck her to the floor, turned her into a small animal or object, or befuddled her mind. In the meantime, she was still working on cleaning the barracks. There was little time for anything else. It didn't help that the Grand Master and his staff made absolutely no progress, as far as anyone could tell, in tracking down the warden's murderer. The students who couldn't account for themselves on the day of his death were questioned, but nothing was discovered apart from a handful of student rivalries and an underground ring producing large batches of numbing potion for the students. Alassa pointed out, when she heard about it, that they were the last group of students who would want to remove the warden. He had ensured that they did a roaring trade. None of the tutors seemed any happier than their students. They snapped at students who stepped out of line and seemed to be competing to see who could assign the worst detentions imaginable. Emily kept as quiet as she could. She already had one endless detention, but other students found themselves balancing books, standing on their heads, or even serving as test subjects for interesting alchemical experiments carried out by Professor Thand. No one seemed to be in a very good mood, and they all blamed Emily. It was a relief to be walking towards Blackhall for the second time, accompanied by Aloha. "I need you to do something for me," Emily said as they walked. Sergeant Miles had gone on ahead. To prepare the mansion, Emily assumed, and Sergeant Bain had just told them to walk to Blackhall, rather than taking them there himself. "Can you produce a sucking spell?" "It's a second-year charm," Aloha said dryly. She hadn't joined in the torrent of accusations and hexes that had been thrown at Emily, but she had kept her own counsel. "You should be able to do it for yourself." "I want one that funnels through a hoop," Emily said carefully. She dug into her pockets and produced a diagram she'd drawn earlier. Reverse engineering a vacuum cleaner hadn't been that difficult, at least on paper. The real question was how well it would work with magic. "Can you do something like this?" Aloha frowned. "I suppose I could," she said shortly. "What's in it for me?" Emily sighed. What would you like? 20 gold pieces, plus whatever I have to spend to obtain the hoop, Aloha said. And why do you need it in the first place? To suck up dust, Emily said. Master Tor had forbidden her from using magic, but he hadn't said anything about charmed objects. I have far too much dust to remove from a room. I heard, Aloha said. She put the piece of paper in her pocket as Blackhall came into view. Just don't let me down this time, all right? Emily nodded. Aloha was much better at charms and other forms of detection and defensive magic than Emily, at least for the moment. Aloha had successfully taken the first orb from Blackhall, one of only 3 students who had succeeded on the first try. After that, Sergeant Miles had said, the test was going to get harder, much harder, and Emily hadn't even passed the first one. Sergeant Miles waved to them as they walked up to the mansion. This time, you will be going in together, he said, as if they hadn't already guessed it. Your objective is to recover another orb from the building and get it outside. Should you be trapped or stunned, you will have failed. We understand, Aloha said. They'd all heard the same lecture several times by now, but the sergeants never seemed to refrain from repeating it. We won't screw up. You were nearly caught in the infinity trap, Sergeant Miles reminded her tartly. Don't make the mistake of thinking yourself invincible. He nodded towards the door. You may as well go in through the front door, he said. Good luck. We'll check the rest of the doors and windows first, Aloha muttered as they walked towards Blackhall. We don't want to take his word for anything. Emily nodded. It would be annoying if they discovered that there was an easier way into the house around the back. But when they checked, they discovered that the rear door and windows were absolutely crawling with spells, while the door had been altered to make it impossible to get inside by using a shrinking spell. The front door was heavily warded too, but at least it seemed doable. Let me take the lead here, Aloha ordered, casting a series of detection spells. You watch what I do and stand ready to assist if necessary. Most of them seem odd, Emily said, as the spells became visible. They're not stopping us from opening the door. Yeah, Aloha said. She touched the doorknob carefully. Nothing happened. That's what bothers me. She stepped backwards, picked up a stick, and carefully edged the door open. Emily braced herself, expecting something to leap out of them, but there was nothing apart from a long corridor, stretching away into infinity. Aloha stepped inside, one hand raised in a defensive gesture, then nodded for Emily to follow her. None of their detection spells showed any sign of unpleasant surprises. No carpet, Emily muttered as she edged her way past Aloha. If there was a problem ahead of them, Aloha would have a better chance of helping her than the other way around. And no magic at all. Make a light globe, Aloha suggested. She cast a detention spell as soon as Emily obeyed. The detention spells are working perfectly. There isn't any magic in the corridor at all. They shared a long glance. If there was no magic, what else did the sergeants have in mind? Aloha cast the seeker spell into the air and frowned. Upstairs again, she said. It can't be that easy, can it? I doubt it, Emily said. Let's go. They inched their way down the corridor, casting new detection spells every few seconds. Nothing showed up at all, not even a hint of magic in the walls. It made no sense at all. Last time she'd been in Blackhall, the whole building had been glowing with magic. She took another step forward and another, and then the floor dropped out from under them, and then fell. Emily heard Aloha cry out as they plunged into darkness and landed on something soft. She cast a light globe into the air and looked around. They had landed on a pile of cushions, carefully placed to catch the people who fell through the trap door. She looked up, but saw nothing apart from a stone ceiling that seemed completely solid. The walls were solid stone, too. The only way out, it seemed, was a large metal door directly ahead of them. Aloha pulled herself off the cushions and cast a light globe of her own. It looks like a prison, she said softly. She marched over to the door and checked it for magic. I don't even recognize half the spells keeping this door closed. Emily couldn't disagree. One set of spells seemed determined to prevent them from opening the lock, while the others protected the door, preventing it from being broken down by force. They were tangled so closely together, she realized, that unlocking them might be almost impossible, certainly for anyone other than the designer. From the look on her face, Aloha had come to the same conclusion. Trapped, she muttered. There has to be a way out. Aloha looked over at the chains. Maybe one of us is meant to be hooked up, she mused. If the wards think that one is a prisoner. Emily snorted. Do you think that's likely? Secret lairs created by sorcerers can be thoroughly weird, Aloha pointed out snidely. Can you think of anything else? Emily looked around. The wall seemed solid. She cast detection spells anyway, just in case one of them was an illusion, and there was no way to open the trapdoor in the ceiling. She was tempted to start hurling spells at the lock, hoping to break it through brute force, but it would be a good way to exhaust herself, even if she succeeded. And then she took a careful look at the door and burst out laughing. Aloha glared at her. "What's so funny?" "The hinges," Emily said as she walked up to the door. "The hinges are on the inside." It took several moments to use a manipulator spell to unscrew and remove the hinges, but when they were gone, the door just fell inwards, allowing them to escape. Outside, there was a dark corridor and a ladder leading upwards. There didn't seem to be any way up, apart from using the ladder, so they checked it carefully and removed a number of hexes before clambering up into the next level. Even a simple hex could have stopped them both if they'd been caught on the ladder. "We need to go up another level," Aloha said. She nodded towards a second staircase, leading up to the upper levels. "And look, it is absolutely crammed with hexes." Emily heard the exasperation in her voice and smiled tiredly. "Maybe we can climb up the banister," she said after a moment. "Or—" Aloha looked at the rotting wood. "I wouldn't care to try," she said, as she cast a second set of detection spells. "Let's see what we have here." It took nearly 20 minutes to remove enough of the hexes to allow them to make their slow way up to the next level. This time, there were 3 possible directions to go, but only one of them seemed to lead them towards the orb. Emily hesitated, wondering if the sergeants would have expected them to take the direct path, but Aloha strode onwards before she could find the words to suggest that they do something else. The moment she joined Aloha in the corridor, the door slammed shut, cutting off their line of retreat. "Drat," Aloha said out loud, "and the spells are back in the walls." Emily nodded, casting detection spells of her own. Someone was quite determined that they make their way down the corridor to face whatever was lurking at the far end. Aloha created a light globe and sent it drifting down the corridor, hoping to spring whatever trap waited for them before they got too close. But nothing happened. Carefully, they inched their way down the corridor, and inched their way down the corridor, and inched their way down the corridor. Aloha bit off a nasty word in a language Emily didn't recognize. "Stay here," she said, and walked ahead of Emily into the darkness. A moment later, Emily heard someone behind her and spun around to see Aloha. "They've rigged the entire corridor with some kind of labyrinth spell." "A hamster wheel," Emily muttered. No matter how far they walked, they wouldn't get anywhere. It was a very neat trap. "Cast a dispersal spell?" "On 3, Aloha muttered back. 1, 2, 3. They cast the spell together, feeling a long moment of resistance as the spell on the corridor struggled against it, and then shattered. Emily felt her head spinning and closed her eyes. When she opened them, there was a wooden door at the end of the corridor. It seemed as though it had never been any more than 5 meters from end to end. "Follow me," Aloha said, as she checked the doorknob, and then opened the door. Eerie green light washed out. She stopped, dead. Emily stared, unsure of what had happened. Something seemed to have captivated Aloha, holding her spellbound and utterly mesmerized. If Emily hadn't been behind her, she might have been caught too. There was something about what little she could see of the light that was almost hypnotic. If she looked at it for too long, she would be trapped too. Bracing herself, she came up behind Aloha and pushed her hand over her friend's eyes. Aloha started, then twisted around until she had her back to the light. Emily pushed her gently forward until they were close to the source of the spell, then cast the strongest dispersal charm she could. The eerie light vanished, revealing another treasure chest, positioned in the center of the room. Sunlight was streaming in through a large glass window. Thank you," Aloha said as she staggered to the floor. She sounded disorientated, or drunk. I just couldn't break free." "If it had been just one of us," Emily said, "we would have been caught and trapped." Aloha nodded. "Thank you," she said. She sounded stronger, thankfully. Why do you want the suction spell anyway?" "To suck up dust," Emily said. She was sure that she had already explained. "I can't use magic, use runes," Aloha said flatly. "There are quite a few that repel dust. Draw them on the floor with chalk, then let them do their job. It's slow, but it will work." "Master Tor said no magic," Emily said slowly. "I thought an enchanted hoop wouldn't count." "Neither would runes," Aloha insisted. "Draw the runes in the right place and the dust will inch towards the corner. Done properly, it will even start cleaning the rest of the floor. I could get rid of the spiders that way, too, Emily mused. There are rooms to repel insects. You might want to check with Mistress Schooledin, Aloha warned. If the spiders have been there for decades, they may object to being moved. Emily nodded, wordlessly. Master Tor seems to be really mad at you, Aloha added. He wasn't so bad to me last year, even when I messed up an essay. I just had to redo it and then look up various examples to justify my case. Wonderful, Emily muttered. It's political. I hate politics, Aloha commented. No, a combat sorceress can afford to be a virgin where politics are concerned, Emily misquoted. Trying to explain the origin of the quote would be a waste of time. Politics is the root of wars. Aloha snorted. Really? I thought it was power-mad necromancers. She pulled herself to her feet and walked towards the chest. The key is in the lock, she commented dryly. Does that mean it's safe, do you think? No, Emily said sharply. Although she supposed if one of them was caught by a hex, the other could free the victim. Check it for surprises first. Nothing, Aloha said after a moment. Check it yourself. Emily ran through the detection spells, but found nothing, either on the key or on the chest. Aloha flipped open the chest and saw the orb sitting on a velvet sheet, waiting for them. They exchanged glances. Surely it couldn't be so easy, and then Aloha reached for the orb and picked it up. Well, we got it, she said. She sounded as puzzled as Emily felt. It wasn't like the sergeants to just let them waltz out with the orb. Why? There was a dull rumble behind them. Emily swung around to see the wall starting to close in on them. The door was gone. They stared around, looking at the window. It seemed impossible to get out in time to escape before they were crushed into pulp. She remembered what Sergeant Miles had said and grabbed for the orb. Before Aloha could stop her, she threw it at the window, smashing it through the glass and out of the building, satisfying the terms of the challenge. Moments later, the wall stopped advancing and started to retreat. The door reappeared in front of them. Aloha stared at her. How? He told us that the orb had to be outside the building, Emily said. She was just relieved it had worked. He didn't say we had to carry it out ourselves. It seems to have succeeded, Aloha said slowly. She sounded rather doubtful. Are you always looking for ways to cheat? If you're not cheating, Emily said, quoting Sergeant Harkin, you're not trying. She smiled at the thought as they made their way down the stairs and out of the house. Magic was all about cheating, she'd come to realize, all about finding shortcuts to power and fame, or simply to get things done. Whitehall was designed to encourage them to master their powers and think of new applications. Well done, Sergeant Miles said. He was holding the orb in one hand, studying it thoughtfully. Quick thinking to get out of a lethal trap. You'd be surprised how many people go to pieces or freeze when they think there's no way out. It was Emily who saw it, Aloha admitted. She sounded annoyed with herself. I missed it completely. But I wouldn't have gotten through all of the traps without you, Emily said. She'd frozen in Zangaria, and it could have gotten her and Emeka killed. You'd better practice, Sergeant Miles said. He passed Emily the orb. The next test will involve much more teamwork. He turned to see Lady Barb running towards them. Emily, she said, where were you for the last hour? She was in Blackhall, Sergeant Miles said, before Emily could say a word. Why? They just found a body, Lady Barb explained. Travis is dead. Emily stared at her in horror. Travis is dead? Yes, Lady Barb said. Her tone was very grim, and it seems that it was the work of a necromancer. Chapter 23. Get them back to the school, Sergeant Miles said. I need to go to the Grand Master. He's ordered a full lockdown, Lady Barb explained. The students are being chased back into their dorms. And they'll find a way to blame me for it, Emily thought bitterly. Or... She stopped. So where is he? Lady Barb scowled at her. Who? The necromancer, Emily said. If he just sucked in power, he should be easily noticeable. Good question, Lady Barb said. We don't know. She nodded towards the path leading back to Whitehall. That way, she ordered. Now. Emily molded over as they were chivied down the path through the darkening forest. She'd been allowed to read books on necromancy, and most of them agreed that a newborn necromancer was immediately noticeable. Even if they didn't go insane at once, there should still have been a colossal surge of power. It would take an experienced necromancer to dampen the surge, and most of them saw no reason to hide. and Travis was dead. She'd never liked Travis. He'd been a jerk, abusing his power for his own amusement, but he hadn't deserved to die. But he'd also been a strong magician and student of martial magic. What sort of inexperienced necromancer would target him? Or had he been tricked somehow? Lady Barb slowed as they approached the armory. "Aloha," she said. "I'm going to take you to Mistress Irene's office. She'll escort you back to your room." Emily blinked in surprise. She wasn't entirely sure where Aloha was sleeping. They were no longer roommates, but she had thought that her room wouldn't be too far from Emily's bedroom. In Whitehall, of course, that didn't always mean anything. The interior just kept shifting around. But she took one look at Lady Barb's grim face and kept her thoughts to herself. Lady Barb was good at concealing her feelings, but Emily was sure that she was deeply worried. Mistress Irene didn't look any better. She motioned for the two girls to wait while she had a brief discussion with Lady Barb, concealed behind a privacy ward. Emily couldn't hear a word, and she had never learned how to lip-read, but from their expressions and gestures, it seemed that they were having a major disagreement. Finally, Mistress Irene canceled the privacy ward and nodded for Aloha to accompany her. Emily watched her go, then turned to face Lady Barb. She looked quietly furious. "You were in Blackhall for over an hour," Lady Barb said. "It is unlikely that they can blame this on you." Emily sagged in relief. She'd been with Aloha in Blackhall, and Sergeant Miles could verify that they'd been inside the mansion, but it would have been harder to prove where she was earlier. There had been a free hour. Emily had been forced to use it to make more progress on cleaning the wretched barracks. The sooner she looked up some cleaning runes, the better. She concentrated, trying to remember what little she could of police procedure. Who found the body? And where? Lady Barb gave her an odd look, but answered the question. "Danielle," she said, "Travis's girlfriend. They were planning a quiet rendezvous in the upper levels of the North Tower. When she arrived, she found him dead." Emily felt a moment of pity for the girl, even though she had some problems imagining anyone wanting to date Travis. But then many of the girls on Earth had dated absolute jerks too. It had never made any sense to her. Luckily, none of the boys had ever tried to ask her out. Jade had been the first to see her as a desirable person. "She was very upset," Lady Barb said darkly, "and went screaming through the castle. The entire school heard before the Grand Master put the castle into lockdown." Emily nodded. They'd definitely try to blame her. Lady Barb led her out of the office and through a twisting series of passageways that seemed to go up and down at random, finally coming out in a deserted corridor. Emily could hear someone speaking at the far end as she glanced out of the window and realized that they were in the upper levels of Whitehall. Lady Barb caught her arm and gently pulled her down into the tower room, where, rumor had it, older students were allowed some degree of privacy. Travis's body lay on the ground, a stone knife stabbed through his heart. Emily shuddered as she took in the condition of the body. Travis looked utterly desiccated, as if something had sucked all the life out of his body. It seemed to be on the verge of crumbling into dust. Emily was mildly surprised that it was even recognizable. She checked the blade protruding from his chest and frowned inwardly. It was definitely a stone knife. But there was no sense of necromantic power surrounding the corpse. "Strange," she said out loud. She looked around, but none of the walls were scorched. "I don't know what happened." "Neither do I," the Grand Master's voice said. He was standing in the shadows, his expression grim. "The knife is stone, but there is no trace of power." "Or blood," Lady Barb said. "There should have been some blood." Emily tuned them both out as she stared at the body. If there was a necromancer somewhere in Whitehall, he might well have killed the warden to ensure that he remained undetected, and then started preying on the students. Travis, whatever else could be said about him, would have provided plenty of power for a budding necromancer. But from what she'd read, a necromancer's victims just died. They didn't turn into dust. It didn't make any sense. If the necromancer was sane enough, despite drawing a vast torrent of power through his mind, to hide, why not destroy the evidence completely? The victim had been in martial magic. No one would have questioned Travis leaving the school and going for a hike, someplace where he might have had an accident. Or perhaps he would have run away from school. It wasn't uncommon. God knew Emily had been seriously considering it after the third or fourth hex thrown at her unprotected back. But if the necromancer was insane, why wasn't he trying to tear the school apart? "Good question," Lady Barb said, when Emily outlined her thoughts. "But not all necromancers go completely insane at once." "But they do have problems thinking straight," Emily countered. "They wouldn't even know that they weren't thinking straight. A dangerously flawed plan a 5-year-old child would have laughed at might have seemed a work of genius to them. It was very difficult to overcome a problem inside one's own head. Nothing about this makes sense. She scowled. Unless someone is trying to pretend to be a necromancer, she added. But why? Lady Barb shot a quick look at the Grand Master. Discrediting you, she said. A murder in Whitehall. That would be grounds for a formal investigation by the White Council. It's possible, the Grand Master agreed. He looked at Emily. I'd like you to help with the investigation. Emily blinked in surprise. I'm not a policewoman, a forensic sorcerer, she said. I don't know how I can help. You're the necromancer's bane, the Grand Master pointed out. Your assistance might help to strengthen confidence in the school's defenses. And reassure people that I'm not killing students, Emily thought, feeling a confusing mixture of emotions. It was a relief to know that the Grand Master wasn't blaming her for the murder, but oddly worrying to realize that he wanted to use her fame to help him. She knew better than to think she could stop a necromancer by clicking her fingers, and he should know better too. But if it was the least she could do to help... If you think I can help, I will, she said finally. She owed the Grand Master. At the very least, he'd prevented Master Tor from expelling her. But I wouldn't even know where to begin. Lady Barb's lips twitched. Just try to look confident when someone asks what's happening, she said dryly. Fear will destroy us as surely as any necromancer. We have a necromancer running loose in the school, or someone posing as a necromancer, Emily said. Shouldn't they be very, very afraid? Maybe, Lady Barb said tartly. But we should do what we can to reassure them. She looked over at the Grand Master. Under the circumstances, she added, I believe that the restriction on unsupervised magic can be removed. The Grand Master turned his face towards Emily, his hidden eyes seeming to scrutinize her thoroughly. Very well, he said finally. But I would suggest that you behave yourself. No matter what we say, quite a few people will still consider you the primary suspect. Emily felt a surge of intense relief and joy that almost sent her to her knees. Magic had been her delight ever since Schade had kidnapped her, the one skill she'd developed on her own, although reverse engineering concepts from Earth had forced her to think along lines she'd never had to explore previously. Being banned from using it outside classes, at least openly, had been a terrible punishment, and it would have been terrible even if it hadn't drawn a bullseye on her back. But you are not allowed to use magic directly to complete your detention, the Grand Master added. I suggest that you bear it in mind. Directly, Emily thought, and nodded. Come to think of it, if she no longer had to avoid using magic outside class, she didn't really need Aloha to produce the makeshift vacuum cleaners. But the older girl would probably have more success anchoring the charm in place. I will, she said out loud. Watch your back, the Grand Master warned. He turned back towards Lady Barb. Take Emily back to her room. There will be a formal announcement later today. Lady Barb nodded. This way, Emily, she said. Come on. Emily took one last look at the body, then followed Lady Barb out of the room and down into the network of secret passages. The school felt deserted again, completely empty. She wondered, suddenly, just what would happen if the murderer wasn't caught. Could the White Council use it as an excuse to remove the Grand Master? But who would want to remove him? She looked at Lady Barb. Does the Grand Master have any political enemies? Hundreds of them, Lady Barb said sardonically. The Grand Master holds one of the most important posts in the Allied lands. Of course he has enemies. Emily scowled at her tone. Enemies who might be prepared to kill at least one student? She shook her head. Even if one accepted that the warden wasn't human, and that destroying him wasn't murder, there was still the issue of someone being prepared to kill Travis. What sort of blowback would they experience if they were caught? Travis had been part of a great magical family. His murder would be, to all intents and purposes, a declaration of war. Or had he been targeted randomly? That is indeed the issue, Lady Barb said. Anyone sane would not have considered Travis a potential target. Emily winced. Emeka, before her ennoblement, at least, would have made an ideal target. Her family had no political power, nor any real connections to great sorcerers or powerful aristocrats. She could be killed without major repercussions, and she was hardly the only student in Whitehall who fit that particular bill. Why would someone pick on Travis when there were other targets? Unless it was a deadly gamble. Losing Travis might spur the White Council to act faster, but it would also push them to investigate thoroughly. "I'm going to have your trunk moved back into your room," Lady Barb said, as they stopped outside the bedrooms. "I would suggest, however, that you try not to be alone, and that you watch your back." She opened the door and led the way to Emily's room. Madame Raz stuck her head out of her office and scowled at them. Lady Barb motioned for Emily to go into her room while she had a few quick words with the house mother. Emily hesitated, then obeyed. Inside, the Gorgon looked up from her book and frowned at her. "What happened now?" she hissed. "Why are we back in lockdown?" "Travis is dead," Emily said, as she closed the door. She didn't bother to question if the Gorgon knew Travis. "And the Grand Master wanted my help." The Gorgon's face was hard to read, but she didn't seem convinced. Emily shrugged, picked up a book from her bedside cabinet, and sat down, trying to concentrate on legal precedents for crop sharing along the borderlands. Maybe Master Tor hadn't written the book, but it was just as boring as listening to him talk. What did it really matter which way the wind was blowing when it came to haggling over the exact border between two states? Lady Barb opened the door and levitated the trunk inside, putting it down in front of Emily's bed. "I'd check it carefully," she advised dryly, "and stay in the room until the Grand Master makes his announcement." The Gorgon leaned forward. "Is she still on restriction?" "Not any longer," Lady Barb growled, "and I suggest that you pass that around the school." Emily scowled inwardly. Had it been the Gorgon who had told everyone that she wasn't allowed to do magic outside class? Perhaps. She might not have hexed Emily directly, but she'd certainly been mad enough at her to set her up for an endless series of humiliations. Except that was over now. She allowed herself a smile as she contemplated what she could do to Melissa the next time she tried to hex her, or one of the others who had seen a helpless target and lashed out. She opened the trunk and recovered a handful of books, returning them to her desk. There were other essays to write. If nothing else, the enforced confinement should give her a chance to finish the first drafts. The makeshift typewriters they'd been trying to produce in Zangaria from her rough plans were yet to be completed. Irritatingly, they would probably have been able to produce them without her help, if they'd had the concept. "I'd watch yourself," the Gorgon growled as she went back to her book. "I hate having my property searched." Emily nodded. She'd read up on the Gorgons and discovered that the desert clans, having very little privacy, valued what they had. Intruding into someone else's possessions was regarded as worse than murder, which had struck her as curious before she'd realized just how much they were forced to share with one another. The Gorgon had to think that sharing a room with just two other girls was the very height of luxury. She was midway through an essay for Professor Thand when the Grand Master's voice echoed through the school. "Attention, all pupils," he said. His voice sounded tightly controlled. "I must confirm that Travis of House Athena was found dead, murdered this afternoon." The Gorgon let out a hiss. Lynn, lying in her bed, showed no real reaction. "As yet, we have been unable to locate his killer," the Grand Master continued. "I would therefore like to ask you to ensure that you remain in groups at all times, and that you report any information or concerns you have to a member of staff. Investigators may wish to question you. If so, answer their questions as quickly and completely as possible. Do not take any risks. The school will remain in lockdown until tomorrow morning, allowing us time to search the school," he concluded. "Do not attempt to leave the dorms. Food will be brought to the common rooms by the staff. Anyone caught outside will regret it." Particularly if they run into the murderer, Emily thought sourly. Or if they get accused of being the murderer. "Well," the Gorgon said. Her tone became snide. "Did you murder Travis?" "No," Emily said sharply. "I was out at Blackhall." But very few students, she knew, were going to believe it. It was easy for rumors to grow in the telling, and she had already been considered strange and dangerous ever since she had defeated Shade. Hell, Alassa had known that there was something deeply odd about Emily a long time before Emily had told her about Earth. She just didn't have the cultural background shared by everyone else at Whitehall. The Gorgon snorted and returned to her book. Emily scowled at her, then looked back at the 3 pieces of parchment she had written out for Professor Thand. He'd given them a set of alchemical formulas and told them to deduce what they were likely to do, without actually trying to make them. She knew what each of the components was used for. Being forced to memorize such details had been a large part of first-year alchemy, but it was harder to see how they would react if they were put together. One particular chemical actually did nothing, unless it was mixed with another and then heated to boiling point. Another dampened magic to the point it rendered the whole concoction inert. But that can't be the answer, can it? She asked herself. Could it be that the recipe does nothing? She sighed and wrote it down, then scribbled out a paragraph justifying her decision. It wasn't enough in Whitehall to give the answer. She also had to prove that she'd thought about it, applying both knowledge and intelligence to the problem. But it was so hard to concentrate. Shaking her head, she found a spare notepad and started scribbling down ideas from Earth instead. At least that took her mind off the image of Travis's body and the nightmarish thought of a necromancer running through the school. Chapter 24. Well, Alassa said, as she sat down beside Emily and cast a privacy ward, it seems that half of the school thinks you killed him, and the other half seems to think you'll save us all. Emily rolled her eyes. Her experience at breakfast had been distinctly surreal, even though she'd gone early in the hopes of avoiding the crowd. Several students had inched away from where she sat, while others had gazed in her direction with worshipful eyes, as if they thought she was the second coming. It didn't help that the older students were loudly telling the younger students about Emily's exploits, most of which only existed in the imaginations of broadsheet editors. She certainly had not befriended a dragon by pulling a thorn out of its paw. Public opinion is fickle, my father says, Alassa added. What really happened last night? The body was odd, Emily said. She explained as best as she could, then went on. I don't even know if we are dealing with a real necromancer. No one else knows either, Alassa confirmed. My father sent me a short message this morning. Apparently there's going to be an emergency debate in the White Council about the situation. She leaned forward confidently. I think someone is trying to get you in real trouble, she said. I bet it's Master Tor. I don't think he would murder a student and destroy the warden just to get rid of me, Emily said, although she had her doubts. Wouldn't he be risking everything? He's a respected professor, Alassa pointed out. It's possible he doesn't realize that his position can actually be undermined. She shook her head. If you're meant to be helping the investigation, perhaps you should spy on him, she added. Maybe you could search his office and get kicked out for good when I get caught, Emily said. The tutors had taken to patrolling the corridors, watching for students trying to use more serious hexes on each other now that the warden was gone. Maybe I should just transform myself into the spitting image of his favorite student and see what he might tell me. Alassa lifted an eyebrow. That never works, she said. Acting like his favorite student would be much harder than looking like him. Emily shrugged. Was it possible that Master Tor was bent on discrediting her? He certainly had a motive. Emily had, however inadvertently, strengthened his faction's enemies on the White Council. But if he was prepared to murder to achieve his aims, why not simply kill Emily herself? Or kidnap her from Whitehall, if he intended to force her to work for his faction instead? It just seemed too complicated. He would have to have known in advance that she was about to break the rules spectacularly, and that the Grand Master wouldn't agree to expel her, and he would have had to kill the warden too. It doesn't seem to make sense, she admitted. She smiled as Emeka appeared and sat down on the other side. I think... Professor Elias strode into the room and closed the door with a loud bang. He looked tired. Rumor claimed that most of the tutors had spent the entire night searching the school, rather than call in investigators from the Allied lands. Emily canceled the privacy ward and did her best to look attentive. The handful of students staring at her didn't help. We have looked at several kinds of influential runes over the last 2 weeks, the professor said, as he took his place in front of the class. And we have studied how easily they can be manipulated to affect an unknowing victim. Today, we look at ways to deflect the effects of such runes. Emily leaned forward with interest. The runes he'd used to influence their behavior on the first day had been blatant. After that, the class had developed the habit of checking their chairs and desks before they sat down. Some of the others they'd seen, though, had been far less noticeable. It was alarmingly easy to imagine how they might be misused. If noticed, their effects can be shrugged off, even by non-magicians, Professor Elias said. However, noticing their effects can be incredibly difficult. Indeed, a victim may invent reasons and self-justifications for doing what the runes tell him to do. The longer this continues, the harder it is to realize that the runes exist at all. There are quite a few case studies of people discovering the runes after they have thoroughly embedded themselves and deciding that the runes didn't work, even though an outside observer would disagree. He smiled rather tightly. Please look inside your desks. Emily opened her desk and blinked in surprise as she saw a small sewing kit, needles, thread, and a tiny silver cup. It took her a moment to realize that the cup was a thimble, something designed to go over her fingertip and provide some protection from the needle. She knew better than to splash her blood where someone else might pick it up. Under the sewing kit, there was a simple sash made of silk. She brought them both out and put them on top of the desk. There are those who will argue that sewing is woman's work, Professor Elias said, glancing at several of the boys. The effects, however, are much stronger if the work is done by the intended user directly. I suggest that you save your complaints. He clicked his fingers, and a small outline of a rune appeared on the blackboard. This is a very simple protective rune, he explained. It counteracts the effects of most runes, simply because the runes are rarely very powerful. However, it can be countered itself. Most magicians prefer to use sewing to produce the protective runes because the threads start to unravel if they come under attack. It can serve to alert the wearer to a danger they may not have sensed. Emily looked up at the rune, then back at the sash. She'd never really sewn anything in her life, not even when her clothes had started to become threadbare, because there was no money for anything new. Her mother might have been able to do it, but she'd never tried to pass the skill on to Emily. Even putting the thread in the needle, she suspected, would be harder than it looked. You may begin, Professor Elias said. Be careful not to prick yourself. You will have to destroy the sash and start all over again if that happens. They went to work. Emily rapidly discovered that it was harder than it looked. The thread seemed determined not to get through the eye of the needle, no matter how carefully she aimed it at the hole. Alassa didn't seem to be having any more luck. Emeka, on the other hand, confessed her mother had insisted that she learn to sew as well as helping her father with his business. With her directions, Emily finally started to sew the thread into the sash. She couldn't help thinking that it looked thoroughly unkempt. I never realized how hard the tailors have to work, Alassa muttered. Her delicate fingers seemed more capable of manipulating the needle and thread, but she was still having problems. All the designs they marked into my dresses. Emily scowled. How many of those designs had actually been protective runes? Try to put in as many stitches as possible, Professor Elias advised two of the boys, both of whom had been muttering rebelliously for several minutes. The tighter the thread is bound to the sash, the stronger the protection. Emily looked enviously at Emeka, who had managed to sew the rune into the sash perfectly, then went back to work. Alassa was right, she decided. The servants who produced and mended clothes for the aristocrats had a very difficult life. She knew that it was a skill she might master if she pushed ahead with it, even though it seemed impossible. But that very feeling was a deadly trap. There, Alassa said finally. Done. You need to tighten it up, Professor Elias said, glancing down at her work. Right now, it's too loose to last long if it was challenged. Emily looked up at him. What would happen if someone accidentally pulled out the thread? It would stop working, the professor said simply. Most magicians are careful not to expose too many of their protections to outside eyes. That made sense, Emily decided, as she finally finished the rune. It still looked oddly uneven to her, far less precise than the one Emeka had produced, but she doubted she could produce anything better without more practice. Sewing was definitely not one of her skills. My mother used to say that it calmed her down, Emeka said. I don't think it worked. Emily snorted. Both Alassa and she were short-tempered. The other girls seemed to take it in their stride, but the boys had real problems. Professor Elias ended up handing out detention to two of them after they got into an argument that rapidly turned into a fist fight, while a third had pricked his finger and then tried to proceed with a rune anyway. The professor gave him an angry lecture on the dangers, concluding with the sarcastic observation that a student from a great magical family should be aware of the risks of letting someone else obtain a sample of his blood. Most of you have workable runes, the professor said, turning back to the class. You will have to practice, I'm afraid. There was a loud snort from one of the boys. Why are we not carving runes into metal instead of sewing? Emily hid her amusement. Few boys would want to sew, regarding it as embarrassingly feminine and effeminate, unless they went into tailoring, where it was somehow acceptable to sew. In Whitehall, there would be much stronger objections to woman's work than she'd ever heard on Earth, which was darkly amusing if the runes really didn't work properly, unless they were created by the person who intended to use them. For all she knew, there were wives who used runes to influence their husbands. Because, as I explained right back in the first class, the harder the material you use to craft the rune, the stronger it is, the professor said angrily. In this case, if you happen to make a mistake with the rune, removing it from your skin and destroying it is easy. Something metallic, on the other hand, might be harder to remove. Furthermore, his gaze swept the classroom. A sewn rune starts to come apart when challenged. A metallic rune would not, thus leaving you unaware of the attack. He reached into his desk and produced a sash, with the same rune sewn into the silk. In order to use the rune, he explained, all you have to do is wear it. The closer to your skin, the better. Emily took the sash and wrapped it around her throat, as if it were a scarf. Other students wrapped it around their wrists or legs. It didn't seem long enough to be worn like a belt. There is yet another good reason to always produce your own protective runes, Professor Elias said. How do you know what the rune I gave you actually does? Alassa stuck up her hand. It's in the textbook you wrote, she said quickly. It's listed as a general protection ward. The professor smiled. True, he agreed. But bear in mind that someone with bad intentions can trick you into wearing a rune that might not be intended to protect you, but do some quite significant harm. You cannot afford to lower your guard when dealing with subtle magic. A single mistake can open a chink in your armor large enough to bring you down completely. His smile grew wider. Open your textbooks, he ordered. By the end of the lesson, I want you to have identified at least 3 additional runes you can sew into the next sash. I also want you to write a 3-parchment essay on how best to ensure that you are protected from outside influences. Give examples of historical problems handled by magicians, if possible. Emily groaned. Another essay, but wrote down the details anyway. Those of you who didn't manage to sew the rune, come over here, Professor Elias said. Everyone else, silent study. I shall be testing you before you go. Another essay, Alassa muttered, as she cast the privacy ward into the air. I thought this was meant to be an easy class. You just need to practice, Emeka assured her. We can work on your sewing this evening. She looked at Emily. Yours too. We are supposed to be playing Ken, Alassa reminded her shortly. We are facing Kat's team this weekend, and he's far too good. And all of our surprises will be public knowledge by now. She looked up at Emily. Why did you leave the arena? Emily heard the hurt in her voice and felt a pang of guilt. In hindsight, she should have stayed and watched, no matter how long it took. Her friends had expected her to be there to support them, no matter how foolish and pointless the game seemed to her. But she hadn't really understood just how important it was to them. If the warden hadn't been murdered, Alassa would have been really furious with her. I'm sorry, she said miserably. She wanted to say something, but what could she say? Stay the next time, Alassa said seriously. She leaned forward so she could whisper in Emily's ear. I'm going to stick you to the chair. You won't be able to move without my permission. I'm sorry, she said again. She would almost have preferred a shouting match or an exchange of spells. Anything would be preferable to the guilt. Guilt she hadn't even realized that she should be feeling. I won't leave the game again. She flicked through the book, locating a series of protective runes that seemed designed to protect the wearer from insects, disease, and minor accidents. The notations beside the latter clarified that the rune didn't always work, unsurprisingly. There were accidents so inevitable that runes provided no protection, normally ones caused by carelessness or stupidity. The magic, it seemed, got confused if the user did it to himself. She made a note of them and went onwards, locating a set of cleaning runes. They didn't seem powerful enough to sweep up the dust from the barracks, but they could at least prevent it from settling elsewhere. Good work, the professor said when he inspected their runes. You'll be practicing with them tomorrow. Emily nodded mutely as he dismissed the class, keeping a handful of students back to discuss their detentions. Picking up her bag, she led the way out of the classroom and back up to the bedrooms. She didn't know if the room would let her in if her roommates were out. Nothing had been said about that restriction, but she had to try. The door opened, and she let out a sigh of relief. Don't let them know you're off restriction, Alassa said as they stepped inside. You could give someone a real surprise if they thought you were defenseless. Emily smiled. Some of her tormentors had taunted her, after fixing her feet to the floor or doing something else to immobilize her. The thought of striking back was an attractive one. She put the bag on her bed, then looked over at her desk, and froze. The books weren't where she had left them. "Emily," Alassa said, "what's wrong?" "I'm not sure," Emily said slowly. She stepped towards the desk, staring down at the notepad and books she'd been looking at while they had been confined to their rooms. They were definitely in the wrong order. "Someone has been peeking at my stuff." Alassa blinked. "Did you use a protective ward?" "Yes," Emily said. There were books and notes she didn't want anyone looking at, even though she'd destroyed her concepts for a magical battery. But they've still been moved. She checked the ward and sucked in her breath when she realized that it was still there. It just hadn't been effective. Maybe she was imagining things, but she was sure that her books had been elsewhere. Someone had sat down at her desk, read her notes, and then... What? Who? Master Tor? She asked herself. It was possible. She'd never realized that he had access to their rooms until he'd come bursting in to stop her from meddling with pocket dimensions, and he had searched her desks, she assumed, as well as everything else. No wonder the Gorgon had been so angry. The thought of someone pawing through her possessions was terrifying. "Strengthen the wards," Alassa advised. "Maybe add a booby trap or two. No one would question you using an anti-theft jinx or even a curse." Emily nodded and started to cast the spells, placing one on the desk, the chair, and the floor underneath the desk. A second set of spells should alert her if anyone tried to break into her trunk, although she honestly wasn't sure if Master Tor had managed to search it himself. Yodel did very good work. She wondered briefly what had happened to him, then dismissed the thought. He could go to Zangaria, and Brian would help him find a place in Cockatrice. It was, she suspected, what he'd wanted all along. "Done," she said finally. "We'd better go for lunch. It's going to be a hard afternoon." "And a hard evening," Alassa said. "Unless you want to go for a snowball fight instead of watching the practice." Emily sighed inwardly as she recognized the rebuke. "I'll watch," she said. "And I'll throw balls, too." Chapter 25. The rest of the week, much to Emily's annoyance, proved no less surreal than the day after Travis had been murdered. Half of the students were still flinching away from her, while the other half were staring at her adoringly. It was disconcerting, so much so that she spent most of her time outside class in a private library room, where she could read and work without being constantly stared at. By the time the weekend rolled around, she was glad of the break. Lady Barb had told her, in confidence, that the staff had found absolutely no trace of a necromancer within Whitehall, something that puzzled them as much as it confused Emily. Had there ever been a real necromancer? Or had someone finally managed to make necromancy workable? Emily kept thinking of the potential Lady Barb had seen in her planned batteries, and shuddering. Had someone stolen the idea from her and made it work, now that the warden was gone? Or had they started using a trunk like hers to store the magic? She'd done her best to keep her eye on Master Tor, just in case Alassa happened to be right, but he did nothing, apart from casting dark glowers in her direction whenever she was in class. He didn't even call on her to answer some of the fiendishly difficult questions he posed to the class, or invite her to serve on the debate team. In fact, he seemed determined to ignore her as much as possible, although he didn't appear to be deliberately marking her down. But it was hard to be sure. And nothing she'd done had allowed her to identify the person who'd looked at her notes. Emily had added a dozen more spells, including some that were designed to trap the intruder and transfigure him or her into something harmless, and yet she was sure that her desk had been raided a second time while she'd been in class. No toads had been hopping around her room when she'd returned. No one had been trapped and immobilized in front of her desk. It was a mystery. Whoever was studying her notes was a very skilled magician. But how could she identify him? "Remember to stay here this time," Alassa said as they walked into the arena. "You don't want to miss this game." Emily sighed, but nodded in agreement. The crowd of students was already gathering, even though some of them looked rather less than happy to see her. Down on the field, Cat and a handful of his teammates were getting in some final moments of practice. Two of them had been close friends with Travis, and rather looked as though they had a score to settle. Emily was silently glad that she wasn't playing. No one had tried to hex her into next week, or the next life, but she'd been aware of cold glances from the upper years. They didn't seem inclined to believe she wasn't to blame. "Good," Alassa said, pushing her into a seat. "And just to be sure—" There was a brief flare of magic, and Emily found herself stuck to the seat. "Hey!" Alassa giggled. "Don't run off now," she said mischievously. "And don't read your book during the game." Emily sighed. She could counter the charm, but doing so would reveal that she could work magic outside classes, and who knew who might be watching? On the other hand, she could simply ask someone to release her. She shook her head, tiredly. She owed it to her friends to stay and watch, even if the game did take hours. "I won't," she said, noticing several students glancing at her, then carefully sitting somewhere else. She was alone in the midst of the crowded arena. "And good luck." "Cat will need the luck," Alassa said. There was no way to tell if her attitude was confidence or mindless bravado. "And we'll be looking for you." Emily watched her go, then sat back and pulled the book out of her pocket. It outlined magical booby traps, including some that she'd seen in Blackhall, and the best ways to counter them. Aloha had urged her to read up on how to split the task of tricking a protective ward by working with someone else, suspecting that they would be tested on the topic soon. It looked awfully complex, but doable. "I'll have to hold up my own end," she thought, cursing her limited experience. She'd asked Professor Lombardi for extra lessons to help her catch up, but the charms professor had flatly refused. Mastering the basics was more important, he'd said, than trying to skip ahead and failing to grasp some of the essentials. Lady Barb, when she'd asked, had agreed and told her that she might just have to repeat the second year of martial magic. "You should consider yourself lucky," she'd added. "Those who go straight into apprenticeships often have it much harder." The whistle blew as both teams jogged into the arena. Emily sighed and carefully returned the book to her pocket, mentally cataloging some of the spells she would want to practice with afterwards. Perhaps Aloha would help, if only to ensure that she got a passing grade herself. There was no way to avoid the prospect of Emily holding Aloha back from passing the course herself. Cat looked grimmer than before, Emily saw, as he shook hands with Alassa. He would have known Travis. Had they been friends? It was hard to imagine anyone being friends with him. But if he'd had a girlfriend, perhaps he'd had proper friends too. Martial magic did tend to focus on pushing people together, if only by giving them tests that could only be accomplished by working together. But Travis had been a jerk. "He might have only been a jerk to you," Emily reminded herself firmly. "Perhaps he was nicer to his girlfriend." The whistle blew for the second time, and balls started to spill into the arena, their colors rapidly flickering between red, yellow, and green. Emily saw Alassa's team preparing themselves, sneakily gathering balls in places where they could be picked up. Cat's team seemed less inclined to hurry, but then they knew that picking up the balls ahead of time, or when they were the wrong color, could be disastrous. And then the whistle blew for the third time, and the game began. Emily leaned forward in horror as the pattern became clear. Cat, or at least some of his players, wanted blood. They were pushing themselves forward, ignoring chances to score for chances to take out Alassa's players, either by throwing them into the penalty box or pushing them right out of the arena. She'd known that injuries were common in Ken, but she'd never realized how quickly they could mount up when one side was determined to cause as many as possible. They even threw a handful of jinxes and hexes when the referee wasn't looking. She stared in horror as Alassa slammed against one of the invisible walls, then was hit by a ball that sent her into the penalty box. Cat's team had to have planned their game carefully, she realized. They were concentrating on scattering the upstarts and playing on their weaknesses. Alassa's team simply didn't have the experience they needed to remain calm as the game degenerated into savagery. The referee blew his whistle again as a hex was thrown too blatantly, sending one of Cat's players out of the arena. Emily couldn't help joining in the jeering and finger-pointing as the player made his way out of the field, where he was corralled by a grim-faced Sergeant Miles and dragged off towards the armory. She hoped, as she looked back at the arena, that he would have a tough time sitting down for the next few days. Nearly a third of Alassa's team was down, or injured. "Not always a good idea to play," Melissa's voice said. She sat down next to Emily and smiled, rather unpleasantly. "Or to choose the wrong friend." "Get lost," Emily ordered shortly. "But, they blame you for Travis's death," Melissa said. "I think I know better. You're not a killer." Emily turned her head, looking down towards where Alassa's tunic was stained with blood from her nose. She was surprised that her friend hadn't backed out gracefully, but it wasn't really like Alassa to simply give up. Instead, she caught a ball and threw it back with stunning force, blasting one of Cat's players right out of the arena. The ball had to have been boosted by a spell, Emily saw, but the referee didn't seem to notice. Or maybe he just turned a blind eye. I think you got lucky with Schooledin, Melissa added. Or something else happened, and they let you take the credit. And where, Emily demanded, turning to face her, were you while Schooledin was tearing the school apart? Melissa shrugged. Emily guessed that she, like Alassa, had been pulled out of the school before Schooledin started his attack. Only a handful of the first years had been allowed to remain behind, including Emily. Everyone else had been evacuated. Oh, Melissa said airily, that had to hurt. Emily followed her gaze and winced. Emeka had just been fouled by an older player who jumped right into her. She was on the ground, gasping in pain. Seconds later, there was a bright flash of light, and the older player became a toad. The referee barked orders, halting the game, and levitated Emeka out of the arena. Moments later, the toad and the player who'd cast the transfiguration spell were dragged out as well. If you don't play decently, you will both be barred from playing for the rest of your lives, the referee thundered, projecting his voice so it echoed around the arena. Do you understand me? One shouldn't play in the games unless one is prepared to win, Melissa observed, watching the two captains. Judging by their remarkably similar expressions, they would have preferred threats of public floggings or other humiliations to being barred from playing forever. And, my, are there no risks one should not take? Shut up, Emily snapped. Shut up, or what? Melissa asked. Her voice became mocking. You'll work magic? Emily prepared a spell, ready to use it in front of the entire arena, but the referee blew his whistle again, distracting everyone. The second round seemed to be cleaner than the first. Emily glanced over at where Emeka was being tended by Lady Barb, trying to decide if she should go there. Before she could make up her mind, Emeka stood and headed to the stands. Something smelly this way comes, Melissa hissed. Be seeing you. She walked off. Emily hesitated, then cast a complicated repulsion charm at her back. It wouldn't be immediately obvious, but Melissa would find herself very unpopular in a few minutes until she realized the charm was there and removed it. No doubt she'd hoped to earn kudos for sitting next to an alleged murderess, or the necromancer's bane. Emeka joined her a moment later and sat down. Lady Barb said I shouldn't play for a few days, she said, disappointed. What did Melissa have to say to you? Nothing good, Emily muttered. Are you sure you want to keep playing? Yes, Emeka said cheerfully. Have you noticed that we're winning? Emily had to laugh. It was true. Kat's team had passed up hundreds of chances to score in favor of trying to evict Alassa's players from the field. Now they were nearly 100 points behind their rivals and trying to catch up desperately. Alassa, realizing the problem, directed her players to guard the hoops and concentrate on taking out Kat's players. She had the advantage, now that the referee was keeping an eye on the players, and all she had to do was capitalize on it. It was nearly an hour before the game finally came to an end. Kat's team did better than Emily had expected, but they were down several players, and two of their traitors revealed themselves at the worst possible moment. In the end, Alassa's team won by 20 points. Emily joined in the cheering as the remaining team members took a lap of honor, then waltzed off towards the showers. Kat's team was loudly booed. Come on, Emeka said, jumping to her feet. Let's go see them. You'll have to undo the sticking charm, Emily said. She flushed at Emeka's expression. Alassa stuck me to the seat. Emeka snorted. I thought she was joking, she said as she cast the canceling spell. You did manage to hurt her badly, you know. I know, Emily admitted bitterly. The team was laughing and joking as they came out of the changing rooms, even though several of them had been injured and continued to play. Alassa's nose looked slightly out of shape, marring her perfect features, but she refused to accept any more immediate medical treatment. Instead, she insisted on leading the team out of the arena and out onto the snow-covered field. The servants had already set up a pavilion where the cooks were roasting whole sheep and cows, sending wonderful smells wafting through the air. Kat caught hold of Alassa's shoulder and swung her around. I'm sorry, all right, he said quickly. I lost control and... Alassa stepped forward and kneed him in the groin. Apology accepted, she said sweetly, as Kat collapsed to his knees. The other boys backed away hastily. And we won. Report to my office after the feast, Lady Barb ordered. There was the faint hint of a smile on her face, but it was buried under duty. And then go get your nose fixed. Emily smiled as Alassa led her towards the cooks, who cut slices of meat from the roasted animals and placed them inside large slices of bread. The meat smelled even better up close, while other scents drifted over from the large table of condiments. Emily took some mustard and spread it on her meat, then added some lettuce and cucumber. It tasted remarkably good. "Worth it," Alassa said. They sat down at one of the tables and chewed their food. "Even if I don't sit down for a few days, it will still be worth it." "That game was madness," Emily said. Are you sure you want to play?" "Yes," Alassa and Emeka said together. They grinned at each other. "I guess I will never see the attraction," Emily said ruefully. "Ken just didn't seem fun to her. And I thought they were trying to kill you." "Some of the uppermost players were alarmed by how well we did in our first game," Alassa said dryly. "I don't think they really considered us a serious threat. Even if Travis hadn't died, they would still have wanted to break us as a team." She touched her nose gingerly. "I think we showed them not to take us lightly," she added. "And the referee cut down on the nastier hexes. Next time they'll just concentrate on scoring and not trying to actually push us out of the arena," Emeka observed. "What's going to happen then?" Emily shrugged. Even she knew that players had to strike a balance between scoring as much as possible and wearing down the opposing team. It was quite possible, if rare, for a team to lose all of its players and still win the match on points. In fact, the ideal would be to spend the first part of the match racking up a lead, then eliminating the opposing team before they could catch up. It was easier said than done. She finished her sandwich and looked towards the pit, where the cooks were frying chicken drumsticks in oil. It looked dreadfully unhealthy, but tempting. She stood up and took a handful of legs for herself and her friends. The cook's eyes opened wide as she recognized Emily, then passed her some additional bread without being asked. There were people, Emily suspected, who would enjoy seeing fear in someone's eyes. She just found it depressing. "Back to practicing tomorrow," Alassa said, as she took one of the drumsticks. "And more classes on Monday." Emily looked down at her fingers and nodded. They'd spent some time every night sewing runes, but it would be months, she suspected, before she mastered it completely. Alassa had complained more, pointing out that preparing wards and runes were what court wizards were for. Emeka had asked her, rather dryly, just how far she was prepared to trust any court wizard. Her father's old wizard had accidentally done serious harm to her family line. "I suppose I'd better go see Lady Barb," Alassa said, standing. "I'll see you both in the library, won't I?" "I can come with you," Emily offered. "And Emeka probably needs more medical attention." "She said I needed to rest," Emeka said. "I'll see you tomorrow, probably." "Probably," Emily agreed. "I'll escort you to your room, just in case." "Charming," Alassa said dryly, "leaving me to my fate all alone." She shook her head before Emily could say a word. "Don't worry about it," she added. "I'll be fine, if unhappy. You make sure that Emeka gets back all right." "I'm not that badly injured," Emeka insisted. "I just need a rest." "Which you will get, as ordered by your team captain," Alassa said firmly. "I need you ready to go back into the arena tomorrow evening." There was a loud scream from the direction of the changing rooms. Heads snapped around to see a pale-skinned girl staggering out of the building. Emily didn't recognize her at all, but she looked to be on the verge of panic. Sergeant Miles pushed his way through the crowd towards her. Too late. "It's Danielle!" the girl screamed. "She's dead!" Chapter 26. "Everyone be quiet!" Sergeant Miles bellowed, his voice somehow effortlessly drowning everyone else out. "Be quiet!" A wave of magic silenced the growing panic. Emily stared at the girl who'd found the body, shocked and terrified. If Travis was dead, and then his girlfriend, what did it mean? "Start making your way back to your rooms," Sergeant Miles ordered. He caught sight of a handful of boys making their way towards the changing rooms. "Don't go peep at the body. Just go to your rooms. Now!" The students obeyed. Emily caught Emeka's arm as the crowd pressed in around them, pushing them towards the entrance to the school. Everyone was glancing around, nervously, many of them looking at Emily as if they expected her to do something. At least few of them seemed suspicious of her, although she was sure that would come in time. How could they blame her when she hadn't been alone since the game had begun? She pushed the thought to one side as they made their way up the stairs and into the dorms. Alassa tugged at her sleeve, indicating that they should go into Emeka's room instead of either of theirs. Emily nodded. Emeka still looked tired, even though she insisted she was fine. Emeka could lie down, as Lady Barb had ordered, while her friends could sit next to her and chat. Madame Raz looked deeply worried as she counted the female students back into their rooms. Master Tor, standing nearby, shot Emily an unreadable glance, but he didn't seem inclined to throw any more wild accusations at her. Emily allowed herself a moment of relief as Emeka's door opened, allowing them into her room. There were students who would take such accusations seriously, merely because they were made by a tutor. "Danielle is dead," Alassa said, as soon as the door closed. "Why?" Emily scowled. "It's a pattern," she said, trying to recall what little crime fiction she had read. Serial killers had patterns, and if they were identified, their next target could be predicted and protected. "That doesn't bode well for the other girl." "You mean Kay?" Alassa said. She smiled at Emily's surprised expression. "Her father is related to King Jorlam of Alluvia. You will remember Prince Hedrick, won't you?" Emily snorted. Alassa might have problems memorizing the thousands of different types of alchemical ingredients, but she knew everyone who had even a trace of aristocratic blood by heart. If she'd married Hedrick, Kay would probably have wound up as part of Alassa's court, even if she'd sought to decline the honor. Or, perhaps, one of her confidants, who could never be fully trusted without oaths. Oaths that could never be asked for or granted. She shook her head, tired. "Travis may have been the first person to find the warden's body," she said. "He's the next person to die. Danielle finds his body, and then she's the next person to die. Kay may be the next target." "Except it was you who found the warden's body," Emeka pointed out softly. She looked very pale. "You weren't targeted." Alassa nodded. "And if Travis was the first to actually see the body, not you, why didn't he raise the alarm himself?" Emily scowled. If Travis had raised the alarm, she wouldn't have been blamed. But looking back at how he'd acted when she'd reported to the Hall of Shame, there had been no sense that he'd known what she would find. He'd seemed genuinely shocked when Emily had called him and told him that the warden was dead. Besides, he had been interrogated under truth spells. "Maybe they didn't regard the warden's death as murder," she growled. It was hard for her to think of the warden as anything other than human, but someone raised in the Allied lands might take a different view. In that case, the pattern is that Travis was murdered first, followed by the person who found the body. She gritted her teeth, wishing that she knew more about forensic magic. Master Tor's lectures had been long on minutiae and short on any useful detail. The only thing she knew for sure was that it was impossible to raise the dead to ask questions, and that the very thought was regarded as taboo throughout the Allied lands. Did they even know about fingerprints? "It could still be Master Tor," Alassa pointed out. "He was the last known person to see the warden alive." Emily nodded. Assuming that Travis hadn't entered the warden's office since Master Tor had left, it was possible that the warden had been dead for some time prior to Emily's arrival, and the whole scheme was just a clumsy frame. And yet both Travis and Danielle were well-connected pupils. Killing them would be certain to draw an angry reaction from the Allied lands, unless, of course, that was the plan. "If the Grand Master lost his job," she said slowly, "who would take it up?" "It would have to be decided by the White Council," Alassa said. "But the post would need to be held by a very powerful and disciplined magician. Master Tor probably wouldn't count." "Unless he's a necromancer," Emeka said. "He'd have enough raw power to rip the building apart after one or two murders." "Maybe," Emily said. "But surely he would also be showing signs of instability." She'd watched Master Tor during his classes, after Travis's death, but there had been no signs of madness lurking in his eyes. He still seemed to dislike her, yet that wasn't really a sign of insanity. After what she'd unknowingly done, it would be hard to blame him for feeling that she'd escaped being expelled through powerful connections, rather than simple ignorance. "He does slip into boring lectures," Alassa said lightly. "Perhaps that helps him to cope." Emily snorted. All jokes aside, she doubted it would be that easy. She scowled a moment later as a thought struck her. "How do we know the bodies were real?" Alassa blinked at her. "You mean they might be homunculi too?" "Or one half of someone who had used a bilocation spell to split themselves in half," Emily said slowly. "Maybe Travis faked his own death." Emeka shook her head. "He'd be sacrificing half his mind in the process," she pointed out. "The other half wouldn't be able to carry on, I think. And then he would still have to kill his girlfriend without someone else noticing," Alassa added. "They did search the school thoroughly after his death." Emily had her doubts. Not counting the servants, there were 50 tutors on staff, nowhere near enough to search the entire building, not if their prey was moving around at the same time. Sergeant Miles might know how to catch a moving target, but the remainder of the staff wouldn't have that training. And besides, she had difficulty in understanding why someone would sacrifice half of their mind. Fingerprints, she mused. Maybe the killer had worn gloves, but it wouldn't hurt them to try. Come to think of it, how hard would it be to create a magical fingerprint test? If there wasn't anything like it already, she was sure Professor Lombardi could compose one overnight, if necessary. We should ask them to check. Alassa stood. "We'll go tell them," she said firmly. She looked at the empty beds, then back at Emeka. "What happened to your roommates?" "They went hiking," Emeka explained. "I'll be fine if you want to go talk to Lady Barb." "Well, she did tell me to report to her," Alassa said. "Emily?" "We should probably check with Madame Raz first," Emily said. "I don't think we want to get caught outside the dorms." Madame Raz glowered at them as soon as they emerged from Emeka's room. "Why," she demanded, "are you not in your rooms, waiting for permission to leave?" "I have to report to Lady Barb," Alassa said quickly, "and my friend here has some insights into the killer's pattern." The housemother eyed them suspiciously. "Wait in my office," she said finally. "I will call her." Emily and Alassa exchanged glances, but obeyed. "Useless biddy," Alassa muttered as soon as they were alone. "You want to bet she'll tattle to Master Tor?" Emily shrugged. Madame Raz was strict, but she also genuinely cared for the girls under her care, and she had a heart of gold. Emily still remembered how Madame Raz had been the one to take care of her after the nightmares had started, after she'd killed Shade. And the housemother also had a sense of justice and integrity. She'd been furious when one of Alassa's pranks had involved a maid. She looked around Madame Raz's office with some curiosity. It was large, crammed with sofas and a single small bookshelf. Emily herself had never been homesick. There was nothing on earth she wanted to go back to, but she knew there were other students who did miss their homes and families. Madame Raz comforted them as best as she could. Sometimes she even took them home for a brief visit. The books on the shelves were all moralistic tracts that promoted proper standards of behavior. Emily had been forced to read a couple for etiquette lessons, and had been left with the feeling that the writers had intended to create purity soothes. The door opened, revealing a tired-looking Lady Barb. "This had better be important," she said shortly. "Right now we're searching the school again." Emily nodded, wincing inwardly at the edge in her tutor's voice. "There's a pattern in the killings," she said, and explained. "Kay might be the next target." "We deduced that," Lady Barb said, with some irritation. "She's currently under the protection of Sergeant Bain." Emily allowed herself a moment of relief. She didn't know Sergeant Bain very well, but he seemed to be as tough and fearless as Sergeant Harkin, while possessing the magic his predecessor had lacked. One of the students had tested his defenses and discovered, too late, that they were designed to repel all hexes and jinxes, and then the sergeant had turned him into a pig for 10 minutes before giving the entire class a long lecture on taking all opponents seriously, no matter what they looked like. "Good," she said instead. "What about fingerprints?" Lady Barb looked blank. "Fingerprints?" Emily smiled. They hadn't wasted her time after all. "Each of our fingerprints is unique," she explained. "If I touch something, I'll leave a fingerprint behind. You need to check the blades used in the killings for prints." She spoke rapidly, outlining everything she could remember about fingerprints. "I'll suggest it to the Grand Master," Lady Barb said when Emily had finished. "But if the killer used gloves, there won't be anything left." "It's worth trying," Emily said. "I couldn't think of anything else." "That's not true," Alassa interrupted. "Are the bodies actually real?" "That's an interesting question," Lady Barb acknowledged. "The bodies were so completely desiccated that it is hard to be entirely sure, but there's no reason to think otherwise." Emily frowned. What would Sherlock Holmes do? "Was Danielle killed in the same manner as Travis?" "Yes," Lady Barb said. "And yet it should have been instantly noticeable. It couldn't have taken place outside a 7-minute span, while there were hundreds of magicians outside the changing rooms. I don't understand it." "Me neither," Emily agreed. 2 victims. The necromancer must be heading full tilt towards insanity. There is another possibility. She hesitated, then outlined their suspicions about Master Tor. "He was questioned under truth spells after the warden's body was discovered," Lady Barb said when she had finished. "And whatever else can be said about him, he wouldn't kill students placed under his care." "He left Emily defenseless," Alassa said hotly. "Do you know how many hexes I had to take off her?" "They didn't actually kill her," Lady Barb said, although she seemed pleased rather than surprised at Alassa's sudden protectiveness. And there were good reasons for that punishment. She shook her head. Master Tor is unlikely to be the killer, she added. If nothing else, he was tested quite thoroughly after the warden died, and he knew nothing about it. Unless he was powerful enough to shrug off the truth spell, Emily said slowly. She'd read up on cases where the prime suspect had done just that, saving himself from punishment. Is he that powerful? Lady Barb smiled, a little unkindly. Master Tor will never be a great sorcerer, and he knows it, she said. Nor is he ever likely to enjoy more power and influence than that which comes from teaching at Whitehall, and he wouldn't risk his position by killing students who have such powerful connections. Unless he's hiding his power, Alassa pressed. He might be, unless he somehow managed to boost his power without going mad, Lady Barb snapped. His power level hasn't increased beyond his recorded level. We are quite good at measuring magical power and potential at this school. Now, unless you have some actual proof... He could be covering for someone else, Alassa suggested, sullenly. If he were trying to frame Emily, he would have needed to know in advance what was going to happen, Lady Barb said, her patience at an end. I think it is highly unlikely that he is involved, save by coincidence. Her eyes narrowed. Do you have anything useful to add? Emily swallowed, then asked the question that had been bothering her ever since she'd realized they had to be dealing with a serial killer. What will happen to this person when you catch him? Lady Barb scowled. Depends, she said. If he's a necromancer, we will kill him and destroy the body. You can never trust a necromancer not to try to ensure that he can never truly die. If not, he'll be sent to face the White Council. They will determine his fate. Emily nodded. As long as you don't hand your jailhouse keys to unscrupulous creatures, she said, you shouldn't have a problem. Lady Barb gave her an odd look, then let it pass. No one has ever been known to escape from the Garden of the Stoned Philosophers, she said. Even going there is strongly discouraged. Nothing Emily had ever read, in science fiction or fantasy, allowed her to believe in the concept of the inescapable prison, but there was no point in trying to argue. Instead, she stood and headed for the door. Wait, Lady Barb said coldly. Madame Raz informs me that you intended to make your way through the building to find us. Emily swallowed. Yes, she said. We wanted to help. That was extremely foolish, Lady Barb said. Or has it escaped your attention that you are among the prime suspects? If you happen to be caught outside your rooms, it would be a great deal harder to prove your innocence. You have political enemies who will be happy to take whatever chance they can get to discredit you. She rounded on Alassa. And you are your father's sole heir, she added tightly. Did you realize, perhaps, that if you died here, Zangaria would slip into civil war? Half of the barons may currently be dead, but the remainder would be unable to avoid making a grab for power. You risked far more than just your life when you wanted to leave the bedrooms where you are protected. Didn't do much for Danielle, Alassa said softly. Lady Barb's eyes glittered with fury. Your father, I suspect, will be horrified when he hears of your exploits, she snapped. And so he should be. He already wasted most of your early life. Now you're threatening to waste the rest of it. Alassa's face seemed to darken, very slightly. Emily, Lady Barb ordered, wait outside. Emily hesitated, then obeyed. The corridor outside seemed as silent as the grave. There was no sign of Madame Raz or anyone else. She almost felt as if she were alone in the school. Even the lights had been dimmed, although there was no apparent reason. It was hardly nighttime. She gritted her teeth as she heard a smacking sound, followed by yelps of pain from inside the office. At least Lady Barb had given Alassa some privacy. There was a long, silent pause. Then the door opened. Alassa looked tearful, one hand rubbing her rear as she made her way past Emily and down towards her bedroom. Emily hesitated, unsure of what to do, then gasped in pain as Lady Barb's hand caught hold of her arm and pulled her into the office. She couldn't help noticing that Lady Barb was carrying a wooden hairbrush in one hand. What you did was foolish as well as risky, Lady Barb said. I shudder to think of what would have happened if you'd been caught. Emily lowered her eyes. Lady Barb was right. It had been foolish. I'll suggest fingerprint tests to the Grand Master later tonight, Lady Barb added, and I will see to it that Kay remains under guard. The Grand Master will, I suspect, make a full announcement tomorrow. Until then, I suggest that you keep your mouth closed. There are already hundreds of rumors running around the school. She pulled Emily gently over her knee, hugged down her trousers, and went to work. Emily gritted her teeth as the first smack struck her rear, then cried out in pain as Lady Barb smacked her again and again. It felt like hours before she was allowed to stand up again, clutching her bottom in the hope that it would somehow quench the painful fire. "That," Lady Barb said, "was for being foolish and putting your own life in danger." "My life is always in danger," Emily snapped, unable to keep the tears under control. "And that's no excuse to make it worse," Lady Barb snapped. "I thought better of you. Really, I did." Somehow, Emily discovered, the disappointment in her voice seemed worse than the punishment itself. Chapter 27. Her rear was still throbbing when the students were awakened at 8 bells the following morning by an announcement ordering them to make their way to the Great Hall. She pulled herself out of bed, careful not to sit down too hard, and pulled a loose robe on over her nightshirt. No one would notice that she wasn't wearing standard underclothes beneath her robes. She ran a hand through her hair, using magic to tie it back in a long ponytail, then splashed water on her face. It didn't make her feel better. "Hurry up," the Gorgon hissed. "I want to know what's going on." Emily hesitated, then walked out of the room and met up with her friends. Alassa didn't look as though she'd slept any better than Emily herself, although she was better at hiding it, either with makeup or glamours. No one else seemed to notice, thankfully. The mood was subdued, almost fearful. If 2 students could die in the school, anyone could be next. Unless the pattern holds up, Emily thought. The next to die will be the person who found the last body. She shuddered at the thought as they made their way down the stairs and into the great hall. It was crammed with students, giving them an excuse to press themselves against the wall rather than sit down. Several grim-faced men wearing white uniforms were positioned around the hall, their eyes flickering from student to student. Sergeant Bain was standing in one corner, next to the pale-skinned girl who'd stumbled across Danielle's body. She looked to be on the verge of fainting dead away. Emily felt a twinge of pity. The poor girl had never asked to be targeted by an insane murderer. The Grand Master strode out onto the stage as Mistress Irene bellowed for quiet. He looked almost defeated, Emily realized in horror. He didn't seem to have slept at all since Danielle's body had been found. Few of the tutors looked any better. Apart from Sergeant Miles, who looked so disgustingly fresh that Emily was sure he had used a rejuvenation spell, they all looked tired and worn. "Yesterday afternoon, Danielle of House Meridian was found dead," the Grand Master said, very quietly. Enhancement spell or not, they had to strain to hear him. "Her body was desiccated, utterly ripped clean of life by magic. So far, no suspect has been found." Emily fought to keep her expression blank, as several pairs of accusing eyes turned towards her. There were hundreds of witnesses to where she'd been while Danielle had been taking her last breaths, but somehow she knew that wouldn't be enough. If people were scared, they would lash out at the closest target, regardless of guilt or innocence. She silently thanked Lady Barb for insisting that she be allowed to use magic again. It was going to be needed. "We have searched the school again, and turned up nothing. Nothing related to the murder, at least," the Grand Master said. "This leaves us with a disturbing mystery." There was a long pause. Emily wondered, absently, just what else the search had turned up. No doubt students had been hiding contraband or forbidden texts all over the school for years, just as her former classmates had done on Earth. Some things were truly universal. And then there were questionable alchemical ingredients, pornographic materials, and drugs. They would be serious business on any other day. "I have consulted with the White Council," the Grand Master continued. "It has been decided that the search will be expanded to student possessions, and—" He broke off as a low rumble of outrage ran through the hall. Emily cursed inwardly, knowing that it would give her detractors one more reason to hate her. If the Gorgon had been furious at having her possessions searched, just for sharing a room with Emily, the rest of the school would be even worse. And yet there was no reason to blame Emily. Not, she knew, that it would matter. Mob rule was rarely logical. "Quiet!" the Grand Master snapped. A wave of power washed through the hall, silencing the unruly students. "This decision was not taken lightly. There may be a necromancer in the school, and finding him takes priority over everything else. As a consolation of sorts, there will be an amnesty for anything we discover that is on the banned list, provided that it is sent out of the school by the end of the day. However, many of your families have requested that you be sent home until the necromancer is uncovered, he continued. Those who have been called home, the lists are posted on the walls, are to report to the Great Hall in an hour to have their trunks searched before going through the portal to the White Mountains, where you will be sent to your final destination. The search will be carried out by mediators. He nodded towards the white-uniformed men, but will be supervised by Whitehall staff. For those of you who remain, you should watch yourselves carefully and try to remain in groups, the Grand Master concluded. We will be teaching the first year's emergency alert spells this afternoon. I suggest that later years join the classes, unless you are confident that you have already mastered them. Those of you who fail to produce a proper emergency signal on demand will not enjoy the experience. The mediators will be patrolling the school starting today. If they ask questions, do your best to answer them. Classes will be cancelled throughout the week, so I suggest that you spend the time writing essays and catching up on your reading. His hidden eyes swept the room once more. Check the lists, then go pack if your name is on them, he said, holding up a hand. We will not entertain requests to stay if your parents want you home. Emily looked over at Alassa as the Grand Master walked off the stage, dismissing the students. Crowds were already gathering around the lists. It took several minutes before they could get close enough to scan for their names. No one had called Emily home, unsurprisingly. The closest thing to a parent she had in this universe was Void, and he wasn't likely to call her out of danger, if he even knew she was in trouble. But Alassa... My father wants me home, Alassa said bleakly. She glanced across the hall to where Lady Barb was talking to Kay. Do you think she snitched to him? I don't know, Emily said. Lady Barb hadn't said anything about sending Alassa home, and she wasn't a particularly subtle person. But you might be a target here. And if I die, etc., etc., Alassa snarled. She looked up at the list again. What about Emeka? I can't see my name, Emeka said. Most of the students listed are ones with aristocratic parents or other such connections. Your father may not have been informed, Alassa said shortly. I should stay. No, Mistress Irene said. They jumped. None of them had realized she was right behind them. You will not be staying. Your father has summoned you home. Alassa held on to her temper with icy dignity. I cannot go while my friends remain in danger. That is the price you pay for being who you are, Mistress Irene snapped. You are more than just a person. You are the representation of an entire royal bloodline. I suggest very strongly that you take it up with your father when you reach Zangaria. Until then, go pack your trunk and make your way to the portal. And you too. Her gaze moved to Emeka and Emily. Go eat breakfast, now. We'll be there to see you off, Emily said to Alassa. She understood now precisely how Alassa must have felt when Emily ditched the Ken game. It was easy to feel abandoned, even though it wasn't Alassa's decision. Arguing would just get her pitched through the portal to explain herself to her father. Don't worry about it. You'd better keep the team practicing, Alassa growled to Emeka. I want to win the next game. Games have been cancelled indefinitely, Mistress Irene said. Now go. Emily obeyed, walking with Emeka into the dining hall. The students were already arguing over the Grand Master's words, although there were more fearful glances thrown in Emily's direction when they thought she wasn't looking. There was a dull undercurrent of resentment in the air, an awareness that an aspect of the sorcerer's rule was about to be flouted openly. Emily wondered, as she sat down gingerly and took a bowl of porridge, if the resentment was about to turn into outright mutiny. She saw Professor Lombardi making his way through the dining hall and realized grimly that he was heading straight towards her. Lady Emily, he said when he stopped in front of her table, I require your assistance after breakfast. Emily hesitated. I need to see Alassa off. Students are not allowed to be present unless they are leaving the school, Lombardi said, cutting her off shortly. You may say goodbye to her after breakfast, then report to my office immediately afterwards." "Yes, sir," Emily said, bitterly. There was no choice. "I'll be there." "I'll stay with Alassa as long as I can," Emeka said, reassuringly. "It wasn't your fault." Emily scowled. None of this was her fault, and half the school blamed her anyway. The other half seemed to expect her to do something about it. At least the tutors didn't seem to believe that Emily was their only hope. They finished their breakfast and walked up to Alassa's room. Their friend had her trunk open and was dropping clothes and a handful of books into it, although she seemed to be leaving half of her possessions at Whitehall. It was unlikely that anyone would steal from her. Emily hadn't heard of outright theft at Whitehall, not while the warden monitored the interior of the school, but Alassa seemed to like having her clothes with her. Besides, the searchers would eventually paw through her wardrobe. "Not your fault," Alassa said, although she still looked irked. "My father will have to explain himself to me. He should have called you two back to Zangaria as well." Emily frowned. She had a feeling that if King Randor had asked, the Grand Master would have refused. Besides, King Randor wasn't exactly her legal guardian. "Don't worry about us," Emily said, giving her friend a hug. "We'll be fine." Alassa's blue eyes met hers. "Really? I do worry about you." "I know," Emily said. It was astonishing to see how far Alassa had come since they'd first met. But then Alassa was one of the handful of people who knew where Emily really came from. It wouldn't be hard for her to deduce that the necromancer's bane was really nothing more than propaganda, put forward by the Allied lands. "I worry about you, too." She gave Alassa one final hug and then walked out of the bedroom. Madame Raz shot her a cross look as she assisted two first-years to move their trunks down the stairs to the portal, so Emily walked past them and along the corridor to Professor Lombardi's office. The door was wide open, a silver knife and a pair of stone knives laying on the table. Emily tapped on the door and stepped inside, looking around for the professor. He was standing in front of a corner table, studying a large textbook. "Those are the murder weapons," he said, without turning around. "What do you make of them?" Emily shrugged. "One silver, two stone," she said. She took a closer look. "And they're unmarked. There are no runes." "There's one carved into the handle of the silver knife," Professor Lombardi said. He closed the oversized textbook and turned to face her. "It's a fairly standard rune for a knife, intended to guide the blade towards the best possible place to strike. A werewolf may be unable to regenerate if pierced by a silver blade, but unless you hit a vital organ, it may not die immediately. That would be unfortunate." "Because the silver poisoning would drive it berserk," Emily said. She'd read the textbooks, including one written by a man who seemed to consider himself a great huntsman. At least the werewolf would have a chance to fight back if attacked by a hunter. It wouldn't be a wise move. Professor Lombardi nodded. "The absence of runes on the other blades is rather curious," he said. "A practiced necromancer would be able to make do without them, but a new practitioner would probably need them to drain power properly. The condition of the bodies might suggest that something went wrong with the process, but if that was the case, it was remarkably restrained. A necromantic accident would normally cause a colossal discharge of power." Emily frowned. Is it possible that someone could have mastered necromancy over the holidays and then returned to school? The professor quirked a sardonic eyebrow. "And somehow avoided detection, even with their magic spilling around them?" He smiled at Emily's sour expression. "Most necromancers have no finesse," he said. "They have more raw power than they know what to do with, and tend to rely on brute force to compensate for the gaps in their knowledge. Even if the necromancer was sane enough to hide what he was, he would still have to learn to work with his newfound magic, and that would be extremely difficult. We do monitor your progress quite closely." Emily nodded, wordlessly. "This is the fingerprint reading spell," Professor Lombardi added, changing the subject. "If it worked properly, it should show us every fingerprint on the table." He cast the spell into the air. There was a long pause, and then a glowing green image of a fingerprint appeared over the table. Several more followed, seemingly identical, but there were none from the knives themselves. The professor repeated the spell, yet nothing materialized. Emily realized bitterly that the knives had been wiped clean, or the killer had used gloves. "Interesting," Professor Lombardi stated. "We didn't pick up any magical residue earlier either." Emily looked at him. "Magical residue?" "Traces of the spells used by the killer," the professor explained. Most sorcerers have a unique signature of their own, matching their own specific way of casting spells. There isn't anything on the blades at all, which simply doesn't make sense. Destroying the warden so quickly should have been impossible without powerful magic, and the blades should be drenched in power if they had been used by a necromancer. "I see," Emily said slowly. She took the parchment he'd used to write down the spell and studied it. It seemed to be perfect, although she knew better than to think she could match Professor Lombardi in anything relating to charms. Did he take in all of the power? Every necromancer we have known had problems containing all of the power, Professor Lombardi said. It's rather like trying to drink from a bucket of water. Plenty of water goes into your throat, and more ends up spilling down your chest. Only the fairy, we assume, were able to contain it all. He shook his head. The only theory which seems to make sense is that someone is trying to fake a necromantic rite. But that doesn't explain the condition of the bodies. Emily hesitated, then cast the fingerprint spell for herself. Nothing new was revealed. Carefully, she pressed her finger against the table and then repeated the spell. Her fingerprint appeared, along with the others. "This could have interesting applications," Professor Lombardi said, "or it could prove surprisingly easy to fool. I shall have to give it some thought." He looked at Emily. "You have a long essay to write," he reminded her. "I suggest that you go to the library and start researching for it." "Yes, sir," Emily said reluctantly. A quick glance at her watch told her that she was probably too late to wave Alassa off as she stepped into the portal room. "Can I keep the spell?" Professor Lombardi shrugged. "I suppose it can't do any harm," he said. "By the way, how did you intend to complete the tests?" Emily blinked. "I beg your pardon?" "You suggested finding fingerprints," the professor said, "which was a good idea, even if it failed. But how did you intend to find out which fingerprints belonged to which person?" "The normal procedure would be to test every suspect and see whose fingerprints matched the ones found at the crime scene," Emily said. "Or if you don't want to tip them off, you test something you know no one else has touched." "The warden could have tested the entire school," Professor Lombardi said ruefully. "It may be months before a new one is ready to take his place." Emily scowled. How many students would be dead by then? "Go to the library," Professor Lombardi ordered. "If I can't hold classes, I can at least insist on excellent essays." "And you get mad if we make a tiny mistake," Emily thought. She shook her head. It was hard to blame the professor. Advanced charms was a fundamental requirement for students who wanted to become full-fledged sorcerers, and picking up bad habits, or even misconceptions, could make it impossible for a student to proceed. Even Void, who normally showed little interest in her education, had told her to make sure she did well at advanced charms. "Yes, sir," she said. Outside, there was a pair of mediators patrolling the corridors. One was young, no older than Jade. The other looked old enough to be his grandfather. They both eyed Emily suspiciously, then nodded and let her pass. She felt their gazes burning into her back as she walked past them and up the stairs to the library. Inside, it was blissfully quiet and empty. "Welcome back," Lady Aelia said. "Do you want to help return some books to the shelves?" Emily smiled. At least one person wasn't paying attention to rumor, and sorting books was relaxing as well as educational. "Sure," she said. "I'd love to." Chapter 28. If there was one good thing about the whole situation, Emily decided over the next few days, it was that canceling classes gave her a chance to catch up with the mountain of homework that had been handed out by almost all of her tutors. Most of the other students seemed to agree, although they still seemed torn between the conviction that Emily was a murderess and the belief that she would save them all. When she wasn't dodging hexes aimed at her back, she was trying to avoid older students staring at her with disturbingly worshipful eyes. She spent most of her time in the library, while Emeka tried to keep the upstarts practicing in the arena. Emeka didn't quite have Alassa's charisma, or sheer bloody-minded determination to press on no matter what, but Ken provided a distraction from the team's worries, as well as the chance to be with a large circle of friends. Emily still preferred the library, or cleaning out the barracks. The work seemed never-ending. The mediators had questioned her the day after Alassa left, but none of their questions were anything other than routine. They at least seemed confident that Emily wasn't the murderess, or a necromancer. She told them what she could, yet she doubted that it had been very helpful. And then they'd thanked her and told her not to leave Whitehall. Emily hadn't been able to stop herself from laughing at the thought. "I charmed the hoops, as you suggested," Aloha said, 4 days after Alessa left. "The activation word is soot. They should suck up dust into the bags." Emily smiled and thanked her, then carried the hoops and a piece of runic chalk up the stairs to the barracks. Inside, the dust seemed just as thick as ever, no matter how hard she brushed and scrubbed. Fixing one of the bags to the hoop, she muttered the activation word and smiled as the makeshift vacuum cleaner went to work. Large torrents of dust were pulled off the floor and into the bag. When it was full, Emily canceled the spell, sealed the bag, and fixed the next one onto the hoop. An hour later, she could actually see the floor properly. It was bare concrete, pitted by the weight of whatever military equipment had been stored inside the barracks. Emily honestly couldn't understand why they hadn't put the barracks outside the school, or at least closer to the armory. Once the floor was clean, she took the chalk and carefully drew out the anti-dust rune on the concrete. If placed carefully, she had calculated, the runes would slowly push any remaining dust into the corners, where it could be swept up tomorrow. She placed a sealing charm on the bags, just in case someone tried to kick them, and dragged them out of the barracks. The servants would pick them up later, she had been assured. The washroom still smelt funny, even after she vacuumed up everything on the floor. She cursed Master Tor under her breath, then went back and retrieved a bucket, a mop, and some soapy water. There were stains on the floor that smelt nasty. She didn't want to even guess at what they were, but she wiped them up anyway. It took nearly another hour to get the washroom into something resembling a decent appearance, a task that could have been done very quickly with magic. She had to admit that Master Tor had chosen a very inventive punishment. There was yet more dust in the other half of the barracks, forcing her to use the vacuum hoops again. In the corner, where the spiders lurked, she drew a simple pest repulsion rune and left it to take effect. According to the textbooks, the spiders should feel an urge to move from the spot, although it hadn't been clear how long it would take before they actually heeded the subtle command. Hopefully, they would make their way out of the castle and find a new home in the forest. She sat back and surveyed her handiwork. It was almost done. All she would really need to do was sweep up the remaining dust, then finish mopping the floor. The bunks would need to be replaced, but she wasn't sure if that was part of the punishment or not. She'd looked at the bunks carefully enough to know that they really needed to be replaced by something newer. Master Tor might complain that she had cheated, she knew. He hadn't specifically forbidden her from using charmed tools, but a case could be made that she had violated the intent of his instructions. Emily found it hard to care after spending several weeks on her knees, trying to loosen and remove as much of the dust as possible. Maybe she had deserved the punishment, and she'd certainly done something idiotic, if through ignorance, but she'd had more than enough of it. She really didn't want to think about what the dust might be doing to her lungs. And Lady Barb hasn't covered that yet, she thought, as she sagged against one of the walls. It needed a new coat of paint, too, but that was something she suspected could be left to someone else. I wonder what other diseases are festering in the toilets. Emily's entire body was aching, her muscles twanging uncomfortably. It would have been unpleasant in any case, she was sure, but it was worse after several hours of physical training from the sergeants. She felt as if she had run for hours, followed by sessions on the assault course, and then concluding with hand-to-hand combat against the other students, watched closely by the sergeants. Her body simply wasn't strong enough to fight the boys directly. I need a hot bath, she thought sourly. There were spells designed to help work out muscular kinks, but she wasn't sure who she dared trust enough to ask them to cast the spells on her. Emeka was still playing Ken, she assumed, and the Gorgon spoke to her as little as possible. And Lynn seemed to have merged into the shadows and vanished. The door opened, and she looked up, surprised. Melissa peeked her head into the room, then came inside, grinning unpleasantly. Emily was fairly sure that no one else knew about her detention duties. Enough people blamed her to ensure that her handiwork was undone the night after she cleaned the floor, but just one person was bad enough. The red-haired girl smirked at her, then eyed the runes on the floor nastily. "That's cheating," she said in a prissy little girl voice. "I could call Master Tor." "Who would then have to admit that the runes don't actually use my magic," Emily pointed out. It seemed logical, to her, that a magician could charge runes personally, rather than waiting for them to gather ambient magic, but all of her research suggested that wasn't actually possible. "I didn't cast any spells directly in this room." "Really?" Melissa said. "Should I test that?" Emily, Hot, sweaty, and tired, felt her temper flare. "If you want to call him, you can," she snapped. "I have no doubt that he will be pleased with you for wasting his time." She glared at Melissa. Tensions had been running high in the school since a third of the pupils had been called home, with fights and hexing contests breaking out in the corridors, despite the presence of the mediators. She'd seen a stream of unhappy-looking students being marched to the infirmary by the tutors, several with injuries or magically inflicted disfigurations. The student with the ear growing out of his forehead had looked particularly unhappy. "I don't think he likes you," Melissa taunted. "Maybe he wouldn't consider it a waste of time." "And maybe he would send you to help me," Emily responded, clenching her fists. "Call him or go away. I don't have time to listen to you." "My friends have been taken out of the school," Melissa snapped, "but they left me here." "I cannot imagine why," Emily sneered. She knew very little about Melissa's background, save that it had produced a girl who was almost as bratty as Lassa had been before she'd met Emily. Perhaps they didn't want you home. Melissa started forward, eyes flaring with anger, before she caught herself. "And King Brandor clearly thought better of ennobling you," she snapped. "He could have called you home, too." Emily scowled. She'd heard nothing from Alassa, and her friend should have reached Zangaria within a day through the portal network. Perhaps King Randor had grounded her for mouthing off to him. Emega had said that Alassa had been furious when she'd walked into the portal hall, or perhaps it was something more sinister, but there was no way to know. "But really, who gives such power to a 17-year-old girl?" Melissa demanded. "He probably wanted to give it to someone who—" "You are a spoilt brat," Emily snapped, feeling her temper boiling over. "You—" Melissa lifted her hand and cast a freeze charm towards Emily. Emily deflected it effortlessly. "You can't use magic," Melissa spluttered. "You can't—" Emily shaped a spell in her mind and hurled it at Melissa's face. Melissa jumped to one side, and the spell shot past her, vanishing as it struck the stone wall. Emily threw a second spell, and then a third, drawing on her training in martial magic. Getting off just one spell was unlikely to work out well, the sergeants had told their class. Nor was standing still while hurling spells, as if the enemy was going to be gentlemanly about the whole affair. "I can use magic," she hissed, as one of her spells sent Melissa crashing to the floor. "And I have had enough of you." Melissa rolled over, just in time to dodge a spell that would have turned her into a slug. She twisted and threw a blinding flash of light at Emily, forcing her to squeeze her eyes shut, and winning just enough time for Melissa to get back on her feet. Emily expected her to run, but instead she threw several nasty hexes at Emily's face. Emily gritted her teeth as a burning hex struck her cheek, leaving her feeling as if she'd been badly sunburned. She ignored the pain as best as she could, and threw a force punch towards Melissa. The girl was picked up and flung against the far wall by the force of the blast. "Get up," Emily snarled, feeling her frustration bubbling up inside her. "Get up and fight!" Melissa stared bleakly at her, then threw a half-hearted hex that missed Emily by nearly a meter. Emily ignored it as she reached down, grasped Melissa's shirt, and hauled her back up into a standing position, slamming her against the wall. Melissa let out a cry of pain as Emily held her, then tried to stamp on Emily's foot. Emily sidestepped it and glared down at her enemy. After the way Melissa had treated her, she wanted to smash her, to humiliate her so utterly that she never dared look at Emily again. And yet, was it right? Guilt boiled up in her mind as she stared at Melissa. Lady Barb had taught her not to hold back, but her anger had led to her almost killing Melissa. She let go of the redhead, watching as the girl slumped to the floor. It would have been easy to finish the job, and yet she couldn't. Melissa didn't deserve to die. "I'm sorry," she said softly. She couldn't tell if Melissa could even hear her. Melissa muttered a word in a language Emily didn't recognize, but it didn't sound pleasant. She felt tears welling up in her eyes and angrily pushed them away. There had been nothing to show her just how far she'd advanced ahead of the other second-year students through attending martial magic. She knew that she was physically strong, but she'd always compared her spell work to Aloha and Jade, both of whom had been years ahead of her. It had simply never occurred to her that she needed to do more than simply refrain from using the nastier spells against her fellow pupils. She needed to hold back more. "Damn you," Melissa said, as she tried to pull herself to her feet. "You should—" The door crashed open. Emily looked up to see Sergeant Bain advancing into the room. "And what?" he demanded as he peered down at the two girls, has been going on here? Emily struggled to explain as he tended to Melissa. The sergeant listened, even as he cast a series of healing spells, then pointed Melissa towards the infirmary. Emily read trouble for herself in his face and wondered if he would point her toward Lady Barb or find an even worse punishment duty for her. Maybe hunting death vipers. Wipe that mess off your face, the sergeant ordered, once Melissa had left the room. He reached into his uniform and produced a scrap of cloth that might have passed for a pocket handkerchief. What were you thinking? Emily wiped the tears from her face, bitterly. They were stained with dust. I have had enough of watching students lose their tempers, the sergeant continued. His voice was loud enough to make her ears hurt. It's bad enough that I just had to thrash a dozen idiots for trying to kill each other in the corridors, but now I find one of my pupils trying to kill one of her friends. What the hell were you thinking? Emily drew herself upright. I was thinking that she started it, she said, no longer willing to just stand there and take the blame. Or was I not supposed to defend myself? The sergeant looked at her sharply. By breaking 3 of her ribs, you're damn lucky that you didn't do any worse damage. Magic can't heal everything. He stalked over to the door and beckoned for her to follow him. Come with me, he snapped. You can come back and fix the rest of the mess later. Emily glanced behind her. One of the buckets had been tipped over, spilling water all over the floor. Several more bags had also been punctured, scattering dust everywhere. The rooms on the floor had largely been destroyed. She wanted to ask if she could take the time to repair them, but she knew better than to think she would be allowed. The sergeants had warned her right back at the start just how dangerous it could be to lose control. She winced, remembering the moment she'd slammed Melissa into the wall. The practice duels she'd fought with the sergeants and Lady Barb had included immediate medical care. She'd broken bones more than once, but the damage had been healed, and she'd been pushed back into the dueling ring. Melissa hadn't taken martial magic. Chances were that she'd never been hurt in defensive magic. I didn't mean to hurt her so badly, she thought. But another part of her mind reminded her just how good it had felt to lash out at Melissa, and to watch her fall. If the sergeant hadn't entered the room, would she have lashed out again? How far would she have gone? Would she have been overwhelmed by the desire just to hurt Melissa until she fell silent forever? She didn't want to think about it, but there was no choice. The sergeant led her down a long, sloping corridor, passing a series of open windows that looked out over the forest below. Emily stopped, remembering the first view she'd had of her new world from Void's tower, after he'd saved her from Shade. After this, would she be allowed to stay in Whitehall? Or would she be expelled? It wasn't as if she didn't have anywhere to go. Hell, she had enough money to hire tutors if necessary. And then a thought struck her. Sergeant, she said slowly, aren't you supposed to be with Kay? The sergeant stopped and turned to face her. And do you think that I, a male tutor, would be a suitable companion everywhere she went? Emily flushed helplessly. Of course Kay wouldn't want the sergeant sharing her bedroom or accompanying her to the toilet. No doubt Lady Barb or Mistress Irene had taken over, at least long enough to let them both have a break. It had been a stupid question, and yet something was nagging at her. Kay is quite safe, Sergeant Bain said. There was more than a little absolute conviction in his voice. And something had changed. Emily sensed it, although she was unable to tell what it was she was sensing. The magical field surrounding Whitehall had changed since the warden's death. It was no longer so focused or precise, but this was different. She caught herself glancing around nervously, unsure of what she was looking for. Something was very definitely wrong. What do you think you're doing, girl? Sergeant Bain demanded. Come with me. Emily hesitated. The sense of wrongness was growing stronger, as if something was beating on the walls of reality itself. She couldn't move. Instead, she glanced around, convinced that something was trying to sneak up on her. The glowing lights on the walls seemed to be fading, leaving the sunlight streaming in through the open windows as the only source of illumination. Sergeant Bain seemed, for a long chilling moment, suddenly lost in the shadow. Girl! The sergeant thundered. His fury seemed to be growing worse. Come! Now! But Emily couldn't move at all. The sergeant stepped forward, one hand raised as if he intended to strike her, And then he stopped. Something was wrong with his face, Emily realized slowly, although her mind had difficulty in even realizing that something was wrong. It was almost as if she weren't quite able to comprehend what she was seeing. Her head hurt, and she wanted to twist away, but something kept her feet firmly pressed to the floor. And then the sergeant dissolved into an eerie haze of multicolored light. Chapter 29. Mimic! Emily stared, rooted to the spot, as the entity slowly glided towards her, pulsing with utter malevolence. There was no discernible face, nothing to suggest an expression, and yet she was sure that it hated her. She lifted a trembling hand, trying to send for help and cast a protective ward, but nothing happened. The mimic was interfering with the magic, or maybe she was too scared to cast the spell properly. It had been months since she'd seen a mimic. One of them had been kept in Whitehall Zoo, trapped behind extremely powerful wards, and had vanished after Schooledin had attacked Whitehall. Everyone had assumed that it had killed, eaten, and replaced one of the orcs or goblins that had fled into the countryside after Schooledin had been killed. No one, as far as she knew, had seemed particularly concerned. Besides, even finding a mimic was supposed to be almost impossible. Had it been hiding in Whitehall ever since the attack on the school? The mimic seemed to be expanding, or perhaps it was simply growing closer. Glowing tendrils of mist reached towards her, the world seeming to fade as they neared. It was draining her, she realized numbly, copying everything that made her what she was in preparation to assume her form. And then it would kill her and take her place. Or would it? The pattern didn't seem quite right. Sheer panic blasted through her, and she stumbled backwards, regaining some strength as she staggered away from the mimic. It didn't seem to care. It merely glided after her, pushing her down the corridor. If it had killed and replaced Sergeant Bain, she'd never heard of a mimic simply being a shapeshifter, although she didn't know much about them. It wouldn't have any trouble doing the same to her. Desperately, she lifted her hand again and threw a hex at the mimic. The spell passed right through the entity, as if it were made of fog, or if it weren't really there. An illusion? She'd used an illusion of a mimic before, but she hadn't managed to duplicate the sense of being drained. How could she? Emily forced herself to concentrate and threw another spell, one of the handful of completely lethal spells she'd been taught, and warned never to even think about using, unless it was a matter of life or death. There was a brilliant flash of red light, but when it faded, the mimic was still there, advancing on her. Emily panicked and cast the first spell that came into her head, the magic detection spell. The mimic lit up with bright light. For a moment, it seemed to hesitate, as if the spell, unlike something far more lethal, had done real damage. And then it resumed its path towards her, billowing out to block her line of retreat. Emily gasped, then swore as she bumped into the wall and started to press her way towards the window. She hadn't even realized that she was being herded until it was too late. Do something, her mind yammered at her. Get out! The mimic's pulsing was almost hypnotic as it reached out towards her. Emily could feel its magic humming as it prepared to dine, to absorb everything she was. It was clear now why it had claimed the warden as its first victim. Without his constant monitoring of Whitehall's interior, the mimic could pick off the students and staff one by one and remain completely undetectable. No one had come to investigate the lethal spell she'd used, any more than they'd realized when she'd freed herself from Melissa's hexes. Master Tor hadn't realized that his order was largely unenforceable. Her life started to flash in front of her eyes as the mimic touched her mind. Her first memories, the few moments of happiness she'd had, her abduction from Earth. Somehow, the thought of Void and Schooledin gave her strength. She was not going to allow the mimic to get the better of her, even though everyone knew them to be almost indestructible. There had to be a way out. She looked over at the window, then pulled herself forward. It felt as if she had been walking for miles. The mimic was already draining her life from her, but somehow she made it to the window and stared out over the forest. Behind her, she felt the mimic closing in for the kill. There was no time to be careful. She climbed onto the ledge and lost her footing, falling out of the window. She caught a brief glimpse of the mimic, filling the corridor like fog. Then she plummeted down towards the ground. Her mind cleared the moment she was away from the mimic, but it was hard to cast spells. Any spell. The creature had drained her magical reserves, even if it hadn't managed to kill her. She tried to grab hold of the wall, only to be repulsed by a burst of magical power. Whitehall was designed not to let someone climb up the walls. Transfigure yourself, she thought desperately. If she could turn herself into a bird, or something tough enough to survive the fall, But she barely had enough magic left in her to light a candle. The ground came up with terrifying speed, and she knew, with absolute certainty, she was dead. And then something caught her and slowed her fall at the last possible moment. She still hit the ground hard enough to hurt, badly. The world spun around her and faded from view. "Emily?" A voice snapped out of the darkness. It sounded familiar, although the haze of pain made it hard to recognize it. "Can you hear me?" Emily nodded, weakly. Her entire body felt as if it had been smashed into jelly. There was a faint haze in her mind that made it hard to think. It took her several seconds to remember what she'd seen, and what she'd done in order to escape. Jumping out of a window 9 levels above the ground. If she hadn't been desperate, it would have been near suicide. "You've been quite badly hurt," the voice said, "but we've fixed most of the damage. Can you open your eyes?" Emily hadn't even realized that they were closed. There was a flash of blinding light as soon as she opened them, forcing her to screw them tightly closed again. A hand touched her shoulder lightly, then tapped her forehead. Emily opened her eyes again, squinting against the glare, and saw Lady Barb leaning over her. The combat sorceress looked badly worried. "You took an insane dive out of a window," Lady Barb said tartly. "If one of the mediators hadn't managed to catch you, you would have smashed yourself to a pulp. As it was, you broke about a dozen bones when you hit the ground. I've fixed the damage, but you really should stay in bed for the next few days. What were you thinking?" Emily hesitated, unsure. She was in the infirmary, but what had happened to get her there? And then she remembered the mimic. She caught Lady Barb's arm. "Mimic," she said as clearly as she could. Her voice sounded mushy to her ears, as if her jaw had smashed by the impact. "There's a mimic in the school." Lady Barb paled. "Are you sure?" "I saw it," Emily insisted, through the haze threatening to cloud her thoughts. "It killed Sergeant Bain, took his place." She remembered the pattern she saw and swore inwardly. They'd deduced that the killer was targeting the people who discovered the bodies, but the killer had already killed them and taken their place. Danielle had to have been the mimic when she reported finding her boyfriend's body. Kay had to have been the mimic when she'd been right next to Sergeant Bain. And a mimic wouldn't have had any trouble posing as the person it had killed until it encountered its next target. Somehow she forced herself to keep speaking. "Didn't anyone see it?" "You dived out of the wrong window for that," Lady Barb said grimly. "I have to speak to the Grand Master." "It was up by the barracks," Emily said. How long had she been in bed, unconscious? Had the mimic found someone else to consume after Emily had escaped? "You have to find it." "Finding a mimic isn't easy," Lady Barb said. She reached out and touched Emily's forehead very lightly. "This hasn't been an easy term for you, has it?" Emily shook her head mutely. "I'm going to put you back to sleep," Lady Barb added briskly. "You really need time to rest and mend." "No," Emily said frantically. Panic bubbled up in her mind again. "It could come for me." "I think it won't risk coming after you when there are so many people nearby," Lady Barb said shortly. She pointed a finger at Emily's chest. "And you really need to heal." The next thing Emily knew was that she was surrounded by the Grand Master, Sergeant Miles, Master Tor, and Lady Barb. There was no longer any sunlight streaming through the windows she saw as she looked towards them. Instead, there was an inky darkness that seemed somehow too dark to be real. She'd always admired the night sky from Whitehall. There were no lamps or anything else to cause light pollution, but she couldn't see the stars. There was nothing outside at all. "We found Kay's body," Sergeant Miles said curtly. He sounded exhausted. "But we haven't managed to locate Sergeant Bain at all." "The mimic took his place," Emily said. Her thoughts still weren't very clear, but she could remember his form dissolving into the pulsing mist. "I don't know what happened to it." "We checked the barracks carefully, finding nothing," Sergeant Miles said. "You were the only one who saw the mimic." Emily stared at him. Didn't they believe her? "Finding a mimic isn't exactly easy," the Grand Master said. "I don't believe that it has ever been done successfully." "But this one is behaving oddly, even for mimics," Lady Barb added. "They don't normally leave bodies behind, let alone bodies with knives in them. I don't understand why it would even bother leaving the bodies as anything more than dust." "Everything else fits, though," the Grand Master said. "The bodies were completely drained of energy. Even a necromancer wouldn't produce such an effect." "But I have never heard of a mimic trying to frame someone else," Sergeant Miles argued. We assumed there was a necromancer, because the bodies appeared to have been killed by a necromantic rite. But why would a mimic try to hide? Emily remembered, dimly, the handful of classes she'd taken last year on magical creatures. Mimics couldn't be killed, if she recalled correctly. Or at least no one had ever tried to do it and come back to report. They killed someone and copied their body so precisely that they could take their place for weeks, perhaps months or years. And as they copied their victims' memories and personality, too, the change was almost impossible to detect until the mimic resumed its natural form. They were the stuff of nightmares. "I wish I knew," she said out loud. "Can we track it down?" "Maybe," Lady Barb said. "No one knows much about them, but there's a general consensus that they can go quite some time without having to change their form. This one, however, seems determined to kill every few days." "Maybe it's injured," Emily mused. If it had attacked the warden, it suggested a certain level of intelligence. "Are mimics intelligent?" Lady Barb gave her a sharp look. "No one knows," she admitted. "They certainly seem capable of posing as their victims." The Grand Master held up his hand. "For the moment, I have altered the wards and sealed us within the school," he said. "We will be unable to leave until we find and contain the mimic." Emily stared at him. "You're locking us all inside with that thing?" "Watch your tone," Sergeant Miles growled. Emily flinched. Sergeant Miles had lost his best friend when Shade had forced Emily to stab him, and now he might have lost Sergeant Bain, too. He might well blame Emily for Sergeant Bain's death, even if he knew it wasn't her fault. "There's no choice," the Grand Master said. "The mimic could be any one of us." "And none of the students will be welcome in the Allied lands until they are proved to be human," Lady Barb added tartly. "Or us, too." "You can't be serious," Emily said in disbelief. "We can't all be the mimic." "Emily, people are terrified of mimics," Lady Barb said softly, "and with very good reason." Emily nodded, unhappily. If a mimic could replace a person so exactly that there was no easy way to spot the substitution, the first real sign might come when it dissolved into mist and searched for its next victim. She could imagine a wife sleeping next to a husband, and then waking up to see her husband resuming his natural form. It made her wonder if the mimic kept the memories of those it had killed, or if it forgot what it had been when it returned to its natural form. It must forget, she mused out loud, or why would it play at being human? Lady Barb quirked an eyebrow. "Emily?" "The mimic," Emily said. "While it isn't in its natural form, does it remember what it really is?" Travis had been interrogated, Emily recalled, and nothing had surfaced to suggest that he was anything more than the jerk he'd seemed. But if she assumed that the mimic had killed Travis and taken his place during the Battle of Whitehall, when the wards were down, it suggested that the mimic had been able to pass for a student, simply because it had forgotten it was anything else. Master Tor's lectures on truth spells and their limitations suggested that a liar couldn't be detected if he didn't know that he was lying. "No one knows," Lady Barb said softly. She looked down at Emily, thoughtfully. "Can you cast a spell for me?" Emily blinked. "Which one?" "Any," Lady Barb said. Something clicked in Emily's mind. "You think I'm the mimic?" "It's a possibility," the Grand Master admitted. "Danielle would have been replaced. It was the mimic who reported finding Travis's body, not his former girlfriend." Emily stared at him in absolute horror. If she were the mimic, would she even know that she was? Might she have been replaced before she hurled herself out of the window? She hesitated, then cast a simple light spell. The ball of light shimmered into existence and hovered over her bed. "But that may not prove anything," Sergeant Miles said grimly. "If Travis was replaced when the mimic escaped, he still would have had to perform magic in classes. I know he was studying and using spells in martial magic, and I really don't see how he could have faked them." Lady Barb nodded in agreement. "So that proves nothing," she said. "The mimic could be anywhere, or anyone." "I am not the mimic," Emily said sharply. The Grand Master gave her a sympathetic look. "Would you know if you were?" "We've had to seal the school," Lady Barb said, changing the subject. "Could that have been the objective all along? Did someone introduce the mimic into the school?" "There is no known way to control a mimic," the Grand Master said flatly. It is much more likely that we are hunting the mimic that escaped the zoo during Schooledin's attack on Whitehall. And we have to find it before it wipes out everyone in Whitehall." He turned and made his way towards the door, then stopped. "Lady Emily," he said, "thank you for alerting us to the threat. Stay here, get better, then see if you can think of any way to trap the creature." Sergeant Miles followed him, leaving Emily alone with Lady Barb. "You can't think that I'm the mimic," Emily protested. The very thought was terrifying. "I told you about it." Lady Barb shrugged. "There's no way to know just what it might be thinking," she said, "assuming that it is thinking at all. We know so little about them. No one even knows where they come from. Gorgons and orcs and other such creatures are warped humans, but a mimic is something else entirely." "A monster," Emily said. From what she could recall of the lectures, even the suggestion that someone might be a mimic had led to that person being lynched, or worse. It was stupid, given what a mimic could do, but it happened. Maybe she should be glad she was in the infirmary. What would her fellow students do if they thought she was the mimic? "Quite," Lady Barb agreed. "The Grand Master is currently working on ways to trap it. There are wards that can be used to confine it, then we can seal it in a trunk like you did with a cockatrice." She smiled. "I need you to go over everything that happened since Sergeant Bain revealed his true nature to you." "That he'd been replaced," Emily corrected. Sergeant Bain had an alibi for the warden's death, she was sure. Even if he didn't, it didn't prove that he'd been the mimic all along. It could be anyone now. "Yes," Lady Barb agreed. Her voice was very flat. "It could." Emily shook her head in disbelief. A mimic. Why couldn't it have been a bloody basilisk? A giant snake with a weakness for rooster cries would have been easy to find and kill. A mimic, on the other hand, no one even knew if they could be killed. Chapter 30. Emily looks down at her hands. They seem normal, yet she knows there is something badly wrong. A thought is nagging at the corner of her mind. It is... what? She cannot focus. The thought isn't really there, and yet her hands are shimmering with light. As she watches, they dissolve completely into glowing mist. A terrible hunger fills her, and she turns, searching for her former classmates. Now they are nothing more than sources of food. Emily snapped awake, staring around her desperately. A nightmare. It had just been a nightmare. And yet there had been something about it that had reached down inside her and touched the very core of her being. Her entire body was soaked with sweat, even though she was wearing nothing more than a light hospital gown. The nightmare had left its mark on her soul. She looked around. The infirmary appeared to be deserted, apart from a couple of first years who were both fast asleep. There didn't seem to be anyone else in the ward. Emily swung her legs over the side of the bed and stood upright, despite feeling shivers running through her entire body. She clung onto the bed until the shakes faded away, then staggered towards the large mirror and peered into it. Her own reflection looked back at her. Emily had never been particularly vain. Any tendency she might have had towards vanity had been drummed out of her by exposure to Alassa, who never managed to have so much as a hair out of place, but she was still shocked by her own appearance. Her face was pale, while her hair was stringy and unwashed, and there were bruises all over her body, barely visible through the gown. She touched one lightly, and felt a brief ache, before realizing that the healer had fed her numbing potion. If she hadn't, her entire body would be hurting. "You've looked better," a blunt voice said from behind her. Emily spun around to see Kyla, the healer, scowling at her. "I've looked worse, too," Emily said tartly. "When can I leave the ward?" "You really need to eat, and then lie down for another hour or two," Kyla said. "After that, I think you could probably leave if you wanted to, but it isn't very pleasant out there." Emily looked over at the window and shuddered. The darkness was still there. Her internal clock had improved radically since she'd come to Whitehall, even though she'd been given a clockwork watch. But it was hard to tell just what time it was. A glance at the clock hanging over the door told her that it was early morning. It felt like the middle of the night. "Sit," the healer said, pointing to a chair. "I'll have food brought up to you in a jiffy." "Thank you," Emily said, sitting down. "What's happening out there?" "Absolute panic," Kyla stated. She peered down at Emily, casting a series of medical charms. "The mimic could be anyone." "And we're trapped," Emily finished, glancing back at the window. How many hexes have been thrown in the last few hours alone? Too many, Kyla said darkly. I've spent too much time fixing idiots who have been hexed by their classmates. She walked over to a cabinet and reached inside, removing a tray of food. Eat this, she ordered, passing it to Emily. And make sure you eat until you're bursting. Emily nodded. The food didn't look very appetizing, but it smelled remarkably good. Lady Barb had talked about healer's mush, a porridge-like substance that helped the body to heal quickly. Emily realized, as she dug into the food, that Lady Barb hadn't exaggerated the effect. Every bite made her want to eat more, until she had definitely eaten as much as she could. And yet she still wanted more. Most of it will help fuel your recovery, Kyla informed her, as she ran a series of checks on Emily's body. I'd advise you to try to take it easy for the next couple of days. Your body was badly depleted of magical reserves even before you jumped out a window. Take it easy, Emily repeated, rolling her eyes. How am I meant to do that? A thought struck her as she looked down at the bruises, and she felt a stab of guilt. How is Melissa? Kyla didn't seem surprised by the question. I fixed the remaining damage and sent her to bed, she said flatly. I believe that she was rather unhappy with you. Sergeant Bain healed her, Emily said, and then scowled. That wouldn't have been the real sergeant, but the mimic. It could perform magic then. Did it copy the magical skills of the person it replaced, or did its powers grow as it moved from victim to victim? I'll talk to Lady Barb about it later. Indeed you will, Kyla said. She passed Emily a new set of robes. I suggest you go back to your bedroom, take a shower, and then get some more sleep. And watch your back out there. Thank you, Emily said. She pulled on the robes and inspected herself in the mirror. They didn't fit her perfectly, but it was hard for someone to notice unless they looked very closely. I will. She stepped out of the infirmary and headed down the corridor, unable to escape the sense that something was terribly wrong. There was hardly anyone, apart from the mediators, in the corridors. The handful of fellow students she saw gave her a wide berth, as if they thought she were contagious. It wasn't any better being thought a mimic than a murderess and apprentice necromancer. By the time she reached the dorms, she felt thoroughly depressed. Madame Raz glanced at her as she entered the corridor, then nodded towards the common room. Emily peeked inside and saw a handful of students who were reading a list of instructions from the Grand Master. Students, he said, were to take an emergency charm and trigger it if they saw the mimic. There was a dire warning added to the bottom, stating that anyone who triggered the charm as a practical joke would be expelled. Under the circumstances, Emily couldn't help wondering what they intended to do to get someone out of the building. The wards were almost completely impregnable. The students gave her fearful looks as she scanned the list of instructions, depressing her still further. She knew that she had never been entirely popular. Even before she became a baroness, she'd beaten a necromancer. But this was different. At least they weren't aiming hexes at her back, she told herself, as she took one of the charms and headed out of the room. Maybe, after she'd had a rest, she could go to the library and look up whatever they had on mimics. There had to be a clue there, something they could use to find and trap the creatures before it killed them all. Or before we run out of food, she thought. Whitehall students consumed a vast amount of food every day, far more than anywhere in Zangaria. How long would it be before the kitchens ran out of food supplies? They'd have to go on rations as soon as possible. She pushed the door open and stepped into the room. The Gorgon was seated at her desk, working her way through a set of papers, while Lynn was lying in her bed reading a book. Neither of them paid much attention to Emily, for which she was grateful. The last thing she wanted was more attention and suspicion. She sat down on her bed and started to pull off the borrowed robe. It would have to be returned to Kyla before the end of the day. I heard you jumped out of a window, the Gorgon said, turning to face her. She looked utterly inhuman, the light catching her snakes in a manner that chilled Emily's blood. What really happened? I jumped out of a window, Emily said tightly. It was the only way out. The Gorgon lifted an eyebrow. Why didn't you run down the corridor instead? It had me trapped, Emily said defensively. There had been something about the whole experience, she decided, as she considered everything that had happened in retrospect, that suggested that the mimic had effectively hypnotized her. She'd read somewhere there were predator animals that could mesmerize their prey, but she'd never heard of it happening to humans. I couldn't think of another way out. She finished undressing and walked into the bathroom. Some of the healer's mush had already worked, she realized as she glanced into the mirror. Most of the bruises had disappeared, although the remainder looked as though they would take much longer to fade away. She hadn't been so black and blue since her first session of hand-to-hand combat with Lady Barb. Shaking her head, she stepped into the shower and allowed the water to wash the sweat from her body, then washed her hair. By the time she stepped out, she was feeling almost human again. "Walking around naked isn't a good idea," the Gorgon said dryly. "They've been searching our rooms at unpredictable intervals." Emily snorted, wondering if they thought that would do any good. A mimic was impossible to distinguish from its victim until it was too late. Random searches might trap a necromancer or someone experimenting with forbidden magic. Or drugs, but she doubted they would actually help solve their problem. She hadn't even realized that male tutors were allowed into female bedrooms until Master Tor had come charging into her room, although she did have to admit that he'd had a very good reason. She pulled on her underpants and the bra, made in Zangaria, a threaded note proclaimed, and then pulled a basic robe over her head. Somehow she didn't feel like dressing up when there was a mimic on the loose. Besides, she wasn't going to go back to the barracks, at least not for a few days. If they were going to be trapped with a murderous mimic, the detention seemed to have become more than a little pointless, as well as cruel. And educational, she thought sourly. It certainly taught me a few lessons. Shaking her head, she sat down at her desk and froze. Someone had been rooting through it again, and the spells she'd used to protect it had completely failed. Emily swore out loud, checking where she'd left the books. Someone had moved several of the textbooks, hunting for something else. It wasn't as if any of her textbooks weren't carried in the school library. The Gorgon gave her a sharp glance. "Language," she snapped. "Watch your tongue." Emily rounded on her. "Have you been touching my desk?" "Why," the Gorgon sneered, "would I touch your desk?" "Someone has been touching my desk," Emily snapped back. "And what do you care about my language anyway?" "If one of us gets in trouble, we all lose room points," the Gorgon said, in a voice she might use to explain something elementary to a baby. "I happen to want something a little more comfortable than this rickety chair. Your little exploit, whatever it was, cost us every point we had. We currently do not have the points to get anything when the time comes to turn them into furniture." Emily scowled. It seemed like a simple trick to push the students into behaving themselves and policing one another, at least when they were in their rooms. She could afford to outfit every room in Whitehall with fancy furniture, as could many other pupils, but it was against the rules. "At the moment," she said, controlling her temper with an effort, "it doesn't really matter." "Maybe it doesn't matter to you, Baroness," the Gorgon hissed. "And maybe it doesn't matter to a child of destiny, but it does matter to those of us who don't have vast fortunes or places to go after they graduate." Emily flushed. She knew what happened to most students when they graduated from Whitehall, but where would the Gorgon go? Would she fit in with her fellow Gorgons after leaving Whitehall? Many students from poorer backgrounds were seduced into joining the establishment by attending Whitehall and having proper plumbing and food for the first time in their lives. Emily might well be the only student whose living conditions had taken a step downward since coming to the school. But then the company is better, she thought ruefully. "If we get out of this alive, I'll try to be a better roommate," Emily said tiredly. She couldn't blame the Gorgon for being angry with her, but this was going too far. "Do you know who has been touching my desk?" "Touching someone else's desk is bad manners," the Gorgon reminded her. "I wouldn't have touched your desk unless it was on fire." Emily scowled, but accepted the rebuke. In Whitehall, touching someone's personal possessions and notes was a severe breach of etiquette. It was rare for someone to even grant permission for someone else to touch their possessions. In all of her time at Whitehall, Emily honestly couldn't remember someone allowing someone else to open their trunk and retrieve an item. Alassa and Emeka certainly had never told Emily that she could use their trunks. She swung back around and stared at the desk, then cast a series of revealing charms. The wards and hexes she'd placed on it were still there. They'd just failed to bite at all. Emily inspected them as carefully as she could, but if there was something wrong with them, it was beyond her ability to detect. And that meant, "Gorgon," she said, "would you mind testing the hexes?" The Gorgon eyed her through snake-like eyes. "You don't trust your own handiwork?" "No," Emily said as she stood up. It was humiliating to admit it, but there was no choice. "I think I messed up the charms." "Fine," the Gorgon said. She stood, walked over to Emily's desk, and sat down on her chair. There was a flash of light, and she froze solid. Even her snakes stopped moving. A skilled magician could probably break free, even if they couldn't move their hands, but she doubted that a second-year student could. "It works," Emily said, as she performed the counter charm. "I'm sorry." "Perhaps now you can shut up," the Gorgon said tartly. She stood, her snakes hissing around her, and headed back to her desk. "And don't lose us any more points." Emily sighed, wondering just who was poking through her desk. Master Tor? He certainly should have the skills to take her wards down and then rebuild them, or at the very least, neutralize them long enough to search her desk. But why would he need to spy on her when he could search her possessions at any moment? Why would he run the risk of being caught in a female bedroom alone? Surely Madame Raz would ask a few pointed questions if she caught him. She scowled down at the desk, mulling over her options. The fingerprint detection charm might work, if she could remember where she put the note. She'd wanted to copy it into her own spell book, but there hadn't been time. Instead, she'd left it in her desk. Carefully, she searched through the set of papers and blinked in surprise when she realized that she couldn't find it. The spell was completely missing. Her blood ran cold. Fingerprint detection charms were unknown in Whitehall, or at least they had been unknown until Emily had suggested using one. If someone had taken it, did that mean that they knew what the charm was intended to do? Had they hoped it would prevent Emily from recreating it? But that seemed absurd. Emily could have recreated her own work, and in this case all she had to do was ask Professor Lombardi for a second copy. She ran her hand through her hair, then looked to see what else was missing. Nothing was, as far as she could tell. They'd only taken the fingerprint charm. And that meant... what? "I told you to be quiet," the Gorgon said sharply. "Do I have to turn you into stone to shut you up?" Emily flushed. She hadn't realized that she'd been mumbling aloud. "I'm going to the library," she said, and stood. "I'll see you at dinner time." "Take someone with you," the Gorgon said. "Not me." Emily looked at Lynn, who barely looked up from her book. Her silent roommate clearly wasn't going to come with her, or get involved in the argument. Shaking her head, Emily picked up a handful of books she'd intended to return to the library and walked out the door, then headed 3 doors down the short corridor to Emeka's room. It was closed, and when she pushed her hand against the charm, it refused to open. "I think she's playing Kingmaker with some of the others," Madame Raz said from behind her. "They're in the games room if you're interested." "Thank you," Emily said. There was no point in disturbing her friend. Emeka loved Kingmaker, and had taken to chess like a duck to water after Emily had introduced it. "I'll find her later." She walked to the door and headed to the library. There had to be something there, she told herself. Some way of finding a mimic before it could kill everyone in the building. And there were ways to trap them, but they had to be found first. She was so intent on the possibilities that she didn't even notice the mediator until she walked right into him. "You should watch yourself, girl," he said. "This isn't a safe place any longer." "No," Emily agreed quietly. "It never was." Chapter 31. The library was almost empty, Emily discovered when she stepped inside, apart from a couple of 6th-year boys who were working their way through a pile of textbooks. They gave Emily sharp glances, but apart from that, they completely ignored her. Emily was silently grateful as she walked over to the desk and smiled at Lady Aelia. The librarian looked as tired as everyone else. "Half the books in the library are out," Lady Aelia said, by way of introduction. "What can I do for you?" "I was wondering what you had on mimics," Emily said, lowering her voice automatically. "Is there more than I saw in the textbooks?" "Mostly restricted," Lady Aelia said. "I shall consult with the Grand Master." Emily nodded and wandered over to the shelves, looking for anything that might be interesting or helpful. She couldn't help noticing that almost all of the books on hexes, jinxes, and practical jokes had been taken out. The recent spate of infighting, she guessed, had encouraged the students to do more research. The only discipline that didn't seem to have been rated was history, something that struck Emily as sad. She had always loved history, if only because it had been an escape from her life, and the history of Whitehall was fascinating. It was hard to be sure, but she suspected that real history didn't really go back as far as Professor Locke suggested. There were so many myths and legends about the time of the fairy that it was difficult to know what might be real and what might be myth, all the more so because there had been so many deliberate purges of knowledge over the years. Officially, the records dated back over 3,000 years, but Emily suspected that they were only reliable up to about 500 years ago, but there was no way to be certain. She felt a tug and turned to see Lady Aelia, waving her back to the desk. "I spoke with the Grand Master," the librarian said when Emily approached. "He has authorized me to allow you access to the books." "Thank you," Emily said. "Go into study room 5, Lady Aelia ordered. I'll bring the books to you there. Study Room 5 was larger than the study room she'd used last year, when the Grand Master had allowed her to read a series of texts on necromancy. It was empty, apart from a table, 3 chairs, and a poster on the wall, threatening dire consequences for anyone who tried to remove the books without permission. Emily had done enough work in the library to know that trying to remove a restricted book would trigger the wards, which would immobilize the thief until he could be dealt with. There was no way to know if the warden's death had affected those wards. Lady Aelia entered 7 minutes later, carrying a stack of books in one hand. Most of them looked to have been recently handled, probably by the Grand Master or Lady Barb. Thankfully, none of them felt as evil as the books on necromancy, just dusty and old. The librarian put them down on the table, worked a series of charms to remove the protections on the books, and then left the room, leaving Emily alone. Carefully, she picked up the first book and read the title, A Mimicry of Mimics. The author, she very rapidly decided, had never actually encountered a mimic. Most of the text seemed to be a list of reported sightings, complete with some attempt at analysis. Emily skimmed it carefully, but saw nothing that she hadn't already known. The only oddity was a report that some mimics in human form behaved oddly before reverting to their natural state, but there was no clear idea of what was odd. Did Sergeant Bain act oddly when he was a mimic? She asked herself. Should he have done something other than dragging me off down the corridor? It was impossible to know. Instead, she read the rest of the book, frowning at some of the nastier comments about people who might be mimics. The writer had suggested that someone who acted oddly should be scrutinized, just to be sure they weren't mimics, which probably didn't help people suffering from mental illnesses. Someone unpopular could be lynched because the locals believed that he or she was a mimic, just as suspected witches had been burned in Spain under the Inquisition. Irritated, she looked at the next one and realized that it was more of the same, although the author did include an incredibly colorful account of an encounter with a mimic that, he said, had sparked off a lifelong interest in the creatures. It hadn't done anything for the writer's mental stability, she decided, after reading the next few chapters. He'd come to the conclusion that everyone apart from himself was a mimic, and he'd eventually been locked up to stop him performing mimic detection tests. Emily read the description of the test in the hopes that it would be something workable, but it didn't take long to realize that it was about as useful and impartial as dunking witches. Both books agreed, however, that all verified mimic attacks were spaced out by months at least. The mimic had been able to take someone's place and pose as them, perfectly, for a long time, perhaps even forgetting what it really was. It had to forget, Emily decided, unless there was something utterly inhuman about its mindset. How could it be happy posing as someone else? But it didn't quite make sense. Emily could understand why one human would wish to take over another's life. Everyone believed that the grass was greener on the other side of the hill. Taking someone else's life, if it were possible to pose as them so completely, might seem an ideal solution. But why would a mimic, an inhuman creature, want to be human? How the hell could something like it have evolved? Gorgon might want to be human, Emily thought slowly. But why would a dragon, or a mimic? Dragons, she suspected, had evolved to use the magic field to their own advantage. It was the only way something their size could fly. A mimic might have done the same, but it still seemed odd. What sort of possible evolutionary advantage would pretending to be something else so completely grant it? It was such a complete pretense that its personality was utterly subsumed in the host, assuming, of course, that it had a personality. She remembered the sense of pure malevolence from the mimic and shivered. They did have personalities, and they hated humans. She picked up the third book and smiled in relief when she realized that it was far more practical. There was no decisive test for a mimic, but a mimic couldn't change its form and hide without something to copy, and there seemed to be limits on just what it could copy. It didn't seem to be able to turn itself into an object, or anything smaller than a puppy, and anything smaller than a human didn't last very long. If the mimic remained in that form while devouring life energy, it would return to its normal appearance within a few hours. But a human form could be assumed for weeks, perhaps months. Except that wasn't what had happened. Travis had died, and the mimic had replaced Danielle. Danielle had died, and the mimic had replaced Kay. Kay had died, and the mimic had somehow replaced Sergeant Bain. If Emily had managed to escape, she found it hard to understand why Sergeant Bain had been caught, but perhaps he'd simply been trapped. The notes made it clear that running through the mimic would have meant instant death. But all of those deaths had happened within a few days of one another. She glared down at her notes, convinced she was missing something. Why had the mimic even stayed at Whitehall? Why had it killed the warden, rather than simply leaving the castle when it began to remember who and what it was? Why had it sought to convince the Grand Master that there was a necromancer on the loose? There was nothing in the books to suggest that the mimics ever bothered to conceal their activities. Why should there be, when they were effectively unstoppable? "What," she muttered out loud, "am I missing?" She'd panicked and accidentally cast the detection charm. The mimic had lit up brightly. But it can't be that simple, she mused. Otherwise someone else would have found a way to track and identify them by now. They'd practiced using the charms extensively in first year, and most students would light up as brightly as the mimic. Protection charms, practice wards, all of Whitehall's students were tainted with magic. They could never be completely free of it, even if they refrained from using their powers. Hell, they couldn't refrain from using their powers. Eventually, the magic would break free. And then it struck her. She flipped back through the books, checking every recorded location of a mimic sighting. They all took place away from magical centers such as Whitehall, or the other nexus points. This mimic wasn't just pretending to be human, it was pretending to be a magician. Just by being in Whitehall and posing as a student, it was burning up magic at a terrifying rate. And once it ran out of magic, it would be forced to revert back to its normal form. They suck up magic to survive. Just like dragons, she thought numbly. The mimic was lashing out with the fury of a wasp caught in a jam jar, aided by a cold, inhuman intelligence and a certain awareness of how humans thought. It had created the illusion that there was a necromancer in the school, disguising just how often it needed to feed. And that meant... Her blood ran cold. The mimic had attacked Sergeant Bain, and it had immediately come after her. If it had learned from him what she'd done with the Nexus Point, it might have decided that Emily was the key to a feast of magic from the Nexus. Or perhaps Sergeant Bain had intended to visit her in the barracks, and the intention had carried over when the mimic had assumed his form. And if it realized that I might have a way to make necromancy viable, it will be all the more determined to capture me, Emily thought. She swallowed a curse, then hesitated. Perhaps there was a way to catch it before it caught up with her again. She took a new sheet of paper and started to scribble down notes. Take each student into the Great Hall and force them to burn up as much of their power as they can, she muttered to herself. If one of them happens to be the mimic, they will be exhausted and revert back to natural form, and they can no longer maintain the disguise. It seemed simple, although she knew there would be objections. She wasn't too willing to burn up all of her power. It crossed her mind that it might be because she was the mimic, all unknowing, and she suspected that everyone else would feel the same way. They would be rendering themselves defenseless, and if what Kyla had said was true, the level of hexing in the school had skyrocketed since they'd ended up trapped. She looked back at the more practical book and worked out how it insisted that a mimic could be trapped. The wards would have to be constructed with extreme care, then manipulated to force the mimic back into the zoo. Rather like handling antimatter, she decided. Maybe they could just leave the mimic in its cage, sealed up forever. The books had no idea if they could starve the mimic to death. Or she could create another pocket dimension and snap the mimic out of existence. It had worked for Schooledin. Why wouldn't it work for a mimic? Because no one knows anything about mimics, her own thoughts answered. Would one even be sucked into a gravity well? It was hard to imagine an entity made of mist not being sucked inside, but she knew better than to assume something that looked like mist actually was mist. In fact, why did the mimic flinch back from a detection charm when a lethal spell had gone through it, as if it were made of, well, mist? This is not going to be easy, she told herself as she stood, but there isn't any choice. Lady Barb and the Grand Master would have to be informed. Then they would have to be talked into trying it, even though most of the school would object. How long would it take to test everyone? Emily had exhausted herself before, casting magic, but many of the remaining pupils were older and more practiced. She gathered the books together, then called Lady Aelia and waited for her to enter the room. When she came, she was escorted by Emeka, who looked tired, but surprisingly happy. I won the match, she said, before Emily could ask why she was so cheerful. I am now the kingmaker of second year. I'm going to be playing the champ from third year tomorrow, then fourth year if I beat him. Alasa is going to want you to be practicing Ken, Emily reminded her mischievously. How is the team? Emeka's eyes darkened. They're not allowed outside the building at all, she said softly. Under her delight at winning, Emily realized suddenly, she was scared. We can't play Ken inside the building. We could probably play it in the Great Hall, Emily said. She had a sudden mental vision of balls going everywhere while the players tried to dodge, but she forced it aside with a grimace. No doubt the Grand Master would order mass expulsions after the chandeliers were destroyed, although he couldn't get anyone out of the castle while the mimic remained outside confinement. Maybe he would just turn the culprits into frogs instead. Or the dining hall. There isn't food to waste, Emeka said. Do you remember the food fight? Emily nodded. It had been started by some third years, fourth years now, before the end of last term. They'd used magic to hurl plates of food everywhere, encouraging others to fire back with bowls of soup, cakes, and whatever else came to hand. The resulting devastation had ruined hundreds of robes and caused a mess that the original perpetrators had been forced to clean up, by hand. Emily had the feeling that they hadn't regretted it very much. Now there's barely enough food for a few weeks, assuming we use it carefully, Emeka added. I was asked to help the cooks with their calculations. Ouch, Emily said. Food was difficult to transfigure, let alone produce from nothing, even for magicians as powerful as the Grand Master. Producing enough food to keep the entire school alive might be beyond even his formidable power. How long do we have? Emeka hesitated. A month at most, she admitted finally. Perhaps less, perhaps much less. The cooks were talking about seeing who brought food from home. Emily made a face. She'd never had parents who cared enough to send her food, but some of the students at Whitehall were luckier. Alassa's mother had been discouraged from sending a whole trunk full of goodies, while other parents had sent snacks, care parcels, or even pre-prepared meals. But surely even the most indulgent of parents couldn't have sent enough food to feed the entire school. Maybe they'll let us go out and scavenge, she said finally. But she could easily see the Grand Master refusing, or the Allied lands taking steps of their own to seal off Whitehall. A mimic was a deadly threat. Or maybe not. I'll put the books back where they belong, Lady Aelia said. If you have an idea, you might want to use it now. Emily nodded and stepped out of the private room, casting the Seeker spell in the air to locate Lady Barb. The needle appeared, pointing downwards. Probably in her office, Emily said as they left the library. I think she's looking for a solution, too. Emeka caught her arm. Do you have a solution? I think so, Emily said. She hesitated, looking down at her notes. It may work, given a chance. The almost worshipful look in Emeka's eyes was disturbing, she realized. She'd been a small girl, Alassa's victim when they'd first met, even if she had learned how to use magic to defend herself, just like Emily. And her association with Emily had brought her family money, power, and eventual ennoblement. Emily knew that her friend owed her a great deal, yet such admiration bothered her. She didn't want to spend the rest of her life casting a shadow over her friends. But she still kicks your ass at Kingmaker, she thought ruefully. Emeka had plenty of talents of her own, even if they didn't seem so spectacular. And she's much better at handling bargaining than I. This corridor should be busy, Emeka said, as they stepped into the main thoroughfare. But everyone is hiding in their rooms or trying to distract themselves. Emily scowled. Few of the children of Whitehall had grown up in constant danger, even those born to wealthy and powerful families. They knew that the building was effectively under siege, and a mimic was moving through the building, killing people and assuming their form. Anyone could be the mimic. She couldn't really blame them for being scared, even though being alone was asking for trouble. How long did it take a mimic to assume a new form? Yeah, she said absently. There was a blinding flash of light directly ahead of them, and then the first text came out of nowhere, aimed right at Emily's face. Chapter 32. Emily jumped to one side, wincing as she felt the heat of the hex flash past her and smash harmlessly against the wall. Who was attacking her now? Melissa? She couldn't see any sign of her attacker, apart from a hex that came out of thin air and spun towards Emeka. The attacker was completely invisible. A third hex started towards her, striking her protections before she could react. Her protections glowed as they tried to repel the hex, but it clung on and started to burn its way towards her. Emily had seen Sergeant Miles cast spells that wore down a person's defenses, but she hadn't seen anyone else do the same, not even Void. She cast the counter spell, then threw a hex of her own back towards where she thought the attacker was. It missed. Emeka cast a series of tripping jinxes down the corridor, trying to expose the attacker. Emily smiled to herself. Her friend was more ingenious than most people gave her credit for. and cast a spell of her own, summoning white mist out of thin air and directing it down the corridor. She would see the person moving through the mist even if they were invisible. A wave of magic came back at her and shoved her backwards hard. Oddly, it didn't seem to be focused enough to hurt. Emily kept her balance and deflected another hex as the mist rolled down the corridor. It crossed her mind, briefly, that the attacker might mistake the mist for the mimic. Was the attacker the mimic? It seemed unlikely that it would risk using magic so blatantly. Not if she was right about each use of magic limiting its time in a new body. But maybe it didn't know that about itself. There was no way for her to know. A shape appeared in the mist, smaller and slighter than Emily remembered. Then another hex came darting out at Ameka. There was a brilliant flash of light, and her friend vanished. Emily cursed inwardly and looked down. There was a tiny statue of Ameka where she'd been standing on the floor. She threw a hex towards the shape in the mist, trying to make out its features now she had a rough idea of where the attacker was. Most invisibility spells, the sergeants had explained, didn't work so well once the hunter had a good idea of where the attacker actually was. She peered and frowned, puzzled. Melissa was tall, taller than Emily. Her attacker actually appeared to be shorter. And then a powerful spell blasted out of the mist and slammed directly into Emily's defenses. Brilliant green balefire crackled over her, followed rapidly by a wave of heat that left her exposed face and hands feeling scorched. Emily swore out loud and threw back the most powerful immobilization jinx she could, then canceled the attacker's spell before it could do real harm. She'd hoped that the wide-angle spell would be enough to catch the attacker, but it didn't seem to have caught anything. And as the mist slowly faded away, the corridor appeared to be completely empty. Emily didn't lower her guard. She peered down the corridor, looking for telltale signs of the attacker's presence. Who was he, or she? There had been no hint of gender in what little she'd seen of the attacker. It wasn't as if she were short of enemies, but the spell work seemed a little too advanced to be a second-year student. She doubted that any of the first years would try to challenge a second year, not yet. They could barely master a simple jinx, let alone powerful hexes. She knelt down beside Ameka and touched the statue, hoping to free her friend. Nothing happened. The spell holding her in an immobile form was surprisingly tough, beyond Emily's ability to remove. She gritted her teeth and tried again, but the spell refused to budge. That wasn't a practical joke, certainly not at second-year level. The attacker... A spell struck her legs, and they seemed to turn to jelly. Emily crashed to the stone floor, letting out a yelp of pain as she banged her elbow. She rolled over and cast another spell back at the attacker, but she missed completely. The invisible attacker had to be moving as soon as he or she threw the hex that might betray their position. "Damn it," Emily said out loud. "Who are you?" Desperately, she shaped an illusion spell in her mind, casting the image of a death viper and sending it hissing towards the corner where she hoped the attacker was standing. There wasn't a student in the school who didn't know what a death viper was, not after the Grand Master had ordered all of them to take a good long look at the one held captive in the armory. Emily heard a very feminine gasp, followed by a scorching hex aimed right at the illusory snake. It would have killed it if the colorful creature had been real. She seized her chance and threw the same spell she had used on Melissa at the attacker. It was deflected back at her, the blast picking Emily up and throwing her back down the corridor. She hit the ground again, gasping in pain. Her body remembered how badly jumping out of the window had hurt. This seemed worse, as if her repaired bones had broken once again. She grunted and rolled over, just as another spell struck her. Her entire body froze solid, leaving her utterly unable to move or defend herself. She couldn't help wondering what would happen if the mimic came across her right now. The sergeants had told them that in a real fight, they couldn't stop until their opponent was definitely out of it. Emily struggled to cast the counterspell without moving her hands, knowing that she might be knocked out at any second. But the spell refused to work properly. Strong arms gripped her shoulder and started to drag her down the corridor, before suddenly letting go. Absurdly, Emily felt an urge to laugh. She wasn't that heavy, was she? Besides, anyone who could cast such spells could easily use a levitation charm to move Emily's body anywhere she liked. There was a faint sound of retreating footsteps, and then nothing. Emily struggled to move, but the spell held her completely paralyzed. She cursed mentally, knowing that they were going to be humiliated when someone stumbled across them, even though she had a feeling that it was the only way to escape. The spell on her seemed completely resistant to her counter spells, or she just wasn't casting them properly. It was much harder to shape and cast a spell without using hands to direct it. Maybe the attacker hadn't used so much power on Ameka. She'd been foolish, Emily realized. Hadn't she learned by now to watch her back? But she hadn't been alone. It seemed like hours before she heard someone coming up behind her. "Good grief," Lady Barb's voice said. A moment later, she stepped into view. "Give me a moment. I'll undo the spells." Emily felt magic tickling over her and shivered, the spell snapping completely a moment later. Feeling completely drained, she slumped against the stone floor and closed her eyes, trying to snatch a moment of peace. The magic pulsing through the floor seemed to repel her. Reluctantly, she reopened her eyes and looked up at Lady Barb, who held out a hand to help her to her feet. Her legs felt so wobbly that she wondered, absurdly, if she were feverish. "That was a very nasty hex," Lady Barb said, as she turned her attention to Emeka. "Who was it?" "I don't know," Emily said, slumping against the wall. It crossed her mind that the etiquette teacher would have had a few sharp things to say about her poise, and she had to fight down a giggle. "I never saw her face." It wasn't Melissa. She was fairly sure of that, if nothing else. Melissa wasn't only taller than the invisible attacker, she was also much less practiced. It was far more likely to have been someone from martial magic, except she didn't know any girls from the class who might really want to hurt her. Even Aloha had accepted her after she'd defeated Shade. "You might not have recognized her anyway," Lady Barb said. She was casting a series of spells Emily didn't recognize over Emeka's transfigured form. "These spells are 4th year level, maybe even higher. I shall have words with the Grand Master." Emily shuddered. They'd been warned, in no uncertain terms, that the prank wars between students were not meant to involve the students from lower years. It made sense, particularly given Whitehall's orientation on turning out sorcerers. The younger students wouldn't be able to defend themselves against the older ones. There was a fine line, it seemed, between toughening someone up and bullying them. Emily had a feeling that the line was crossed every day. God knew that Alassa had been free with malicious hexes before she'd reformed. "My counterspells didn't work," she said. "Why not?" "The spells are designed to be resistant to standard countering spells," Lady Barb explained absently. "You need a more focused counterspell and—" "Ah!" There was a flash of light and Emeka returned to normal. She was breathing heavily, but seemed otherwise normal. Emily had a sudden, horrified vision of what might have happened if she'd been stuffed into a confined space, then left there until the spell wore off. Emeka would have died instantly when her body tried to expand. Or would she have merged with the walls? She made a mental note to experiment, perhaps at a safe distance from everyone else. If two objects couldn't share the same place, would there be an explosion if someone tried? That was awful," Emeka gasped. "I couldn't cast spells at all." "Nor could Emily," Lady Barb said darkly. She stood and helped Emeka to her feet. "I think it's time we went to see the Grand Master." Emily shivered at her tone. She could almost feel a hint of pity for the person who had attacked them. Lady Barb would, eventually, track them down, and then— older students who attacked younger students. Somehow, she doubted the punishment would be as simple as a thrashing. Would they be expelled? "But she attacked us both and almost killed us," she reminded herself. "Should they not be expelled?" The thought made her smile bitterly as she followed Lady Barb through the corridor towards the Grand Master's office. There was literally nowhere to send the expelled student, not until the mimic was captured and the wards were taken down. Perhaps the Grand Master would have to settle for imprisoning her in her room. Come to think of it, what did happen to students who were expelled from Whitehall? Back home, expulsions had been a joke. Here, she suspected they were far more serious. Lady Barb stopped outside the Grand Master's office and tapped on the door. "Come in," she said as the door opened. "You'll need to tell him everything." "That isn't the only thing I have to tell him," Emily said. "I may have a way of catching the mimic." "Then talk about that first," the Grand Master ordered. He waved his hand and a pair of chairs appeared out of nowhere. "Take a seat and tell me what you have in mind." Emily sat down, suddenly very aware that she was hot and sweaty. The fight had drained her, as she had tried to cast the counterspell again and again, and her head hurt. "The mimic is moving from victim to victim much quicker because it is using their magic," she said simply. "It's actually burning up power just to pose as a magician." The Grand Master frowned, stroking his chin. "We have never heard of a mimic posing as a magician before." "Because it would need to move on quicker if it used magic," Emily explained. Although she did wonder why the mimic hadn't attacked during last term. Travis would have had to use a great deal of magic as he completed his 5th year, and assuming that he'd already been replaced, so would the mimic. This mimic is in a place where it has to pose as a magician, forcing it to move from target to target. It faked the necromantic rite so we wouldn't know what we were actually facing. Lady Barb leaned forward. But why is it leaving behind the bodies? I don't know, Emily admitted. All of the reports agreed that the original body crumbled into dust as the mimic took on its form. It might well have been injured during the attack on Whitehall, or when it did whatever it did to the warden. I don't think it could have replaced him, could it? Perhaps we should be grateful, Lady Barb mused. If it had successfully replaced the warden, it would have had access to the nexus point, as well as the wards governing the school's interior. Emily scowled. The books had seemed to imply that mimics were little more than beasts, if rather unusual ones, but everything she'd seen personally suggested that the mimics were intelligent, stalking and killing their prey, and then doing whatever it took to cover their tracks. And yet there was something odd about the whole pattern. If the mimic was aware of its own nature all the time, why didn't it destroy the old bodies? But if it wasn't, why didn't it unknowingly report its own murders? But it did, she reminded herself. The people who found the bodies were actually killed and replaced by the mimic. The mimic must be forced into a position where it burns up its power, Emily said, leaving the puzzle alone for the moment. If we have everyone casting spells and draining themselves, the mimic should be revealed when it runs out of power. Test everyone in the school, one by one, the Grandmaster mused. And what is it to stop the mimic from moving on to someone who has already been tested? Seal off parts of the school, Emily suggested. Once someone is vetted, they can go into the sealed part of the school and wait there until we have tested everyone else. Clever idea, Lady Barb said. She scowled. You do realize that hardly anyone will like the idea? Emily stared at her. I can't think of anything else, she protested. Can you? Lady Barb shook her head. You're asking them to push themselves to the limit, she said darkly, and drain themselves so completely that it will take hours, perhaps days to recover. They will all be tested, the Grandmaster said flatly. Anyone who refuses to be tested may well be the mimic. There will be more than one, Lady Barb said, unless, of course, we are dealing with more than one mimic. Emily had a sudden vision of everyone in the school dissolving into mist, and shivered. Cold logic told her that it was unlikely, but how much did logic truly apply to the mimics? Could there be more than one mimic in the school? There was no way to know. I suppose we could have everyone bitten by the death viper instead, she said sardonically. It would be about as fair as the Spanish Inquisition's favorite methods for determining guilt or innocence. The person who survives is the mimic. Lady Barb snorted. Leave making snarky remarks to the princess, she suggested dryly. She is much better at them. Emeka leaned forward, nervously. Grandmaster, she said. How many people in the school can't use magic? Emily stared at her, then blanched. She honestly hadn't realized that there were non-magicians in the school, but she should have known. It hadn't been that long since she, and Emeka and Alassa had gotten in trouble for involving a servant in their pranks. Madame Raz had pointed out sharply that the servants weren't there to be abused, and it had been abuse. There are 30 servants in the school who don't have any magic, the Grandmaster said slowly. And there are 20 more who have very limited magic, not enough to merit a formal invitation to study. Lady Barb used a word that Emily was sure would get a student in real trouble if they said it in public. She couldn't blame the healer. If she was right, the mimic could replace a servant and then wait for decades before taking another victim. By then, everyone in Whitehall would have starved to death. Language, the Grandmaster said reprovingly. Emily thought frantically. What happens to a mimic if it loses part of its body? Lady Barb scowled. What do you mean? Deep Space Nine, Emily thought. They'd been searching for changelings, and the simplest way to do it had been to take a blood sample. When separated from the main mass, the blood reverted to the alien's natural state. What would happen, she asked herself, if they did the same to a mimic? Would the blood remain human, or would it revert to gas? We take blood samples, she said. She explained as quickly as she could. It might just work. Make it so, the Grandmaster ordered. He looked over at Lady Barb. Take young Emeka and start making the preparations to test everyone's magic. Lady Emily, come with me. I have something I need you to try. Emily nodded and stood. There's a different matter to discuss, Lady Barb said flatly. Emily and Emeka were attacked by an older student. They could have been seriously injured if I hadn't come along. The Grand Master scowled. Do you know who? Emily shook her head. Then the best bet is to get the wards up and running as quickly as possible, the Grand Master said. Without them, it's hard to tell who did what. Chapter 33. Emily gritted her teeth as the Grand Master led her down a hidden stairwell, plunging deeper and deeper into the bowels of Whitehall. She could feel the constant thrumming from the nexus point, beating like a drum inside her head. The Grand Master looked unperturbed by the noise, as if he couldn't hear it. Or as if it welcomed him. Emily had looked for information on nexus points in the library, but she'd found almost nothing. Most of them were stored in the Forbidden section. She looked at the Grand Master as they stopped in front of a stone door. Why are we here? I have been unable to take direct control of the ward, the Grand Master said. His voice was soft, but there was a grim undertone that chilled her to the bone. Producing a new warden will take months. If we could obtain the clay we needed to build the homunculus, you might be able to do better. He faced her. We're running out of options here, he added. If we can take control of the wards, we can locate and trap the mimic before it feeds again. Emily blinked in surprise. Again? We found Sergeant Bain's body, not too far from where you dived out the window, the Grand Master said tightly. And we found 2 more bodies the following day. It's eating its way through the victims quicker and quicker, Emily said grimly. What are you doing to keep the others safe? We are trying to keep them in groups, the Grand Master said. But there are always idiots who go off on their own. Emily flushed. If she hadn't been alone in the barracks, she might not have encountered the mimic. But then, at least, they now knew what they were hunting. If they'd still been looking for a necromancer, the mimic could have feasted to its heart's content. For all she knew, she might wind up being lynched by terrified students, or perhaps even the more doubting tutors. Master Tor would probably take the lead in blaming her. The Grand Master turned to face her. There are normally years of training to go through before anyone touches the nexus points, he said. But you've already done it once, back when you killed Schooledin. I'm hoping that you can do it again. I was desperate, Emily protested. I needed to find some way to strike back at him. And you did, the Grand Master said. And we are desperate now. In less than a month, we will have to lower the wards or starve to death. We have to catch the mimic now. He turned back to the door and started to unlock the wards, one by one. Emily watched with some admiration. The spellwork was far above her head. The last time she'd opened the stone door, Schooledin had been using her as a puppet. She hadn't been truly aware of what she'd done to get inside. The memory made her shiver as the last of the wards unlocked, allowing the door to click open. She stepped forward, drawn by the power of the nexus, and into the room. The Grand Master placed a hand on her arm. Be careful, he advised softly. Stronger magicians than you have been overwhelmed by the nexus. Emily nodded. The nexus chamber was immense, a giant cave filled with glowing pillars that reached up towards the building far overhead. They looked almost organic, she realized, as if they'd grown out of the nexus and merged into Whitehall. The sense of power surrounding them was utterly overwhelming, calling her onwards at the same time as it repelled her. It made her wonder, suddenly, just how practiced the magicians who had tamed the nexus had actually been. They had to have been truly brilliant. It takes years, the Grand Master said when she asked. A single flash of power can destroy all of their work in a heartbeat. They need to monitor the nexus, focus its power, and then channel it into the wards. Done properly, it can be very rewarding. And if it isn't done properly, the results can be disastrous, Emily thought, remembering how Sergeant Harkin had talked about the dangers of tapping nexus points. He told her about an experiment that had caused an explosion, one that had devastated the country for miles around. Given the sheer level of power she could feel in the chamber, it was surprising that it hadn't cracked the planet in half. She had the strangest sense that the nexus was actually alive and looking right back at her. She staggered against the Grand Master, who held her upright. I had the same reaction when I first came here, he said. Was it so extreme when you killed Schooledin? I don't think so, Emily said, but I was desperate. The Grand Master smiled, then nodded to one of the pillars. I think you had a great deal of help from the spells that govern the Nexus, he said. Thankfully, the Warden wasn't destroyed at the time, but now. He scowled. I need you to try touching the power directly, he added, and be careful. Emily looked at him. What exactly do you want me to do? Scan the school, the Grand Master said. If the spell work is still in place, you should be able to rebuild the wards and take control. It didn't sound like a very good idea, Emily realized, but there wasn't much choice. She stepped forward, eyeing the pillar, and gently touched the crystal with her bare hand. Strange lights ran over the structure, but nothing else happened until she tried to pull her hand away and realized that it was stuck. Moments later, there was a sudden surge of power, and she was suddenly very aware of the entire school. Whitehall was, on some level, a living entity, one that existed on a very different plane from humanity. The sudden awareness almost sent her staggering backwards, but she couldn't break the contact. The wards were in ruins, she realized, as she tried desperately to focus. It hadn't been so hard last time, had it? She couldn't recall. The experience had faded from her memory quickly, but she was sure that it had been easier to control and direct the power flowing from the Nexus and into the school. This time it either refused to heed her or was powerful enough to burn her mind. There was a wave of red-hot pain, and she found herself in the Grand Master's arms, staring up at the crystal ceiling high overhead. Her head hurt, but the pain seemed almost illusory, as if she were imagining having a headache rather than actually having one. She reached up and touched the side of her head, feeling almost fragile. The memories of touching the Nexus had already faded away. You were pushed out, the Grand Master said softly. It didn't allow you to make contact properly. Emily nodded. I can try again, she said, although in truth she would have preferred to put some distance between herself and the Nexus. But I don't think it likes me any longer. That was an understatement. The Nexus seemed rather unfriendly now. Perhaps it remembered how Schooledin had manipulated her to attack it. Or perhaps how Schooledin had almost taken it for his own. The thought of a necromancer wielding the almost unlimited power of a Nexus was terrifying. Schooledin might well have become a god, or a devil. Probably not a good idea, the Grand Master said. His tone was firm enough that she knew there was no point in arguing. Too many such contacts might destroy your mind, or suck you into the Nexus. No one who has been sucked inside has ever been seen again. Emily half remembered the waves of endless power and shivered. It was possible that the people who had been sucked inside didn't want to return. If they could, of course. But the Nexus was so powerful that it could do almost anything. Surely it could rebuild their bodies if they wanted out. Or maybe they had long since been destroyed beyond hope of recovery. The Grand Master helped her to her feet. Thank you for trying, he said seriously. And I'm sorry you had to go through that experience. There was no other choice. No, Emily agreed. Is there anyone else who might be able to touch the Nexus? Not in Whitehall, the Grand Master said. He shook his head, dismissing the thought, and substituting a different homunculus didn't work either. The level of spell work that went into the Warden was quite considerable, far more than any lesser entity. I still don't understand how the Mimic managed to destroy it so quickly. Emily frowned, considering the problem. What would happen, she said slowly, if the spells that gave the Warden life were drained? The Grand Master turned to peer at her with sightless eyes. Are you suggesting that the Mimic sucked the spells right out of him? I can't think of any other explanation, Emily said. The only alternative was that the Mimic had replaced the Warden after the Battle of Whitehall. But if that had been the case, it should have had access to enough power to maintain its stolen form indefinitely. Wouldn't that have killed him? It might well have done, the Grand Master agreed. And if the spells that should have alerted the staff were destroyed too, there would have been no alert. Emily nodded slowly. The Mimic had presumably believed that it was Travis after it had replaced him, but then it hadn't sounded the alarm over the destroyed Warden. What did that mean? The Grand Master led her through the door and closed it behind them. Emily watched as he replaced the spells, then added a twist or two that were completely beyond her comprehension. It was a droll reminder, she realized, of just how much more she needed to learn before she graduated from Whitehall. The tests in Blackhall were tough, but they were calculated to push the students to the limit. The Grand Master's wards on the Nexus Chamber were designed to keep intruders out. She asked a question that had been bugging her for some time. Schooledin was a student at Whitehall, wasn't he? He used to be, the Grand Master admitted. He inspected his handiwork thoughtfully and nodded in satisfaction. But then he went missing for a while, until he appeared out of nowhere and took over the blighted land near Whitehall. That isn't exactly uncommon, unfortunately. Emily nodded in understanding. A known magician who was slipping into necromancy might attract attention before he was too powerful to challenge directly. Schooledin might well have absented himself from the Allied lands a long time before he made the final transformation into a mad necromancer. His humanity had been sacrificed long ago. What were you expecting? She asked herself silently. To discover that he'd left a piece of his soul behind for you to find? The Grand Master turned and led the way back up the hidden staircase. I should remind you not to come down here again without an escort, he added. The Nexus can be seductive if you are unprepared for its pull. We always have to guard it carefully when newcomers are being trained. And you wouldn't want them in the chamber on their own anyway, Emily said. She couldn't blame the Grand Master for being paranoid. If she had been able to create a simulation of a black hole without any prior training, what could someone do if they did have the training? I won't come down here again. But she felt the pull of the Nexus growing stronger as she walked up the stairs, tugging at her very soul. It had hurt her. And yet she wanted to go back and throw herself into the raging torrents of power that blazed beneath Whitehall. She felt her hands trembling and clasped them together, trying to keep them under control. The tug faded until it merged into the back of her mind, part of her ever-present awareness of the wards running through the school. And yet it was still there. She could feel it every time she remembered the Nexus. Everyone who touches the Nexus is changed forever, the Grand Master said softly, and sometimes the price can be quite high. Emily looked at him. How and why had he lost his eyes? There were rumors, of course. Some students claimed that he'd plucked his eyes out and traded them for wisdom. Others believed that he'd been experimenting with a new practical joke hex, or perhaps something more offensive, and accidentally destroyed his sight permanently. And there were some who believed that he'd lost them battling a necromancer before taking over the position of Grand Master. Emily wanted to ask, but she didn't quite dare. She wasn't sure she really wanted to know. The Grand Master led her through the main corridor and out into the Great Hall. Lady Barb was already hard at work, aided by Sergeant Miles and Professor Lombardi, both of whom were constructing wards to trap the mimic. Behind them, Professor Elias was drawing out runes on the wooden floor. Emily looked at the completed runes, but couldn't discern their purpose. One of them seemed to be intended to urge someone to move in a particular direction. The others were completely unfamiliar. We may have to start tomorrow, Lady Barb said, straightening up. Professor Thand says that the remaining potions won't be ready for several more hours. Emily looked over at the professor. He was standing in front of a table, messing around with a massive collection of test tubes, glass speakers, and a tiny stove. Beside him, Emeka was watching with interest and passing him ingredients as directed. Emily had to smile at her friend's intent expression. She had always been much better at alchemy than Emily herself, and Professor Thand had even made noises about offering her an apprenticeship, but that would have to wait until 6th year. Understandable, the Grand Master said, although he sounded cross. Not the right ingredients? Not for this level of replenishment potion, Lady Barb said flatly. We are going to need a dose for just about everyone, unless we get lucky, and the mimic happens to be caught very quickly. And there's no way we can get more ingredients in time. Emily scowled inwardly. The greenhouses were on the other side of the wards, and they couldn't be extended, not that far from the school. Nor could they go to Dragon's Den or somewhere else where they might find more supplies. They would have to work with what they had, and if they didn't have enough... Do not attempt to substitute anything else for the required ingredient, Professor Thand had said, back during her first week of formal lessons in alchemy. If you replace one with another, the alchemical reaction will be very interesting, but not what you're trying to achieve. Leave experimenting until you get into 5th year. He'd followed up with a set of warnings, concluding with a dire threat that anyone caught deliberately altering the recipe would be severely punished, and anyone who wasn't caught would probably wish they had been after they drank the botched mixture. "We may be able to find substitutes," Lady Barb added, "but I wouldn't take chances with something like this." "Probably a good idea," the Grand Master said. "Have you spoken to the other staff members?" "It's hard to work up a list of suspects," Lady Barb said. "Logically, it was someone who had to be alone long enough for the mimic to kill and replace them. But how long does it take to do that?" "Not long," Emily said slowly. "The mimic had tried to take her place in an open corridor. It must have known that it could deal with her quickly before anyone else came along. Maybe bare minutes at most." Lady Barb nodded tartly. "We haven't managed to identify the student who went after Emily and Emeka either," she said. "Whoever it was used high-level magic, including an invisibility charm, and was a short girl. But that still leaves us with several hundred possible suspects. Even if we narrow it down by only looking at students in martial magic, we still have at least 20 suspects." The Grand Master scowled. "Have them all interrogated under truth spells," he ordered. "A near-murderous attack on younger students? I'm not laughing." "Neither am I," Lady Barb said. "But I think it's only going to get worse. Everyone is stressed, Grand Master, and very fearful. I think we might have to consider moving students out of the bedrooms and into larger dorms. Somewhere we can keep an eye on them." Emily shivered at her tone. "Go get some proper rest," Lady Barb ordered. "You'll be one of the first students to be tested tomorrow, just to help convince the others to walk into the wards and expend their magic. And we thought we'd let you explain the blood sample procedure to the servants afterwards." "Thank you," Emily said sourly. "I'll try and think of some good words." Blood. No one would be happy about giving out a blood sample, even if they weren't magicians. Emily had had blood magic used against her, and had studied it afterwards, even using it herself once. There were hundreds of spells that involved making use of someone's blood, and most of them were as evil as anything the necromancers had ever done. No, the servants would not be happy about giving up some of their blood. Rules or no rules, they were already far more exposed to the student body's sense of humor than they would have preferred. "I'll escort you and Emeka to your room," Sergeant Miles said. "You should not be alone any longer. Too many idiots are still blaming you for everything." Emily nodded bitterly. If she hadn't been in Whitehall, Schooledin would never have broken in, and the mimic would never have escaped. But there had been no choice. What else could she have done? Chapter 34. The clanging of the bell awoke Emily from a restless sleep, where she had dreamed of Schooledin and mimics and the strange pull of the nexus point. She had dreamed twice of stepping through the door and walking up to the pillar, only to snap awake when her fingers actually touched the crystal. It was a relief to wake up and dress for breakfast. "I heard that 2 more students were killed," the Gorgon said, "and someone else is dead and doesn't know it." Emily nodded wordlessly. Could the Gorgon have been consumed and replaced by the mimic? It was impossible to ask, and the Gorgon might not know. There was so little actually known for sure about the mimics. She tugged her robe over her head, then tied her hair back into a ponytail. This wasn't a day to let it all hang free. "Wake up, Lynn," the Gorgon called sharply. "You have to come to breakfast with us." Lynn didn't look much better than Emily felt. She sat upright in bed, clinging to the covers as if she wanted to bury herself beneath them and pretend the world didn't exist. Emily understood the impulse. She would have liked to forget about the mimic too, even though it was pointless. Bad things didn't go away if someone wished them gone. Madame Raz rapped on the door. "Breakfast in 20 minutes, girls," she hollered. "Be out by then, or you will be unable to eat until lunch." "I think she hates us," Lynn muttered as she pulled herself out of bed. She wore a nightgown that looked as if it could pass for regular clothes. "And she definitely hates me." Emily shrugged. "I think she has high standards," she said. "And besides, just think of all the mischief we get into." "You, perhaps," the Gorgon said tartly. Her voice was thoroughly irritated. "I don't dare." They finished dressing and walked out of the room, heading down towards the dining hall. Emily let out a sigh of relief as she saw Emeka waiting for her, then walked ahead to join her friend. The Gorgon followed her at a distance, catching more than a few sidelong glances from the other students. Emily felt a flash of shame and pity at their reactions, and resolved to try to be nicer to the Gorgon in future. She didn't deserve to be picked on for being what she was. Inside, there were large cauldrons of porridge and small helpings of fresh fruit. Emily heard grumbling from boys, and not a few girls, who were used to starting the day with bacon and eggs, but there was none to be had. She couldn't understand where they'd bought the fresh fruit, until she remembered the preservation spells she'd learned about during the long hikes they'd taken for martial magic. The kitchen staff probably preserved the fruit as soon as they bought it from Dragon's Den. She finished the food and sat back, unsatisfied. There wasn't enough to keep her going for long, which might have been the point. Did the mimic use food to produce energy too? Even if it didn't, underfeeding the students might speed up the process of draining their magic. Her eyes narrowed as she saw the sixth years guarding the doors. No one was being allowed to leave the dining hall. One particularly obnoxious fourth year had wound up with his feet firmly stuck to the floor to keep him inside. The Grand Master strode inside, a wave of magic announcing his presence, followed by a line of grim-faced staff and servants. A faint ripple of surprise ran through the room as the students saw the servants and wondered what it portended. It was rare for the servants to enter the larger rooms while the students were there. Emily looked up as he stood in front of the room, waiting until he had their undivided attention. "We have gathered everyone in the building in this room," the Grand Master said quietly. "One of us is the mimic." There was a rustle of panic, which quieted quickly as the Grand Master scowled at them. "We have been able to deduce that the mimic uses up energy faster than normal by using magic," the Grand Master continued. He didn't mention Emily's involvement, for which she was grateful. If her fellow students realized that the whole concept was her idea, she might as well try to leave Whitehall before they took their fury out on her. "When it runs short of magic, it reverts to its normal form and searches for the next victim. Our plan is to force it to do that in a place where we can trap it." Emily frowned, puzzled. Why was he telling them the plan? Didn't he realize that he was telling the mimic what he intended to do? And then it struck her. Anyone who attempted to leave ahead of time might well be the mimic. It might save them some trouble if the mimic identified itself so conveniently. "One by one, you will go into the Great Hall and expend your magic," the Grand Master continued. "Once drained, you will be escorted into the dance hall and told to wait there. Some additional food and replenishment potions will be provided. Do not attempt to leave the room until after everyone has been tested. This is our best chance at isolating the mimic, and we are not going to waste it." He paused. "We found one more body last night," he concluded. "This is deadly serious. If we fail to trap the mimic, we will be unable to lower the wards and escape. Whitehall will become a school of the dead. I know that many of you will object to the exercise, but we have found no other way to test for the mimic. Please do not argue, but cooperate completely with the staff." There was a long pause. Emily tried to see how the other students were taking it. Some looked relieved at having a solution, any solution. Others seemed angry. They knew that they were going to be expending their magic, ensuring they couldn't work any spells for the next few hours. Emily wondered, coldly, if they included the person who had attacked both her and Ameka, but it was impossible to know. The ones shooting nasty glances at her might not include the one who had attacked them. "When Master Tor reads out your name," the Grand Master said, "walk through the south door and into the Great Hall. Do not attempt to go anywhere else." Master Tor stepped forward as the Grand Master, Lady Barb, and several other staff members exited through the south door. There was a long pause as he unfurled a roll of parchment and peered at the first name. Then he looked up and shot Emily an unreadable look. "Lady Emily of House Cockatrice," he said flatly. Emily felt all eyes on her as she stood and walked towards the south door, fighting the urge to clench her fists or show any other sign of nervousness. The door suddenly seemed very large in front of her. She placed her hand on it and pushed it open, hearing a strange noise behind her as she stepped through. Were they admiring her bravery, or were they convinced that the mimic was about to expose itself? There was no way to know. The interior of the Great Hall had been covered in runes and wards. Emily could feel the magic crackling around her as she stepped forward, growing stronger with every step. She could almost see a spiderweb of magic hanging in the air, glowing with power and potential. and to think they'd assembled it overnight. "In there," Lady Barb ordered, pointing to the very center of the great hall. "Don't worry about a thing." Emily winced as the magic closed in on her. She felt trapped. There was no way to escape, not without necromancer-level powers. Indeed, there was so little space inside the wards that unleashing such power might destroy her when it bounced off the barrier. Schooledin had never tried to break down Whitehall's wards directly, but what would have happened if he had attempted to unleash his full power against the school? "Very good," the Grand Master's voice said. "Now start casting spells." Emily hesitated, bracing herself, then cast the first of the most power-intensive spells she knew. Magic crackled around her, growing brighter and brighter as she pushed more magic into it, lighting up the entire chamber. She concentrated, closing her eyes as she drew on her deeper reserves of magic, feeling time slowing to a crawl, and then the magic slowly faded away. She found herself kneeling on the floor with no clear awareness of how she'd fallen, or why. Her body seemed suddenly very frail. "Well done," the Grand Master said. "You appear to be human." "Thank you," Emily muttered. She was weak, so weak that it was hard to move, but she did manage to look at her bare hand. The nightmares about actually being the mimic had chilled her to the bone. Had she suggested the test, she asked silently, because she had subconsciously worried that she might have been the mimic herself? Once again, there was no way to know. "Come here," Lady Barb said. She was standing right next to Emily. How had she gotten there without Emily noticing? "It's all right. You're human." Emily couldn't say anything as Lady Barb helped her to her feet and pulled her out of the wards. Then, instead of going into the dance hall, pushed her into a small seat at one end of the great hall and pressed a small glass mug into her hand. The replenishment potion smelt ghastly. She recalled Professor Thand telling her that potions were deliberately made to taste awful, simply to ensure that the users didn't become addicted, but she felt better the moment she downed it. "You might want to stay here," Lady Barb said. "It was your idea." The next few students were all sixth years, including Kat and Bran. Emily watched, wondering why she had never been scared of any of them, as they expended vast amounts of power before sagging to their knees. But then she had met Schooledin and Void. The students didn't have anything like their raw power or experience. Not yet. Better not let Alassa get into another fight with Kat, Emily thought, as Lady Barb helped him into the dance hall. Next time he might overwhelm her with ease. The thought made her scowl. There was a rule against seniors picking fights with juniors, but if the juniors started it, the seniors were allowed to put them in their place. In hindsight, if Alassa hadn't hurt Kat so badly in the opening round, she might just have ended up as a frog, or worse. But then that game had brought out the worst in everyone. Sergeant Miles came over and knelt down beside her. "They found Bane's body in a closet," he said grimly. "The general theory is that he went inside, and the mimic was behind him, and that was the end." Emily nodded. Mimics were rare, but everyone was scared of them, with good reason. If a powerful combat sorcerer like Sergeant Bane could be overwhelmed, no one was safe, not even rogue talents like Void or necromancers like Schooledin. The next set of students looked more reluctant to take part in the tests, but the Grand Master left them no option. Emily quietly made mental notes of their power levels and what sort of spells they used, noting that 2 of them seemed content to hurl spell after spell rather than picking one and pushing as much power into it as they could. Did that imply a lack of discipline? A shortage of imagination, or what? She couldn't help glancing at her watch and scowling as yet another student walked into the dance hall. At this rate, they were going to spend the entire day performing the test. She looked over at Lady Barb as a thought occurred to her. "What happens to all the magic?" "It gets vented out into the wards," Lady Barb said tightly. Perhaps she remembered the experiments Emily had had in mind. "We can't leave so much residue in such a small place." Emily blinked in surprise as she realized that Lynn was the next student. Her roommate looked small and weak against the wards, her face so pale that it lacked all color. Lady Barb spoke softly to her, cajoling Lynn into casting a simple light charm. The light glow blazed brightly for long minutes, longer than Emily would have believed possible, then faded away as Lynn slumped down. Interesting, part of her mind noted. Lynn has significant power reserves. She scowled as the thought nagged at her. She hadn't seen Lynn in many classes. She seemed to have chosen very different classes from Emily. classes that didn't require much in the way of magic. It was easy to believe that Lynn didn't have much magic. But she had secured a place at Whitehall, and Mountaintop. She couldn't have done that without real potential. Lady Barb escorted Lynn into the dance hall, then came back to watch as the Gorgon entered the trap and started to cast spells. She was good, better than Emily had realized, but then she did have an additional year of practice, and a lot of anger to work out. Emily shivered as she saw the snakes, hissing and biting at the air as the Gorgon worked her magic. By the time she slumped to, the wards were positively glowing with released energy. "Gorgons have a powerful magic of their own," Sergeant Miles said softly. "They can be very dangerous opponents." The next 4 students passed without incident, but the 5th seemed hesitant, reluctant to enter the wards. He was short and thin, reminding Emily of a boy she'd known from Earth, who'd been the target of a very nasty gang of bullies. No one had done anything to help him, just leaving him to their mercy. He'd almost killed himself the year before Emily had been plucked away from Earth forever. "Just cast your spells," Lady Barb ordered calmly. "It won't take very long." The boy gave her a resentful look. There was something in his dark eyes that made Emily shudder, and started to cast spells. He wasn't very good, Emily realized. There was something about him that reminded her of Emeka before she'd become friends with Emily and started to stand up for herself. Emily knew little of mental health, but she would bet half of her fortune that low self-esteem contributed to poor magical skills. It was something, she promised herself, that she would research later. But there's a taboo on exploring ways to help the mentally ill, she reminded herself. It will need to be explored carefully. She sensed the sudden change an instant before the boy's form dissolved into the eerie form of the mimic. Emily realized, as she sensed Sergeant Miles stumbling backwards, just how easily the mimic had found its latest victim. With a student who needed to spend time alone, all it would have had to do was find him and then overwhelm him. If it could overwhelm a combat sorcerer, it wouldn't have any trouble with a weak third-year student. "Tighten the wards," Mistress Cardane barked. "Hold it in place." The pulsing mist seemed to turn until it was looking directly at Emily. It knew her, Emily realized mutely. It remembered her from its unsuccessful attempt to consume her and take her place for its own. There was nothing that passed for an expression, no hint of a human face in the mist, but she could feel its cold hatred and abhorrence, and she was sure the creature was no beast. It had planned its hunt with great cunning. She didn't realize she had taken a step forward until Sergeant Miles caught her, dragging her back roughly. The pain snapped her back to herself, clearing her mind. The mimic had almost manipulated her into trying to release it from the wards. She heard a humming in her head as the mimic glowed brightly. Then a dull twang rang through the room as one of the wards snapped. And another. "Replace the wards," the Grandmaster ordered. "Hurry!" A third ward broke. Sergeant Miles let go of Emily's arm and ran forward to add his weight to the struggle. But the mimic broke free before he could start casting wards. For a long moment, it floated in the center of the room, then lunged sideways, into the dance hall and out of sight. Emily heard screams as students fled in all directions, forgetting that they had to remain where they were. "It's gone," Lady Barb snapped. She sounded badly shaken. "And so have the students." Emily realized just what the mimic had had in mind, and cursed. With the students panicking, it could replace one of them, and no one would be any the wiser. At the very least, they would have to run the whole experiment over again, and the wards had just proven themselves unable to hold a mimic. They'd worked before. "We kept feeding it," Mistress Cardane said numbly. "It never seemed to test the wards. But as long as we were feeding it, why would it bother to leave?" Sergeant Miles clapped his hand onto Emily's shoulder. "It was a fine plan," he said softly. "You did well, even if it didn't work perfectly. It wasn't your fault." Emily shook her head, bitterly. She couldn't escape the feeling that it was her fault. "So," Master Tor said, addressing the Grand Master while looking at Emily, "what the hell do we do now?" "I don't know," the Grand Master admitted. "I just don't know." Chapter 35. "There's no way out," Emeka said. "Is there?" Emily lay on her borrowed bed, staring up at the ceiling. Emeka's roommates had been lucky. They'd managed to go home before the mimic had been revealed, and the wards sealed them into the building. And she had been glad of the chance to move into Emeka's room once she had convinced Madame Raz that she wasn't going to touch any of Emeka's roommates' possessions. Besides, it was unlikely that they were going to escape Whitehall. "I don't know," she confessed. The Grand Master had looked beaten, defeated, when the mimic had vanished, leaving confusion and terror in its wake. By now, it would have eaten another student and taken their place. It could be anywhere. If we don't dare lower the wards... But would the wards even hold it? They'd assumed that the mimic was trapped in the zoo, but it hadn't seemed to have any difficulty breaking out of the trap when it had known that it had been caught. What if the mimic could simply move through the wards once it had finished devouring everyone in Whitehall? The school would remain forever sealed, a mystery to baffle the Allied lands, while the mimic went on to dine elsewhere. She looked across the room at her friend and felt a surge of guilt. It was all her fault. If she had never come to Whitehall, Schooledin would never have dared attack, and the mimic would never have been released. She knew that she hadn't chosen to jump into this new world, or to be sent to Whitehall, but it was hard to truly believe it wasn't her fault. It could have eaten us all, she mused out loud. Why didn't it? Instead, the mimic had broken through the wards and fled. And yet, what had it to fear? It was effectively invulnerable. She'd seen lethal curses simply passing through the mist, as if the mimic wasn't really there, and it could have drained everyone in the Great Hall before escaping to finish off the rest of the school. Without the Grand Master and the other staff, Whitehall would have collapsed into anarchy, and the mimic could have moved from victim to victim, utterly unnoticed in the chaos. Maybe it can only drain one person at a time, she muttered. That would certainly explain how the original capturers had caught it. There had simply been too many targets for the mimic to choose one to drain. Or perhaps it had known better than to assume a new form in front of human eyes. Was there something about the human form that would make it vulnerable? She sat upright. Being transfigured into animals or inanimate objects was a regular incident at Whitehall, even for a sixth-year student like Travis. What would happen to a mimic impersonating a human when a transfiguration spell was cast on it? Was that another way to test for a mimic? Or was the duplication so good that the spell was allowed to work perfectly? Maybe, if they could identify the mimic's human disguise, they could trap it in stone. What would happen if the mimic looked into the eyes of a gorgon? Or a pocket dimension, she thought sourly. But the wards were too badly damaged to allow her to manipulate them for a second time, and producing her own pocket dimension risked interfering with Whitehall's interior. Maybe it was worth considering, as a desperation measure, but otherwise, she doubted the Grand Master would be so tolerant a second time, particularly when the wards were trying to keep the mimic in. I thank you for staying the night, Emeka said. I didn't want to sleep alone. Emily couldn't blame her. No one went anywhere alone now, not when the mimic might swoop down on them and take their place. Students hid in their rooms, clutching weapons and preparing spells that might as well be snowballs if matched against a mimic. The hexing in the corridors had only grown worse as fights broke out, the students finally realizing that they might no longer have academic careers to protect. She had to admit that there was a certain temptation to hunt Melissa down and hex her into next week. Even with the staff patrolling the corridors and large parts of Whitehall declared off-limits, there was plenty of space for mischief. And malice. Me neither, she admitted. And she was sick of the Gorgon's sullen dislike and Lynn's quiet passivity. Maybe they would have gotten along better if the mimic hadn't been revealed. No, the mimic had had nothing to do with Emily's experiment. That had been her fault all the way. I don't know what else to do. Emeka stared at her. You came up with a mad plan to rescue Alassa and save her kingdom, she said. Surely you can come up with something to face a mimic. Emily winced inwardly. My first idea worked a little too well, she muttered. The mimic had been revealed, but the trap had failed utterly. Now she rather doubted there was any point in trying again. Even if they caught the mimic, they'd have to trap it. How? The only other idea... She stopped, considering. If the blood test worked, and there was no clear evidence one way or the other, how far did the blood have to be taken from the mimic before it reverted to its natural form? There was nothing in the books to suggest an answer, although she was sure that mimics would have cut themselves beforehand. Perhaps they'd simply moved on to consume and replace the person who'd seen their blood dissolving into mist. Or perhaps the magic they used was effectively a permanent form of transfiguration. We could test everyone and move the blood as far from them as possible, she thought. If the blood sample reverted to mist, it would identify the mimic without it knowing that it had been caught. Or would it? Come to think of it, hadn't the changelings on Deep Space Nine always been the first ones to suggest the blood tests? They'd had a way to fool them. Emeka picked up one of her textbooks. I wonder if there's any point in reading this now, she said. What can we do in Whitehall? Emily felt another bitter pang. Perhaps she could go into the library and request books that would otherwise be forbidden, now that there was no hope of escape. She could spend the rest of the month satisfying her curiosity, even as she slowly starved to death. But part of her refused to give up hope. There was no such thing as an unbeatable enemy. She, of all the people in the Allied lands, ought to know that a seemingly invincible foe could be defeated. Good question, she muttered. The first year was always a little chaotic, with students coming in all the time. Second year was meant to be a little more orderly. Even if the mimic were destroyed tomorrow and the wards went down, they'd missed out on several weeks of schooling, as had the ones who had left the school. What would happen to them? She stood and gave her friend a hug. We'll get out of this somehow, she said, although she heard no real conviction in her voice. Get some sleep. The world will look better tomorrow. Emeka gave her another worryingly worshipful look. I'm sure you'll think of something, she said, but don't turn out the light. Emily smiled sadly as she returned to her bed. It had taken her months to get out of the habit of leaving a light on overnight, yet another legacy from her damned stepfather. And then Alassa and Emily had been attacked in their own bedrooms while staying at another kingdom. If Whitehall had had electric lighting, she might never have managed to sleep in the dark. She closed her eyes and tried to sleep, wishing that she had a sleeping potion or something intended to ensure she didn't dream. But there was none. Kyla and Professor Thand had ordered that all potions were to be reserved for those who needed them to heal, rather than just have a dreamless sleep. Sergeant Miles had pointed out, when Emily had asked, that it was better to be able to snap awake instantly than remain in a slumber when someone dangerous was in the room. He was right, Emily supposed, but what was she meant to do about the mimic? If Sergeant Vane hadn't been able to destroy it, what hope did she have? Sleep came, and she plunged into nightmares. Shaday's face appeared in front of her, laughing even as he plummeted into the black hole and fell out of existence. Master Tor sneered at her, then somehow became her stepfather and advanced on her with his hands raised, as if he intended to beat her senseless. Melissa smiled at her and grew into giant form. No, Emily had shrunk. Her tormentor lifted a foot and brought it down on Emily, and the mimic arose in her place. Emily snapped awake, glancing around in absolute terror. There was no one in the room apart from Emeka, who was tossing and turning on her bed. Sweat was pouring down Emily's body, a mocking reminder of the fear the nightmare had inflicted on her. She couldn't help pinching herself to be sure that she was awake. Just a dream, she told herself as she looked down at her hands. They looked reassuringly human. Just a damned dream. She lay back and tried to sleep, forcing herself to recite the 1,000 known uses of human blood in alchemy. Professor Thand had given them the list, and then cheerfully informed them that most of the uses were thoroughly illegal, although he did add that if they needed the potions, they shouldn't worry about silly little laws. Emily found it hard to imagine many reasons for using any of the potions, unless she had very dark intentions. Most of them were truly unpleasant, as well as illegal. Sleep refused to come, no matter how tightly she closed her eyes or tried to count sheep. The bed was uncomfortable, as if it were rejecting her, despite Madame Raz carefully removing the handful of hexes and wards the previous occupant had left behind. Emily sat upright, wiping at her sweaty brow, and swung her legs over the side of the bed. She was surprised to discover, when she glanced at her watch, that it was nearly 7 bells. The nightmares had lasted longer than she'd realized. She stepped into the shower and washed, thoroughly. Her body still refused to feel clean, even if the water did help wake her up. But then, what was the point of leaving the room when there were no classes? Even the strictest tutors had reluctantly canceled their classes in the wake of the mimic's discovery. Her face looked back at her as she peered into the mirror, shocking her with its gaunt appearance and grim expression. She looked almost as pale and waif-like as Emeka or Lynn, she realized. Her eyes looked almost as though she had been roughhousing with the boys in martial magic. Bruises and more serious injuries were not uncommon after martial magic, but normally they were healed instantly. These black eyes looked as though she had been fighting in the corridors. "Emily," Emeka groaned as Emily stepped back into the room. "What time is it?" "7 bells," Emily said. "Breakfast time." Emeka didn't look any better than Emily herself, even after a brief shower. Emily watched as she dressed, then headed towards the door, and hesitated. It was easy to understand why. No one knew for sure what might be lurking outside their rooms. Normally, they would have been safe, but now, there was no way to be sure that the mimic wasn't wearing a friend's face. Emily pushed the door open and stepped into the corridor, hearing the sound of Madame Raz berating a student echoing down from her office. "You know you're not supposed to bring boys into your room," Madame Raz was thundering. "Did you think about the possible consequences?" Emily and Emeka shared a smile. One of Whitehall's other purposes was to introduce children from the great magical families, or even lesser aristocrats, to one another and see if they fell in love. She'd been astonished by how many marriage proposals had arrived for her after the end of first year, although they'd dried up after King Randor had made her a baroness. Most of them, she'd been told, had assumed she was a new magician, just like Emeka, someone who might be tempted into a marriage contract. They would have been happy to share their status in exchange for her having children who would be part of the family. Her smile grew wider as they slipped down the corridor. Aristocrats like Elassa were expected to remain virgins until they were actually married. Despite the existence of both contraception spells and magical parental tests, the rules were relaxed for female magicians, particularly the ones who were young and fertile, but they were still expected to maintain a certain decorum when in public. Madame Raz had good reason to be annoyed. And boys aren't meant to be in the dorms in any case, Emily thought. It had been hard enough undressing in front of her roommates, and they were both girls. The thought of a boy accidentally walking into the room chilled her to the bone. There were hardly any students in the dining hall when they walked inside, apart from several older pupils who were staring at a map and arguing angrily over which way they should take to reach their destination. Emily recognized Kat, who gave her a nod when he saw her, but the others were strangers. She couldn't decide if they were idiots for thinking about what they could do after leaving the school, or merely optimists. "Take a seat," Emily muttered to Emeka. "I need to ask Kat a question." Kat smiled at her as she walked up to his table, but some of his friends seemed much less welcoming. Emily couldn't decide if they were on Kat's Ken team, or if they merely hated the thought of talking to a mere second-year student. Either was possible, she supposed. There was a rule that any romantic relationships between students could only involve 1 year above and 1 year below the student involved. But there was a much bigger social gulf between second-year and sixth-year students. "Go away," one of the students ordered shortly. "I wouldn't say that to her," Kat said quickly. "The sergeant is on the warpath right now, remember?" Emily ignored the byplay. "I need to ask you a question," she said. "You knew Travis, didn't you?" Kat glared at her. "Yes, I knew him," he said crossly. "Is there a point to this?" "Travis was consumed by the mimic," Emily said simply. "It must have happened during the Battle of Whitehall, I think. Tell me, did you ever see him being transfigured in the months after the battle?" "It's one of the tests for martial magic," Kat said sarcastically. "Yes, I saw him being transfigured. He once spent an hour as a toad after upsetting Danielle over something. He was staring at another girl's butt," the student who had first spoken to her said. "You'd think he'd know better than to do that around her." Emily blushed bright red at the mere thought. "Thank you," she said, embarrassed. "I just needed to know that." She gritted her teeth at the sniggers following her as she walked back to Emeka and took the bowl of porridge her friend had brought for her. "No luck," she said. "I thought we had another way to track and trap the mimic." The thought gnawed at her as she ate her breakfast. There had to be another way to detect the mimic, one that didn't involve blood samples or something else that would be considered taboo. Body wastes? The thought made her feel sick, and she almost gagged on her porridge. That was truly an unspeakable possibility. Other students filtered into the room, driven by hunger. They looked no better than anyone else. Their eyes flickered around the dining hall, as if they expected the mimic to reveal itself and lunge forward, intent on consuming them all. Emily looked away as several suspicious glances were directed her way, even though there were dozens of witnesses that the mimic hadn't been wearing Emily's form. But who knew what had happened overnight? Sergeant Miles strode into the room and marched over to where Emily was sitting. "I need you to come with me," he said brusquely. He drew a small knife from his belt, cut his own skin enough to let several drops of blood fall onto the table, and then stepped backwards, allowing her to observe that the blood didn't change to mist. "Now, if you please." Emily looked over her shoulder at Emeka, then hesitated. She didn't want her friend to walk back to her room alone. The sergeant seemed to read her thoughts. "Cat," he bellowed, loudly enough to shake the table. "Escort Emeka wherever she wants to go once she has finished breakfast. And no funny business." Cat looked irked, but nodded in agreement. Very few people would dare to defy Sergeant Miles, and no one did it twice. The sergeants had far broader authority to punish than the regular tutors, if only because of the dangers of martial magic, and he had a nasty sense of humor. "Come with me," the sergeant ordered, wiping up the blood. "Now." Emily nodded and stood up. Maybe, just maybe, the sergeant had had an idea of his own. Chapter 36. "We couldn't identify your attacker," the sergeant said, once they were outside the dining hall and walking towards the armory. "That is worrying." Emily blinked in surprise. There was a mimic on the loose, hunting down students and consuming them, and he was worried about the mystery attacker? But it was a problem that had to be solved. The attacker could have killed both Emeka and herself if they hadn't fled. "Yes," she agreed. "Sergeant, what are we doing here?" "You're going to practice your spells," the sergeant said, "and I am going to teach you some other spells that work at a higher level." He caught her arm as they stepped into the armory. "I should warn you," he added, "that all the normal rules about martial magic spells will apply to most of these, too." Emily flushed. No one knew, she realized, that she'd used one such spell on Melissa. She'd been caught by the mimic, not the real Sergeant Bain. The real sergeant would probably have dragged her to the Grand Master's office and demanded that she be immediately expelled, or at least barred from taking martial magic for the rest of the year. She wondered, idly, what she should do about it. Confess and take her punishment? Or keep her mouth closed? "I understand," she said finally. She watched as the sergeant picked up a wooden staff and passed it to her. It was heavier than she'd expected, heavy enough to utterly crack someone's skull if it were brought down on their head. A quick glance at the head of the staff revealed that someone had wrapped the wood around a metal core that tingled faintly with magic. "You will know, of course, that students are not supposed to use wands," the sergeant said, with a hint of his old friendly grin. "Using one of them to shape and direct one's magic is a good way to wind up crippled. Indeed, the simplest way to render a wand wielder harmless is simply to take the wand. They are rarely able to cast spells without it." Emily nodded. Alessa had used a wand, which was why she had never been able to pass basic charms, at least until she'd wound up working with Emily. Without the sense for magic that magicians picked up through casting the spells themselves, she had simply been unable to advance further towards becoming a sorceress. Emily might well have saved far more than just her life. "This is a combat staff," the sergeant explained. He took it from Emily and hefted it in one hand. "I rarely issue them to students who have not already completed the 3rd year of martial magic, or haven't gone on to apprenticeships. Your friend Jade, among others, will have a staff, and his master will not hesitate to punish him severely if he starts threatening to become dependent upon it. He runs the risk of crippling his magic." "I see," Emily said slowly. "If that's the case, why do people use them?" "Because, under the right circumstances, a staff can help direct and focus immensely powerful spells," Sergeant Miles said. "Each staff is individually bonded to a specific user, who channels magic through it to bring it to life. No one else can use your staff once it is yours. It simply won't work for them. However—" He placed the tip of the staff against the floor and leaned on it. "I do not have the time to provide constant supervision," he added. "This staff, once bonded to you, will be stored in my personal quarters under a set of very powerful wards. You are not to use it without my direct supervision. We will practice once a week, no more. Do you understand me?" Emily nodded, but said nothing. "The staff can easily become addictive," the sergeant warned, "and when it does, you have taken the first step towards restricting your magic. Ultimately, the person who will suffer if you lose your independence will be yourself. Do not attempt to take the staff or to beg me for more sessions. I will not take it lightly." He passed her the staff and smiled suddenly. You'll notice that the tip of the staff is made of pure iron, which can dampen or cancel certain types of wild magic, he added. The core is also made of iron, which makes the staff a formidable weapon if you happen to be deprived of everything else. If worse comes to worse, and you poke a deadly trap with the staff, it will shatter rather than allowing the curse to strike you, but you must not grow dependent upon it. Emily hefted the staff, trying to get used to the weight. Should I be learning how to use them at all? You need to advance quickly, Sergeant Miles said. And besides, you have definite potential. He tapped the tip of the staff. I want you to focus your magic through the staff, he ordered. It should bond with you at once. Emily hesitated, then carefully pushed raw magic out of her fingertips, imagining it flowing through the staff. There was a sudden rush of energy, a sense that she had suddenly developed an extra hand or leg, and then the staff felt alive in her hand. It was thrumming with power. Holding it made her feel powerful. Well done, the sergeant said. Now, follow me. He led her into the warded chamber and closed the door firmly behind them. A second later, an illusion, Emily couldn't help thinking of it as a hologram, appeared in front of her. It was a trio of battle-ready orcs, each one over 2 meters tall and carrying swords almost as big as Emily herself. There was none of the stench she remembered from the attack on Whitehall, thankfully. The illusion was far from perfect. There is a spell already embedded in the staff, Sergeant Miles said. I want you to trigger the spell. Emily concentrated, remembering the first set of lessons she'd had with Mistress Irene, when the tutor had taught her how to draw the magic out of her body. She smiled in sudden delight as it flowed into the staff, suddenly feeling the spell's presence embedded inside the wood, ready to be triggered. Magic flowed into the spell, and fire billowed out of the staff, roaring towards the orcs. They bellowed and lifted their swords, but it was already too late. The flames consumed them and raged onwards, burning at the wards and the walls and the... Emily gasped in pain as the sergeant slapped her bottom hard. She had been lost in the magic, and the spell had just kept going. It would have burned until she drained herself dry if he hadn't stopped her. That spell is not easy to use without a staff, Sergeant Miles said, but it also illustrates the danger of trying to use a staff regularly. Yes, Emily said. The sense of powering the spell had been overwhelming. She'd reached a point where she could cast certain spells automatically, but this was different. Whole new vistas of power were opening up in front of her, and would be forever lost if she became dependent on the staff. I see what you mean. You sound sullen, the sergeant said. He sounded amused rather than annoyed. That's a very common reaction. Emily nodded, flushing. How else would they react? I've known students break their own staffs and then refuse to even touch another one, Sergeant Miles said. Others have become addicted almost at once, to the point where I had to make sure they never touched another staff until they had broken the addiction. You need to be careful. He took the staff back and looked down at it, thoughtfully. With some effort, you will be able to embed spells within the wood yourself for later use, he said. There are magicians who have built up an entire armory of spells within their staffs. In a duel, they can just fire them off, one by one or all together. Their opponents have often been surprised and defeated before they could react. His eyes narrowed. But there are also limits, he added. You could not direct the fire you summoned, not like you could if you worked the spell on your own. And you would only have what options you built into the staff yourself. And if you happened to rely on someone else to do the preparation, you would be utterly helpless without the staff, Emily finished. Oh, not helpless, Sergeant Miles said. But you would be in deep, trouble. Emily nodded, remembering their first lessons. Sergeant Miles and Professor Lombardi had staged a duel, each step intended to demonstrate common mistakes made by magicians who thought a little power and knowledge made them dangerous. Afterwards, they had gone through every step in considerable detail, until Emily could almost recite it backwards. One of the rules was to never assume that a disarmed opponent was a defeated opponent. But if I were dependent on the staff, another magician could take it and then freeze me, Emily thought ruefully. And then I would be trapped. We'll practice more with the staff next week, Sergeant Miles said, as he walked back into the armory and put it in a cupboard. And remember what I said. Do not try to get your hands on the staff without my permission and my presence. Emily flushed. The moment he closed the door, she'd felt an overwhelming sense of grief and loss. It was silly, she knew. It wasn't as if the staff had been confiscated permanently. Not like some of the pictures male students had been caught passing around in class. And yet part of her wanted to sneak into the armory and steal it back before he could remove it to his quarters. "I understand the feeling," Sergeant Miles said, "but it is for your own good." He took a pair of short swords from the rack and passed one of them to Emily. "I understand that one of your tutors is teaching you swordsmanship?" Emily nodded. The etiquette teacher had been dubious about teaching young women anything of the sort, but King Randor had apparently insisted. After what had happened in Zangaria over the summer, Emily found it hard to blame him. Alassa and Emeka needed as many ways to protect themselves as possible. Magic wasn't the solution to everything. The thought made her shiver. There were potions that deprived someone of their magic, if only for a very short space of time. What would someone utterly dependent on magic do if they lost it? "Such teachers are good at making you look good," Sergeant Miles informed her. "Does he get annoyed with you frequently?" "Yes," Emily said. "He says I have no sense of display." "Nor should you," Sergeant Miles said. He grinned at her. "There are two sorts of soldiers in this world, Emily. The ones who look good and the ones who are good. They are very rarely one and the same. Besides, didn't you see Sergeant Harkin's flying kick?" Emily winced. Sergeant Harkin had shown them a flying kick that had come straight out of a movie featuring ninjas, or it would have done on Earth. It had looked hellishly impressive until he'd done it again, and Sergeant Miles had knocked him flat on his back. Once he'd picked himself up, Sergeant Harkin had explained that the move was designed to look good, and an opponent who didn't care about looking good would use it as an opening to smack the kicker down hard. "Stand on guard," the sergeant ordered as he lifted his sword, "and we begin." He lunged forward, probing Emily's defenses. Emily barely managed to raise her own sword in time to block his thrust, then found herself being pushed backwards by a series of slashes that threatened to cut into her chest. He was holding back, she knew, and yet he was overwhelming her with ease. She feinted, trying to take back the advantage, but he crashed his sword against hers and sent it spinning out of her hand. It was something she'd been warned not to try in a real battle. Emily dived for the sword, only to land flat on her face as he pushed her down to the floor. She gritted her teeth and tried to move, but he put his foot firmly on her back, trapping her in place. Escape was impossible. "Bad habit," Sergeant Miles observed. "Why didn't you draw your dagger when you lost the sword?" Emily flushed. "I didn't think of it," she admitted finally. "I was just focusing on the sword. There are no such things as dangerous weapons, only dangerous men," Sergeant Miles lectured, as he took his foot off her back and held out a hand to help her to her feet. "The weapon you carry may be the best in the world, charmed to help 100 men win 1,000 battles, but if you don't have the right mindset to use it, you would find yourself helpless very quickly. What do you think would have happened if you had disarmed me instead?" "You would have still fought?" Emily said. "I would have gone for you," the sergeant agreed. "In your case, you should have gone for your dagger, or turned and fled. Running was probably your smartest option." Emily scowled at him as she stood upright, waving away his proffered hand. "You didn't tell me that," she objected. Sergeant Miles snorted. "Did I have to tell you the rules?" "Rule 1, Emily recalled. "There are no rules." "I'm bigger than you, stronger than you, and more experienced than you," Sergeant Miles said. "You need to learn to fight smarter, not harder. There is no way that a slight girl like you will win a wrestling match with me. That tutor will feel the flat of my blade." Emily suspected he wasn't joking. "I'll do more swordplay with you," she promised. If nothing else, it would be a diversion from the yearning she felt in her soul. In hindsight, perhaps she should have refused to take the staff. "And I will have a few words with him myself." "If he listens," Sergeant Miles said darkly. He picked up Emily's sword and passed it to her, hilt first. "Clean it up, then replace it." Emily nodded and carried the blade to the workbench. The sergeants insisted that all weapons be maintained by the students who used them, threatening dire punishments to anyone who dared mistreat a weapon. Taking care of one's weapons, Sergeant Harkin had said, was the first step towards ensuring they took care of you. She found a cloth, wiped the blade clean, then started to oil it. As always, the smell made her feel as if she were at home. She had no idea why. "Good," the sergeant said when she had finished. "Where do you want to go now?" Emily considered it. She hadn't quite finished the barracks, but under the circumstances it hardly mattered. Master Tor could rant and rave all he liked. There was no point in Emily working on the barracks when it was unlikely that they would ever leave Whitehall. Once the food ran out, they would all starve. She wondered, absently, how human flesh would taste, before dismissing the thought angrily. It would be better to die than eat her fellow humans. "Ah," a voice said at the back of her head. "Will you still feel that way when you're starving?" "I don't know," she said. "Have there been any other attacks?" "We found another body this morning," Sergeant Miles said. "A fourth-year student, well out of bounds. The gods alone knew what he was doing out alone, or who was there when the mimic abandoned him and moved on to the next victim." Emily scowled. The mimic had yet another new face to play with and blend into the crowd. It could be anyone. "The Grand Master is considering trying to trap it again," Sergeant Miles added. "Perhaps if we pour additional power into the wards—" "Maybe," Emily said. She'd had the impression that the mimic had not found it difficult to break through the wards. "What if we used a solid barricade instead? I didn't notice it going through the walls." "Good thought," Sergeant Miles said. "I'll suggest that to the Grand Master." Emily gritted her teeth. What sort of creature was the mimic, that it could do so much and yet behave so oddly? And yet there was a certain cold intelligence to its actions. What was it? She stopped and stared at the crossbows hanging from the walls. What was it? The realization, when it came, made her break down into giggles. Sergeant Miles looked at her as if he thought she'd gone mad. In hindsight, the answer had been right in front of her nose ever since she'd faced the mimic for the first time. If she'd stopped to think about it, she might have realized what the mimic actually was long ago. "Tell me," she said, recovering control of herself. "What is a mimic?" Sergeant Miles scowled at her. "A monster," he said shortly. "Why—" Emily shook her head. There was no clear proof, apart from a single observation, and yet she felt sure she was right. It was the only answer that made sense. "We thought of it as a beast," she said. "A creature like a cockatrice or a basilisk. Something weird, but something understandable. Why not? The world is full of creatures that have been warped by magic. Why not a shape-shifting ball of mist? But it isn't." Her giggles threatened to overwhelm her again. "It isn't a creature," she said softly. "The mimic is a spell." Chapter 37. "This is the latest version of the fingerprint spell," Professor Lombardi was saying, as Sergeant Miles led Emily into the staff room. "It'll find fingerprints, but it will also show the person who left the fingerprints. Assuming they are in range, I think—" He stopped when he saw the sergeant. "Miles? Emily has deduced something about our enemy," Sergeant Miles said, addressing the room as a whole. "Something none of us would even think of. Emily?" Emily took a breath, suddenly aware that some of the most powerful magicians in the Allied lands were staring at her. If she was wrong— But she hadn't been wrong before, had she? Her plan had found the mimic, after all. It hadn't been her fault that the wards hadn't been as strong as they'd thought. But it was still a lot of weight to put on her. "And Alassa will be Queen of Zangaria," she thought tightly. "What am I complaining about?" She cleared her throat. "The mimic is a spell. A very powerful spell," she said flatly. "It works on the same principles as necromancy, draining power from unwilling victims to fuel its passage through our world. Quite why it becomes a copy of the victim is unknown, unless the spell was intended to serve as the ultimate spy and simply got out of control." "That's impossible," Master Tor said stiffly. "A spell cannot act in such a manner." "It would be very difficult," Sergeant Miles observed, "but it might be workable, if one had enough power and skill. The Faerie were beings of magic. They might have created the mimics as yet another instrument of terror. Or perhaps we should look for a more human creator. Someone might just have been trying to make necromancy viable and lost control of what they created." "It flinched away from a detection spell," Emily said. "Why, a detection spell when lethal curses just went through it? If I'd used the analysis spell, what would I have seen? The spell that makes up the mimic? Or it might have killed you," Lady Barb said, "if you know its secret." Emily nodded tightly. She was a target, but then so was everyone else in Whitehall. "We find it again," she continued, "and we cast the most powerful dispersal spell we have. And that should end its existence." "Assuming that the spell isn't protected in some way," Sergeant Miles said. "There's no shortage of methods to proof a spell against being terminated. Otherwise wards would just be a laughingstock." "But we have to try," Emily insisted. "There's no other choice." Professor Lombardi was scribbling down notes on a piece of paper. The mimic might just be a combination of several different spells, he said. All fiendishly complex, mind you, but they should go together. But you'd need a vast source of power. Necromancy, Sergeant Miles said quietly. It may actually be overfeeding, Professor Lombardi added. He passed Emily a copy of his notes, which included the modified fingerprint spell. She glanced at it and stuffed it in her pocket. There are too many students in the school. So we starve it, Mistress Irene said. We isolate the students from it and let the monster starve. Assuming it can starve, Sergeant Miles said. We don't know how often it needs to eat. The Grand Master held up a hand. This leaves us with one final question, he said. How do we catch it again? We do the same test we did before, Master Tor said simply. We just get ready to cast the dispersal spell before it can break free. Except that there will be a riot if we try, Mistress Irene said, and it would be hard to blame them. Emily shuddered. The events of the last magical testing had scared everyone in the school, even the pupils who hadn't seen the mimic directly. Mistress Irene was right. If they tried to gather so many people close together, the students would riot. There's another possibility, she said. I go out alone and let it come after me. Lady Barb snorted. Are you out of your mind? The mimic has been going after people out on their own, Emily pointed out carefully. I intend to give it a target. Me. It knows that I was meant to be cleaning the barracks. It can't think that you are meant to go back there now, Sergeant Miles snapped. Why not? Lady Barb asked. She gave Master Tor a dark look. Someone else did. It may not think at all, Emily said, but I can't think of any other way to catch the creature. And if you fail, Lady Barb said grimly, you will be the next person to be killed and replaced. I know, Emily said, but what other choice do we have? She listened to the argument between the tutors, surprised at the sheer level of venom that showed up in their words. It had always seemed to her that the tutors kept up a united front, even when they had private disagreements. The Grand Master had certainly not overruled Master Tor when he'd decreed Emily's punishment. But now they seemed to be on the verge of hexing each other. Or worse, if a fourth-year student could take both Emily and Ameka, what could the tutors do? She didn't want to find out. Enough! The Grand Master bellowed, using magic to project his voice through the room. I see no other alternative. But a dispersal spell, Master Tor said. How can it work? Sergeant Miles huffed. Do you think anyone else has ever tried? The Grand Master glared them both into silence. Emily, he said, are you truly willing to do this? To take the risk of merely being its next victim? Emily nodded, not trusting herself to speak. One of us should do it, Lady Barb said. This isn't a task for a student. We all know that she is no ordinary student, Master Tor said. That will do. The Grand Master scowled at them. Apart from Sergeant Bain, the mimic has not gone after another tutor. It may fear what we could do to it if we were pushed against the wall. Emily is the most logical person to serve as bait. Myself, Lady Barb, and Sergeant Miles will be nearby. Emily wasn't sure if she should feel honored or not. Thank you, she said quietly. I'll go now. Lady Barb came after her as she stepped out of the staff room. You don't have to do this, she said quietly. I need to do it, Emily answered. Get ready to come after me. The corridors felt completely empty as soon as she stepped away from the dorms, as if the students and staff were cramming themselves into a small part of the school. Emily looked around as she slowly made her way up the grand staircase, peering into the shadows as if they might hide the mimic. Even the omnipresent thrumming of the wards seemed muted somehow, as if the power were draining away. What would happen, she asked herself, if the school were completely dead? She hoped, prayed, that they were following her as she reached the correct floor and glanced down the darkened corridor. There was already dust gathering on the floor, despite the wards and rooms that should have kept it moving down and out of the castle. Emily wondered absently if the next pupil to get in trouble would have to sweep the corridors, before remembering that the servants would probably deal with it. They just didn't get paid enough to work in a magic school. The lights should have come on as she walked into the corridor, but nothing happened. Emily hesitated, straining every sense for a hint of the mimic, then cast a light globe into the air. The barracks door was right ahead of her, firmly closed. Emily muttered a second spell, and the door opened, revealing that the dust had been slowly urged into a corner by the remains of the runes she'd drawn. Melissa hadn't managed to damage them at all. Emily reached for the mop automatically, then stopped herself and dug into her pocket for her notepad. It was almost full, she realized, as she found a place to sit. She would have to have a new one sent to her by the papermakers in Zangaria. A notepad that would have cost less than $1 on Earth was luxurious in Whitehall, even if the papermaking process was growing cheaper every month as they worked out the kinks. In time, she was sure, it would replace parchment completely. She swore inwardly as she remembered what she had intended to discuss with the sergeant, and then forgotten. Most spells designed to throw objects towards their targets could be easily cancelled, and the object, deprived of its propulsion, would drop out of the air. But with a little twiddling, the spells could impart velocity, just like a cannonball. It would keep going after being fired, until gravity finally asserted itself, or until it hit something. That would be a nasty surprise for sorcerers who thought that a basic ward would keep them safe. Carefully, she jotted down the concept. If she were consumed and replaced, it was quite possible that the mimic would give the notepad to the sergeant, all unknowing, or that he would find it on her body. She added a few extra notes of her own, then wondered if she should write a letter to Emeka and Alassa. There was so much she wanted to say that she hadn't been able to tell them in person, and she hadn't even gone to see Emeka to say goodbye. What would death be like? She'd never really been religious. It was hard to be religious when there seemed to be no justice in the universe, and she had always believed that death would be the end. There had been times when she had welcomed the thought of oblivion, back when she had considered suicide, and yet it would be the end. There would be no afterlife, no heaven or hell. Or maybe there was an afterlife. She'd never had time to really study the religions in Zangaria, let alone the rest of the Allied lands, but there were 1,000 different concepts of life after death. Maybe one of them would welcome her. Or maybe they would all see her as a stranger to their world. There were times when she knew she didn't truly belong. She regretted now not seeking help and safety after her stepfather had started to make her life a misery. She could have escaped, or found help for her mother, but she'd never had the confidence to try. If Shade hadn't kidnapped her, she might well have died on Earth, or wasted her life. And she waited. She glared down at her notepad an hour later, wishing that she had thought to bring a book. It would have been better than just keeping company with her own thoughts, particularly the darker ones about the other mysteries puzzling her. Who had been going through her desk? Who had attacked Emeka and Emily in the corridor? And who had been spreading rumors about her? Not that they really needed to bother, Emily thought sourly. There have been rumors about me ever since I arrived, carried on a dragon's back. Professor Lombardi's second fingerprint spell was a vast improvement over the first, she realized as she pulled it out of her pocket and studied the spell. Carefully, she cast it and smiled when she saw her fingerprints all over the barracks. She tested the second half of the spell and felt her smile widen as she saw hazy lines running from the fingerprints to her fingers. Given time, this spell might revolutionize forensic magic. Until someone figures out how to break the links, she thought. Or if they start wearing gloves. There was a creaking sound from the door. Emily looked up sharply as a figure appeared, peering towards her. She was surprised to realize that she recognized him as one of Kat's friends, the one who had told her to go away at breakfast. He looked thoroughly unhappy with Emily, but there was something wrong with him. His body was moving as though it were a puppet with half of the strings lost. "You, friend, has charmed Kat," he said slowly. He seemed to be flipping from one mode to another and back again with terrifying speed, as if he were caught between two minds. "He is with her now." Emily slowly stood upright, feeling a chill run down her spine. The mimic's natural personality, if it had one, as humans understood the term, and the human mindset were fighting for dominance. If it was the mimic, someone could easily have hit him with a spell intended to turn him against Emily. He was ordered to look after her, Emily said, wondering just what Kat and Emeka were saying to one another. Emeka was on Alassa's team, after all. "Why are you here?" His form started to break down into the glowing mist-like form of the mimic. It slowly billowed into existence, a cold sense of malevolence filling the barracks as it placed itself to block all escape. Or maybe it wasn't quite real. The madman who had designed the mimics could easily have included a spell intended to make someone feel emotions that weren't truly there. Emily felt the hypnotic effect starting to press against her mind, but this time she fought it off and stepped backwards. The mimic glided slowly after her. This time, knowing what it was, she could see a certain eerie beauty within the mimic, something almost captivating. There was a sense that she was staring into infinity as the mist billowed, strange lights flickering through the clouds. She could almost make out hints of faces in the mimic, the last traces of those the mimic had killed and replaced over the years. There were hundreds, perhaps thousands of them, and yet the mimic was almost beautiful. So is a man-eating tiger, Emily told herself, but it is still dangerous. She triggered the emergency alert spell, summoning the tutors, then shaped the dispersal spell in her mind. It was the first spell she'd mastered at Whitehall, perhaps one of the simplest spells in the world. Using it on the mimic seemed absurd, which might well be why no one had ever tried it before. Inherent magic like the type possessed by dragons or gorgons didn't break when exposed to the spell, and everyone had assumed that the mimic was a beast like them. The mimic drifted forward, its invisible eyes fixed on Emily's face. She cast the spell, pushing as much magic into it as she could. It reared back as if it had been stung, and then stopped dead, but nothing else happened. Emily stared, then realized, to her horror, that the mimic wasn't really one spell. It was made up of hundreds of spells working together, and it was regenerating. Emily cast the detection and analysis charm and saw the spells. The mimic was a fantastically complex spell, almost an entity in its own right. It was almost as complex as the spells that controlled the nexus point, without the vast power they drew on to make themselves work. No wonder it was effectively a necromancer, she realized, as the mimic recovered and started to advance on her again. It needed such vast power to work. But it can't go mad, she thought grimly. Maybe it doesn't have the same addiction to power that Schooledin had. She cast the dispersal spell again and again, watching as it picked away at the network of spells making up the mimic. The mimic paused, then continued advancing towards Emily, ignoring her attempts to destroy it. Her spells simply weren't weakening the bonds holding it together. Every spell she removed was replaced a moment later. Emily simply couldn't put out enough power to destroy it. No off switch, she thought, as tendrils of mist reached towards her. What sort of idiot designs such a killer without an off switch? The door burst open, revealing the Grand Master, Sergeant Miles, and Lady Barb. All three of them carried staffs, which they raised in unison as they cast the dispersal spell. The mimic seemed to fray around the edges as the magic crashed into its form, canceling more and more of the spells that held it together, then started to pull itself back together. Emily shuddered as she cast the spell again herself. Could nothing destroy the mimic? "No more," the Grand Master said tiredly. He raised his staff and took a step forward. Emily felt the magic shimmering on the air and flinched backwards. She'd known that the Grand Master was powerful, but she hadn't realized how powerful. Not really. He seemed to grow larger as he stepped forward again, daring the mimic to strike at him. Emily shivered. The wave of magic was stronger than anything she'd seen from any of the other tutors, even Lady Barb. Only Void and Schooledin had ever exceeded it. The mimic screamed, a cry that echoed in Emily's mind even after she jammed her hands over her ears, then started to come apart at the seams. Emily cast the analysis spell one final time and watched, grimly, as the mimic splintered into its component parts. The Grand Master kept pushing at it, his magic thrumming through the air until there was almost nothing left. There was a sudden sense of hatred, of anger and pain. And then it was gone. Emily slumped until she landed on the floor, feeling suddenly dizzy with relief. It was over. "Well done," the Grand Master said. "Very well done." Emily looked up, dazed. He was kneeling beside her, while Sergeant Miles was studying the place where the mimic had been. The floor was scorched and pitted into a series of blackened runes Emily was sure hadn't been there before, all of them completely unknown to her. Judging from the sergeant's frantic attempt to preserve them before they vanished completely, he didn't know what they were either. "I felt it die," she said softly. It suddenly hurt to speak. "What was it?" The Grand Master's eyes narrowed. "A spell," he said. There was a hint of puzzlement in his voice.
As you deduced.
I don't know, Emily admitted. She was sure that the emotions she had felt were genuine, and that implied a living creature. But a living creature wouldn't have been affected by the dispersal spell at all. It was only good for destroying spells. A magical, artificial intelligence? It seemed odd, but possible. It might have been intelligent in its own right.
The fairy have made other intelligent beings by experimenting on humans, the Grand Master said.
His voice became contemplative.
I suppose they may have created the mimics to serve them in some way, perhaps during the wars. Or maybe a human sorcerer created them. No one really knows how much knowledge has been lost or destroyed over the years. Quite a few sorcerers went to their deaths without sharing what they knew, or teaching apprentices who might feel otherwise. But it was a killer, he added.
He helped her to her feet, his grip surprisingly strong for an older man.
I think you've messed up the room again.
Emily looked around and shuddered inwardly. The dust had been scattered everywhere, her runes had been destroyed, and the floor was badly scorched. They weren't going to make her clean it up again, were they? She wasn't sure she could do it again.
I think someone else can do it, the Grand Master added,
after a long moment. He smirked at her sigh of relief.
Unless you wish to learn some useful housekeeping spells, you'll be surprised just how interesting they can be.
I think she needs to go to the infirmary, Lady Barb interrupted shortly. She peered into Emily's eyes, then cast a series of diagnostic spells on her. Casting so many dispersal spells, no one really knows what that will do. I need to sleep, Emily said, fighting down a yawn. Now the mimic was gone, she was sure that she would sleep better. So would everyone else. Are you going to take down the wards?
Naturally, the Grand Master said.
His smile grew wider.
You should be there.
Let her sleep, Lady Barb suggested, although there was a hint in her voice that it wasn't a suggestion. She was Emily's advisor, after all. I can't find anything dangerously wrong with her that a good night's sleep won't cure. I'll walk her back to her room. The corridors seemed brighter somehow as they walked towards the dorms. Emily couldn't help smiling as the lights came back up to full brightness, suggesting that the Grand Master was already communing with the wards and lowering them so the students could go outside and play in the snow. She couldn't help wondering just what was going to happen to all the students who had misbehaved, thinking that there was nothing left to lose and cutting loose. What would the Grand Master do to them? I think he might just give them a warning, Lady Barb said when she asked. Her voice was carefully neutral. Being under siege brings out the best and worst in people. I'm not surprised that there were a whole string of nasty incidents. She stopped as they stepped into the dorms. Go back to your room and sleep, she ordered, as Madame Raz appeared out of her office. I'll speak to Madame Raz. Emily nodded and stepped past the house mother, walking automatically into her assigned room. It was empty. The Gorgon and Lynn were elsewhere, perhaps joining the other students in the common room. She sat down at her desk and stared at her papers. Once again, someone had been peeking through them, and there were faint hints that someone had been trying to get into her trunk. Not this time, Emily muttered, feeling a cold flash of pure fury cascading through her. How dare someone go poking through her papers and try to breach her trunk? She reached into her pocket and produced the fingerprint spell. Whoever you are, I can find you. She cast the spell. A moment later, she had her answer. Chapter 38. Lynn. Emily gritted her teeth as she looked down at the evidence in front of her. Professor Thand was a genius. His spell had not only isolated the fingerprints on the desk, but also identified the same fingerprints elsewhere in the bedroom. The ones covering Emily's books were the same as the ones on Lynn's desk and bedside cabinet. But she'd never even suspected Lynn. A haze in her mind she hadn't even known was there seemed to snap. Emily swore out loud, then stood and walked to her bed. Lynn's fingerprints were there too, as if the girl had been sleeping in Emily's bed when Emily hadn't been there. Emily hesitated, unsure if she wanted to know, then pulled out the drawers under the bed and cast a light spell, peering under the bed. Even knowing that they had to be there, it still took her several minutes to spot the runes Lynn had scratched into the wood. One of them, she discovered, was intended to distract Emily from realizing that the carver was even there. No wonder she had never even suspected Lynn. The others were unknown to her, but she had a nasty feeling she knew what they did. She'd been careless with her notes without even thinking about it, and Lynn had had every opportunity to copy them. Another might have pitted her against the Gorgon or directed her suspicions elsewhere, assuming that she actually realized something was wrong. She'd been wearing her protective sash when she'd first discovered that someone had been going through her desk. She straightened upright and walked back to her chair. Another set of runes was scratched into the underside, pushing her to be careless while working harder. They'd worked perfectly, she realized, even to the point of encouraging her to ditch the Ken game in favor of coming back to her bedroom and running a private experiment. Lynn clearly hadn't realized just how odd Emily was, even if she had been listening to rumor. Emily had been ignorant of basic material that every trainee sorceress knew. "Why?" she muttered out loud. "Why were you spying on me?" Emily paced across the room to Lynn's bed and cast the revealing spell. The first set of protective spells was basic, right out of the textbook without any modifications at all, but the second set was far more advanced, buried under the first. Lynn was clearly far more competent than she'd ever admitted. In fact, some of the charms protecting her bed were comparable to ones Emily had seen in martial magic. Breaking them was not an option, not for Emily, and that meant Lynn had stolen the first version of the fingerprint spell, and then someone had attacked both she and Emeka in the corridors, defeating them both. Had Lynn attacked them? They'd assumed that it was an older student because the spells used had been advanced, but what if it had been Lynn? She must have realized that she had come alarmingly close to discovery and attempted to distract Emily, and she had succeeded. She went through my notes, Emily thought grimly. She'd written everything down in English, rather than the Empire's script or the phonic alphabet she'd introduced to the Allied lands, but a simple translation spell would allow someone to understand her notes. They wouldn't be perfect. There were concepts she'd scribbled down that wouldn't have made sense to anyone who hadn't come from Earth. Yet Lynn might be able to draw out information that she could use herself. How much had Lynn seen? The steam engine diagrams, if that hadn't leaked out already from Zangaria. Gunpowder weapons and tactics, assuming that they realized what gunpowder was and what it did. Had Lynn seen her copy of the formula? To her, it might seem nothing more than a nonsensical mixture of chemicals, and yet there were also her notes on spells and magical concepts. What about the spell processor? Or the batteries? Emily shook her head. She'd hoped that she could keep control of some of the more advanced concepts, even though the basic concepts were spreading like wildfire. But Lynn might have passed what she'd seen on to others, or maybe she just kept the information for herself. She peered under her desk, looking for runes, but saw nothing. Not that it mattered, she realized. The 2 sets she had already found had been enough to cause real trouble as long as she hadn't discovered them. But then she hadn't really been able to see them until she had already deduced their presence. They'd had months to build up a charge they could use to influence her. And perhaps the Gorgon as well. How much of the Gorgon's anger had been due to her rage at having her possessions searched, or to the runes Lynn had scratched out in the room? The door slowly opened. Emily turned, raising her hand in a defensive posture, and saw Lynn creeping into the room. Her roommate looked as small and waif-like as ever, but Emily could now see hints of quiet competence and determination surrounding her too. Lynn might easily have cut runes into her own flesh, she realized as she stood upright. It would have helped her avoid attention while spying on Emily and everyone else. "You saved us all," Lynn said softly. "Thank you." Emily smirked. Lynn had been trapped, unable to send messages to anyone outside the building. No wonder she had been prepared to risk exposure by attacking Emily and Emeka. She'd had nowhere to run. But now, Emily saw a hint of puzzlement flashing over her roommate's face and smiled openly. Lynn didn't quite know what was going on. "You were spying on me," she said, watching Lynn closely. The shorter girl didn't show any visible reaction. "You were the one who was going through my desk." "That is an absurd idea," Lynn said. Her voice hadn't changed at all. "I would not dare to touch your desk. The Gorgon is a much more likely suspect." Emily laughed out loud. "Your suggestions won't work now that your runes have been discovered," she said. Had Lynn tried to steer her actions before? The hypnotic suggestion might have failed, now that she knew about the runes, but it might well have worked earlier. "I know that you intended me never to even think about you as a possible suspect."
Lynn seemed to straighten upright, marginally. And you have proof of this? Her voice tightened. You do realize that throwing around absurd accusations could get you in real trouble. Except they aren't absurd, Emily said. She knew she should have called the tutors, but she wanted to gloat. And I am no longer suggestible. Lynn's eyes narrowed. And I do have proof, Emily added. Your fingerprints are scattered all over my desk. The only other fingerprints there are mine. There are no fingerprints from anyone else at all. You touched my desk and set aside my spells. Or did you influence me to leave cracks in the spells, all unknowing? I might not even have seen a damaged spell if I believed it was intact. She remembered the fight she'd had with the Gorgon and felt her temper flare. Lynn had been cunning. The runes prevented Emily from realizing that Lynn was a potential suspect, so she'd blamed the Gorgon. The fight could have turned very nasty indeed. And the Gorgon might also have been influenced to dislike Emily. It simply hadn't worked until she'd been given a very good reason to hate her roommate. I think you don't understand, Lynn said. There was an edge in her voice that hadn't been there earlier. I think that we should go to the Grand Master, Emily snapped. Let him decide what to do with you. Lynn took a step forward. And if I refuse? Emily ignored the question. Why did you even do this? Her roommate laughed unkindly. Did you really believe that you could make so many changes and then go unnoticed? Child of Destiny, Necromancer's Bane, whatever title they end up giving you for defeating the Mimic, you've attracted attention. They're all coming to steal your secrets. Emily flushed. And who are you working for? Lynn smiled. Does it matter? Yes, Emily snapped. I want to know who did this to me. Lynn's smile widened. I'm afraid I am not permitted to divulge that information. She threw a spell at Emily before Emily could even realize that she was about to attack. It took everything Emily had to parry the spell, which gave Lynn a chance to hurl another spell, and another. Emily flew backwards as one of them crashed right into her. Her wards, she realized suddenly, were largely gone, and slammed into the wall. She gasped in pain as she fell and landed on the floor. Lynn fired off yet another spell, sending a wave of fire washing towards Emily. Somehow, Emily managed to roll aside and throw back a series of spells of her own. Lynn deflected them without apparent effort. You really need to work harder, Lynn said. You're the most valuable person in the school, yet your defensive spells are rubbish. I took them down when I faced the Mimic, Emily thought grimly. She'd shredded her own protections and then failed to repair them in time. It was an oversight that might cost her everything. And she didn't dare to try to call for help now. Damn it. She caught hold of the rug and pulled hard. Lynn stumbled, giving Emily a chance to pull herself to her feet and go on the offensive, throwing spells as quickly as she could. But Lynn seemed to be deflecting them, all the while pushing forward while waiting for Emily to tire herself. Emily gritted her teeth, feeling her reserves rapidly draining. Between the Mimic and Lynn, she had almost nothing left. Lynn's voice took on a thoroughly unpleasant tone. I think that the Allied lands will be safer without your presence, she said darkly. I won't make the mistake of allowing others to use you. Emily's blood ran cold. She'd been in danger before, but this was different. She'd liked Lynn. Or had that too been dictated by the runes? And why did Lynn care about the Allied lands? Lynn raised her hand. It's time. The door opened, revealing the Gorgon. Emily saw Lynn flinch as she turned to see who had entered the room, then cast a very nasty spell aimed right at the third roommate. The Gorgon jumped aside, moving with a nimbleness that revealed her origins, her snake-like eyes open wide with disbelief. She'd been influenced by Lynn, Emily realized, perhaps just as much as Emily herself. The Gorgon certainly hadn't suggested Lynn as a potential suspect. Emily threw a spell right at Lynn's back, but the girl's protections prevented it from affecting her. Run, she croaked. She tried to alert the tutors. The spell failed to form properly. Get help! The Gorgon's snakes twisted and changed, becoming something so inhuman that Emily tried to look away. But something refused to let her. A wave of utterly unfamiliar power washed through the room, something so alien that it was hard to comprehend it. The snakes were channeling power. Lynn let out a cry and cast a spell of her own. There was a blinding flash of light, which seemed to fall over the Gorgon's body. Emily saw her glowing with light, and then, as the light faded away, turning to stone. It wasn't until Emily tried to move that she realized that she too had been turned to stone. There was no sign of Lynn. "Well," Lynn's voice said, "hoist by your own petard?" There was a faint shimmer at the edge of Emily's field of vision, and Lynn appeared, smiling with genuine relief. "Funny thing about Gorgon petrification magic. If you happen to be invisible or simply looking away, it doesn't actually work." She looked over at the Gorgon. "Should have stuck with the human spells," she added nastily. "Can you free yourself from your own magic?" Emily tried, desperately, to move, but her body refused to work at all. She wasn't even breathing or anything else. But then she realized, what would a stone statue actually do? It felt different from the other times she'd been transfigured or immobilized. This time, there was a sense that her awareness was slowly drifting away. If the spell wasn't reversed in time... Panic howled at the corner of her mind, demanding release. But there was no way to escape, not even through silently casting the spells that might have released her if she'd been struck by normal magic. She remembered just what she'd read in the library about how Gorgon magic was difficult to undo, and shivered mentally. Lynn might just have condemned her to a slow, lingering death as her mind dissolved into madness. Or stone. "Quite an ironic ending," Lynn said, as she walked past Emily. "You and the Gorgon lash out at each other, both ending up caught in the magic she unleashes. It will be easy to ensure that the Gorgon is blamed for your death. Her people will be exterminated for her crime." There was a rustling sound as she picked up papers and stuffed them into a bag. They were papers from Emily's desk, she realized bitterly, still fighting to move. Now that she had been exposed, and the wards were gone, Lynn would simply leave the school and walk down to Dragon's Den, where she could step through the portal and go anywhere. Or perhaps she had another escape plan. Not in the end that it mattered. No matter what spells she tried to cast, Emily was starting to think she was trapped for good. And with the Gorgon equally petrified, there was no way she could simply undo her magic. They were both on the verge of death. Lynn moved back into view, staring up at the Gorgon. "I could smash you," she said. "I wonder what would happen to your mind if your stone body shattered. But I think that would tell them that something else happened. Instead, maybe they will think I was the mimic's last victim." They wouldn't believe that, Emily thought. Lynn had been seen after the mimic had been destroyed. On the other hand, would it actually matter? If she was far away from Whitehall by the time the Grand Master realized that she'd been a spy, she would never be found. "And thank you," Lynn added, looking towards Emily. "Your notes were very helpful." She walked out of the door, closing it behind her. Emily kept struggling to move, but her body was completely unresponsive. The Gorgon, it seemed, had the same problem. She couldn't undo her own magic, at least not when it had affected her. How, Emily asked herself, had Lynn managed to turn the Gorgon's magic back on her? The puzzle distracted her as she stared at the Gorgon's unmoving form. What sort of creature would have a magic that could be so easily turned against them? Bees die when they sting, Emily remembered. Besides, the Gorgons weren't natural. The fairy had created them, along with so many other humanoid creatures. Maybe the Gorgons are so painfully polite to one another because they're all constantly carrying deadly weapons around with them. The thought would have made her smile if she could move her lips. All of the etiquette lessons she'd had, from Elassa and her other tutors, had been designed to ensure that she had avoided giving offense. She would be dealing with aristocrats and magicians, both of whom could do her harm if they thought that she had offended them. Manners, even excessive manners, were a good way to avoid trouble. An armed society is a polite society, she recalled, and this society is very heavily armed, and it will get worse as guns are introduced. She felt her thoughts starting to drift away and struggled to hold them in place. If she lost her mind completely, she would die, her body forever trapped in stone. Perhaps they would put her in the Great Hall, she thought, perhaps with a sign memorializing her as the former necromancer's bane. Or maybe Jade would go off on a quest to remove the curse. She'd read a legend about a brave warrior who had done just that, although by the time the story had ended, he'd been an old man and barely had time to do anything else before he died. Or maybe in the Nexus Chamber, she thought. They should have a plaque there, one that mentioned Shaday's defeat. Here fell Shaday. So there. The thought caused her a bitter flash of brief amusement. If the necromancers were truly terrified of her, perhaps the Grand Master would seek to create an illusion that she was still alive. Or would too many people know the truth? Lynn might advertise it from wherever she was, unless she had a vested interest in keeping the necromancers in the dark.
But then they were the enemies of everyone, including each other. There was a knock on the door. It opened a moment later. Emily heard a girl she didn't recognize gasp in disbelief, then start screaming for Madame Raz. She couldn't help feeling relief, even though she knew that it was going to be hard to undo the Gorgon's magic. At least someone knew what had happened. Perhaps they just need Jade to kiss me, she thought, as Madame Raz ran into the room, followed rapidly by several other staff members. It can't be that simple, can it? Lady Barb stepped in front of her, right into Emily's field of vision. "I know you're in there," she said, touching Emily's stone forehead. "We'll get you out. I promise." Emily shivered inwardly. She knew that it was a promise Lady Barb might be unable to keep. Chapter 39. It took 4 days for the Grand Master, working with Lady Barb and Sergeant Miles, to prepare a spell to undo the Gorgon's magic. Emily spent the time listening to lectures from her teachers, including, surprisingly, Master Tor. Somehow, the lectures helped keep her sane, even though her thoughts still threatened to wander from time to time. She had a feeling that she would be expected to write essays on them after she was returned to human form, but it was better than thinking she would never be able to write to Jade or anyone else again. The worst moment had come when she'd heard Lady Barb suggest simply smashing the Gorgon. They hadn't realized that Lynn was missing. They believed that Emily and the Gorgon had fought, and they'd somehow both ended up stone. By the time Emily became human again, she had prayed endlessly that she would be able to warn them before they killed the Gorgon. It hadn't been the Gorgon's fault. "Rest," Lady Barb said. "You've had a very unpleasant time." "Not the Gorgon's fault," Emily gasped, as exhaustion finally threatened to overcome her and drag her down into sleep. She hadn't dared sleep while she was a statue for fear that she would never wake up. "Lynn! It was Lynn!" Lady Barb stared at her, then nodded. The next thing Emily knew, she was lying on a bed in the infirmary with Emeka and Elassa sitting next to her. Her body felt stiff. Desperately, she sat upright and looked around, feeling the sheer joy of movement. The Gorgon was sleeping in the next bed, her snakes curled around her head. Emily silently prayed that she hadn't heard the staff when they talked about smashing her. It would have traumatized her for life. "Welcome back," Elassa said. She reached out her arms and pulled Emily into a hug. "I missed you." "I missed you too," Emily said, "but you were lucky to get out." "My father was mad at me for wanting to come back when he realized what had actually happened," Elassa said. "I think the thought of a mimic being so close to his daughter actually got to him." Emily couldn't blame King Randor for worrying. He lived in a world where impersonating someone else was easy, given the right level of magic. There were homunculi, shape-change spells, simple glamours, even potions to copy someone's memories and mannerisms. And now they knew the true nature of the mimics. Who else might be a mimic in human form? "I'm not surprised," she said, "but we made it through the nightmare." "Others didn't," Emeka said quietly. 40 students died before you killed the mimic." Emily scowled. The truth about the mimics probably hadn't been widely shared, although she suspected that the Grand Master would inform the White Council. They wouldn't want to encourage someone else to start trying to duplicate the monsters, and they would if they knew that it was possible. Emily had certainly started a revolution simply by introducing new ideas to the Allied lands. 40 students, she repeated. And last year, Whitehall had been brutally attacked by Shade. How many students would return next year? What happened after I was turned into a statue? They searched the school for Lynn, Emeka said quietly, but they found no trace of her. She shook her head. I still can't believe that she was a spy, she added. I never even thought twice about her. Neither did I, Emily admitted. But Lynn had been cunning. Subtle magic. Very subtle magic. There was a hiss as the Gorgon opened her eyes, her snakes billowing around her head. Emily hesitated, then swung her legs out of bed and stood upright, feeling oddly unstable. But she needed to talk to the Gorgon. The snakes hissed unpleasantly as she tottered forward and stopped next to the Gorgon's bed. She didn't look happy. It wasn't your fault, she said before the Gorgon could say a word. Lynn was a spy. They wanted to kill me, the Gorgon whispered. I heard it all. Emily felt a wave of sympathy for the Gorgon and reached out to take her hand. It felt oddly warm, faintly scaly. She had been isolated on Earth, and isolated again at Whitehall, but she had never been so completely alone. The Gorgon was different from everyone else in the school. There wasn't another Gorgon for hundreds of miles. I told them that it wasn't your fault, she said. She hesitated, then pushed ahead. And Lynn ensured that we would be fighting each other. She twisted my own magic, the Gorgon said. I didn't even know that was possible. She's a skilled magician, Emily agreed. She waved a hand to indicate Alassa and Maka. These are my friends. Why don't you join us? The next hour passed quickly, once Alassa located a board game for 4 players. Emily had never played it before, and wasn't too surprised when she ended up losing, but the Gorgon proved a canny player, almost Maka's match. Judging by the way they were chatting as they pushed Alassa out and started battling for supreme control of the board, they'd become friends over the game. Emily's acceptance of the Gorgon encouraged both of her friends to try to accept her too. Maybe I can invite the Gorgon to Zangaria, Emily thought, wondering just what King Randor would make of that. But she was supreme in her own lands, and maybe it would help to break down the barriers between humans and Gorgons. Besides, she had the feeling that the Gorgon might be a friend worth cultivating. She already knew more about magic than Emily. She looked up as the Grand Master stepped into the ward.
I need to borrow Lady Emily, he said shortly. Emily?
Emily nodded and followed him out of the room, hoping that the other 3 would keep playing on their own. Or perhaps they would move to a card game. She might not have been able to recall the rules of poker, but she had managed to introduce playing cards. It probably wouldn't be long before someone started gambling rings using them. You told the Gorgon you were going to smash her, she said, as soon as they stepped into the Grand Master's office. That was cruel. The Grand Master looked at her, then nodded.
We believed that she was responsible for your condition, he admitted. We were wrong.
I think you owe her an apology, Emily said tartly. Part of her mind was aware that she was ticking off one of the most powerful magicians in the world, but it needed to be said. You frightened her to death.
I will speak to her once I have finished talking with you, the Grand Master said.
He motioned for her to sit down.
Do you have any other reprimands you would like to offer, or can I speak now?
Emily flushed, embarrassed. The Grand Master smiled.
You're right, he said. But be careful who you use that tone to, young lady. Not everyone is inclined to be forgiving.
He looked down at the desk, then back up at her.
We searched your room carefully. Again, he said. This time we found nearly 50 runes scattered throughout the room, designed to keep you unaware of Lynn's presence and to encourage you to be a little bit careless. I have been forced to have hard words with Madame Raz and Master Tor.
Emily blinked in surprise. Why?
They searched your room after your little experiment, the Grand Master pointed out. The runes were not found.
But they might not have been there, Emily said, wondering at her own willingness to defend Master Tor. But then he had read to her and lectured her while she'd been petrified, giving up some of his own time to help her. Lynn could have put them in afterwards.
They would have needed to be there almost from the start of term, the Grand Master said grimly. They were missed.
Emily nodded, silently resolving to look up the runes herself later. A thought struck her, and she grimaced. Had Master Tor put her in with Lynn deliberately? He'd made the room assignments, and Emily had wound up with a spy. A lucky break for Lynn? Or something more sinister?
Master Tor may not be at this school for much longer, the Grand Master said, but I did interrogate him under truth spells. He wasn't directly involved in the whole affair. His rationale for putting you and Lynn together was sound.
Emily relaxed slightly.
We found nothing when we searched her bed, apart from a set of protections that should have been above her level, the Grand Master continued. It wasn't until we interrogated a couple of the other transfer students that we realized what she was. She was a spy for Mountaintop.
The other magical school? Emily asked. Why?
One of them, the Grand Master confirmed. And as for why, are you aware of just how much you have changed the world?
I think so, Emily said, although she wasn't sure. There had already been unintended consequences flowing from her work, including some that had turned the world upside down. Who knew what there would be in the future? She was sent to spy on me?
Yes, the Grand Master said. Apparently, the other students were encouraged to transfer, even though Mountaintop rarely allows it. My best guess is that they were pushed into moving because Lynn coming on her own might have seemed suspicious. They didn't know precisely what they were doing, of course. They were just cover.
And she has some of my notes, Emily said grimly. What might Lynn have taken from her desk? How advanced was she?
She was no second year, the Grand Master said. Potions intended to de-age someone are rare. They tend to have unpleasant side effects, but she could easily have taken one to pose as someone your age. At a guess, she was in 5th or 6th year. Knocking you and Emeka down would have been easy for someone at that level. Under the circumstances, I suppose we should count ourselves lucky that she didn't slit your throat at night.
Or smash us while we were statues, leaving the Gorgon to take the blame, Emily said softly. It would have looked like a tragic accident. She scowled as a thought occurred to her. Do you think she summoned the mimic?
I doubt it, the Grand Master said. That might just have been coincidence. She wouldn't have attacked you at all, risking exposure, unless she had nowhere to go. And she didn't, while the wards kept us trapped in the school. All she could do was try to slow you down.
Emily nodded. The mimic had acted oddly, but perhaps that was understandable if the spells that powered it worked along the same lines as necromancy. It had moved from consuming sheep and other animals to a school full of magic users. The mimic must have thought that it was enjoying an all-you-can-eat buffet. If, of course, it had thought at all. Did the sheer complexity of the spells that defined it allow for true independent thought? And she succeeded, Emily admitted. What are you going to do about Mountaintop?
I have not yet decided, the Grand Master said. Spying on one another is not uncommon among magic users, despite the sorcerer's rule. Everyone hates it, and everyone knows that everyone does it. But this is different.
He shook his head slowly.
And then there's your guardian to take into account, he added. Mountaintop may simply disown her.
Emily scowled. She hadn't given a single thought to the political aspects, but they were there. Lynn had effectively tried to kill one of Zangaria's most powerful nobles, something that King Randor would be entirely justified in considering an act of war, and then Void might be expected to take a dim view of it too. Even if Lynn had panicked and overstepped her orders, it was still going to create an unholy mess. The Allied lands might come apart at the seams if it turned into a general war. And then the necromancers would just walk over the mountains and complete the destruction of humanity. She must have hoped that the Gorgon would get the blame, Emily said slowly. If I hadn't been able to testify,
it would be unlikely that the Allied lands would believe her, the Grand Master admitted. She would have made a very convincing suspect. And if you both ended up dead, Lynn might have vanished completely.
If she really was working for Mountaintop, Emily mused, might she have intended Mountaintop to take the blame?
Perhaps, the Grand Master said. Not everyone likes the Mage Master of Mountaintop. The great magical families are very cutthroat, always trying to squeeze an advantage for themselves out of every little incident. Maybe the true object of the exercise was to embarrass their leader.
His face twisted into a grimace.
We will certainly investigate, he added. But I have a feeling that the information we were given about Lynn will be more than a little misleading.
Emily blinked in surprise. You didn't check their credentials?
We didn't check yours either, the Grand Master pointed out, rather snidely. We took Void's word for it.
He stood and paced over to the bare wall, then turned to face her.
There will be investigations, he said. The White Council will have to be informed. Steps must be taken, and Void, as far as possible, must be kept uninvolved. We really don't need a major confrontation between him and Mountaintop right now.
Emily stared at him. You trust him to do your dirty work, but not to avenge an attack on his ward?
Mountaintop provides a quarter of the White Council's combat sorcerers, the Grand Master said. If this led to open conflict, it could rip the Allied lands apart. We need to know what is actually happening before we decide what to do about it.
You'll have to speak to King Randor, Emily reminded him, wondering just what Alassa's father would say. He hadn't been able to do anything about Alassa's near-death experience. Legally, could he involve himself in the affair? And I need to get back to my friends. The Grand Master seemed to look right at her.
You do realize that you have acted foolishly this term?
Emily flushed at his tone, but said nothing.
I know. You don't come from this world, and you lack the basic knowledge we teach newborn magicians, he added. And we assumed that Void had taught you, as was his duty, and never really checked on it. I would scream at him for his oversight if I thought it would do any good. But your experiment, whatever it was, could have had disastrous consequences. And it wasn't the only mistake you made. What would have happened if you had reported Lynn to a tutor at once? She might have been caught before she could flee Whitehall. And you came very close to alienating your two best friends.
He looked down at the floor.
How much of this was because Lynn was using runes to influence your mind?
Emily shuddered. The truth was that she didn't know. But then she wouldn't. She really didn't like wasting time watching sporting events. It was easy to understand why she might want to leave early, certainly before she'd understood just how important it was to Alassa and Emeka that she watched. There was no way to know, in the end, how much of her mistakes had come from her own stupidity.
It isn't uncommon, the Grand Master said quietly, for people to react badly to stress, or to make mistakes as they come into their magic. They become so consumed by what they're doing that it just runs away from them. You, on the other hand, are rather more than just another student. You need to learn faster. And not just magic. You need to learn control and discipline.
His unseen eyes seemed to bore into hers.
We punish misbehavior as severely as we do to ensure that you do know the price of messing around with magic, he added. But there comes a time when a sore bottom cannot save you from the consequences of your actions. I don't know how many of your problems this term came from Lynn's runes, but you need to learn to watch yourself. You are not just any pupil.
Emily flinched at his tone. He was right, but that didn't make it any easier for her to hear.
Lady Barb has, I have been told, sworn to keep what you tell her to yourself, the Grand Master said. I think you should consider confiding in her, now that she is literally unable to share whatever you tell her with anyone else. She is your advisor, and will be making sure that you learn what you need to know in future. Talk to her if you have any other ideas.
I will, Emily promised.
We are going to have to reset all of the schedules for classes since we missed so many, the Grand Master concluded, walking back to his desk. Go see your friends. Enjoy your time with them. And if you haven't apologized for acting so badly, I think you should.
He smiled.
And maybe you should consider playing games with them, too, he added. It will help bring you back together.
Thank you, Emily said as she stood. Part of her mind insisted that it would be a fate worse than death, but she knew that was being silly. I will.
You might come to enjoy it, the Grand Master said. Oh, and one other thing.
Emily paused, waiting.
There are already rumors about you and Lynn, the Grand Master warned, but you might want to avoid telling anyone, apart from your friends. The more people who know the full details, the harder it will be to deal with the situation in a calm and reasonable manner.
Emily nodded and left the room. Chapter 40. Emily ducked the snowball Alassa threw at her, then scooped up a handful of snow and threw it back at her. A moment later, Emeka's snowball narrowly missed her as she ducked, but Emily slipped and fell over backwards. Emeka ran up to her and dropped snow on her chest, then winked down at her. I meant to do that, she said. Alassa threw a snowball that caught Emeka in the back of the head. She yelped and scooped up more snow to throw back. Emily laughed, then caught Ameka's arm and pulled her down into the snow. Alassa saw the glint in Emily's eye and jumped backwards, heading towards the frozen lake. Emily used a simple spell to hurl a snowball after her. "Missed," Alassa taunted from a safe distance. Emily had to laugh. Alassa and Ameka had dragged her out of the library and insisted that she join them for a snowball fight, and she was enjoying it more than she had expected. The Gorgon had refused to join them. Snow didn't agree with her people, she'd explained, but she had promised to go over their textbooks tonight. Now that everyone was back at Whitehall, the staff was making them work hard to make up for the missing weeks. There was already a rumor going round that the coming holidays would be cancelled if the students weren't where the staff thought they ought to be by then. She looked up at the darkening sky and thought grimly about Lynn. The rumors going round were far off the mark. Half of the students seemed to believe that she had been the mimic's final victim, while the other half believed that the Gorgon had killed her and ground her petrified body into dust. At least no one seemed to be pointing fingers at Emily any longer, not after she'd received full credit for defeating the mimic. But she'd still made sure to spend time with the Gorgon. "Sunset," Alassa said. "Why don't you come with us to the Great Hall?" Emily would have preferred to find a mug of chocolate. It had been surprisingly hard to introduce the concept of chocolate milk to the cooks, but she knew better than to argue when Alassa was in such a determined mood. Besides, they still weren't allowed to share a bedroom. The room Emily still shared with the Gorgon had been repaired. The beds, desks, and wardrobes had been completely replaced, but there was no room for another roommate. Or rather, someone would have had to have been left out, Emily thought. I wasn't going to do that to anyone. She'd come to the decision that she rather liked the Gorgon, once she'd had a chance to get to know her without Lynn's subtle influence. They were very alike in many ways, both outcasts and strangers in a very strange land, although the Gorgon had been treated with love and affection by her family, rather than neglect and abuse. It had been her magic that had set her apart from the other Gorgons, but they had also valued it as a gift, and they appreciated her intelligence. They brushed the snow off their coats as they slipped through the door and into Whitehall, then headed to the Great Hall. Emily sensed the waves of magic coruscating through the building as the Grand Master and Professor Lombardi slowly prepared a new warden and reformatted the wards to make it harder for the next one to be killed. The monitoring system wasn't fully in place yet, but there hadn't been a single hexing since the wards had come down, somewhat to Emily's surprise. Or perhaps it wasn't a surprise. The day after the mimic had been destroyed, she'd been told, the Grand Master had given the entire school a scathing lecture on their conduct while under siege. He seemed to have cowed everyone. She caught Alassa smiling as she stopped outside the doorway to the Great Hall, an odd little smile that puzzled her. Emily hesitated, half expecting to discover that someone had left a bucket of water on top of the door, then pushed it open firmly. And then she stared in absolute disbelief. The Great Hall was completely filled with students, but that wasn't what caught her eye first. It was a glowing set of words hanging above their heads, spelling out, "Happy birthday, Emily." She half turned to look at Alassa. She had known. And then someone pushed a drink into her hand and pulled her into the crowd. Almost everyone seemed to want to shake her hand. "Happy birthday," Alassa said from behind her. "You deserve it." Emily stared at her as Kat shook her hand, then went on to chat to Ameka. "It isn't my birthday, but it is 1 year since you came here," Alassa pointed out. "And besides, no one knows just when your birthday actually is, so—" She shrugged. "Besides, it isn't just for you," she added. "Everyone needed a party after what happened over the last few weeks." Emily found herself unable to speak. Part of her hated crowds, hated them all pressing in around her, and yet part of her loved the attention. They had come for her. Tears threatened to start prickling at the corner of her eyes, and she wiped them away, then took a sip of her drink. It tasted vaguely of sunshine and rainbows. "A magician's drink," Alassa said, as Professor Thand appeared and shook Emily's hand before wandering off to supervise the punch. "A mundane who drank it would taste nothing more than water." A band composed of students started to play a dance tune, but several of the players seemed to have different ideas about which tune they were meant to be playing, and the sound rapidly became a discordant racket. Mistress Irene marched over to them, and, shouting almost as loudly as Sergeant Harkin, pushed them into some semblance of order. Emily had been told that most aristocrats were taught to play something, yet she never seemed to have the time to learn. But listening to the band when they finally started playing together made her think that she should make the time. Maybe if I alter the interior of the pocket dimensions, she thought, and then shook her head firmly. She'd gotten into quite enough trouble with that idea already. She caught sight of Emeka being pulled into the dance by Cat, and smiled to herself, although she had no idea if he was genuinely courting Emeka or if he was merely looking for a suitable partner. Alassa nudged her and pointed out just how starstruck Emeka looked, making Emily roll her eyes. The princess had danced with countless young princes only a few months ago. "Lady Emily," Master Tor said from behind her, "I was wondering if I could have a word." Emily swallowed the response that came to mind and nodded, allowing him to draw her away from Alassa. She sensed the privacy ward as he cast it, and frowned. What did he have to say that was so private her best friend couldn't hear it? "I may have misjudged you," Master Tor said, as soon as the privacy ward was in place. "I did not realize that you had such a father. To leave you ignorant of the fundamentals was nothing short of neglect." It took Emily a moment to realize that he meant Void. From his point of view, Void probably did seem like a neglectful father, the kind of person who would teach his children dangerous spells instead of basic safety precautions. On the other hand, there were very few people who would dare to tell Void that to his face. "And you risked your life to save all of us," Master Tor added. "I definitely misjudged you." Emily couldn't think of anything to say, so she said nothing. "I will be heading to the White Council after this year," he said, "but if I can do you a favor in response, please let me know." He cancelled the privacy ward and walked off, leaving Emily staring after him. "Sounds like that went well," Alassa said, taking hold of Emily's arm. "How many detentions did he give you this time?" "No detentions," Emily said, still puzzled. "He wanted to apologize." "You did save the school," Alassa pointed out. "Maybe he thought better of treating you badly after that." "Maybe," Emily said. She caught sight of Melissa on the other side of the room and scowled. No one had realized how badly she'd hurt Melissa, apart from Melissa herself. Emily was surprised that she hadn't already reported Emily to a tutor, but perhaps Melissa had just decided to keep her mouth shut. Or maybe coming so close to a mimic, all unknowing, had convinced her that there were more important things in life than playing out a schoolgirl rivalry. Or maybe she's just plotting, Emily thought. King Randor hadn't told her much about being an aristocrat, but he had warned her that it was always a bad sign when people weren't grumbling. It normally meant that they were plotting something drastic. Emily hadn't quite dared to ask him what the barons had been saying before they'd launched their coup attempt, but she had a feeling she knew. Some of them had complained loudly to distract the king. "You deserve a party," Lady Barb said, coming up to her. "I'm glad the Grand Master saw fit to allow it." Emily blinked. "It was your idea?" "I thought you deserved something to remind them that you just saved the school. Again," Lady Barb said. "How quickly they forget." "Most people are sheep," Alassa commented. There was an edge in her voice that made Emily blink. Was Alassa feeling guilty that she'd been called home? "They were quick to start accusing her of performing necromancy, and they threw hexes at her whenever she turned her back." "And then they started blaming the Gorgon," Emily added, pushing her concerns about Alassa to one side. "What should I do next year?" Lady Barb gave her an odd little smile. "People have always been worried when someone has vastly more power than they," she said. "You have always attracted envy as well as admiration. And enemies." She took Emily's arm and steered her towards a corner, leaving Alassa behind. "What do you intend to do during your holidays?" "I intend to go back to Zangaria," Emily said. "I have a great deal of work to do in Cockatrice that I cannot leave in my castellan's hands. It's traditional for students who want to serve the Allied lands to spend a month or two working with a qualified sorcerer," Lady Barb said. "If you want to become a combat sorcerer, you might work with the military. If you wanted to be a mediator, you might shadow one around, learning by doing. I think that you would benefit from doing it for yourself." Emily hesitated. The chance to learn more was always welcome, if she had the time to take advantage of it. "You would be welcome to come shadow me," Lady Barb said. "It would give you a far wider range of experience than you'd find in Whitehall, or Alexis. There are people out there who have never seen a magician, or who are scared of magic because they live too close to one of the places touched by the fairy, and they wouldn't talk to Baroness Cockatrice, not to tell you what you need to know." "But they might talk to a roving magician," Emily said quietly. She could understand the problem. The peasants knew better than to annoy the aristocrats, no matter what laws the aristocrats gaily broke. Superior authority was a long way away, while the local aristocrat was right next door, and was willing to do anything to peasants who stepped out of line.
The problems in Zangaria had only grown worse since the barons had launched their attempted coup, and in failing, crippled their authority. Hundreds of thousands of peasants were moving off the land. Precisely, Lady Barb said. It would also give you a chance to learn how to do certain things outside Whitehall. Emily nodded. You don't have to decide at once, Lady Barb told her. But I would like to know a month before Whitehall closes down for summer. That's when I have to make arrangements with the White Council. I'll let you know, Emily said, although she had already made up her mind. The chance to spend some time away from Whitehall, or Zangaria, would be very welcome. And thank you for your support. I was surprised that your guardian hasn't shown himself, Lady Barb said. There was a dark tone in her voice, a reminder of what she'd told Emily about Void several months ago. It is always worrying when he does what I want him to do. Emily shrugged. One thing she had learned about Void was that he appeared and disappeared as it suited him. No one, as far as she knew, could summon him, even when his ward was in serious trouble. Or had the Grand Master actually tried to call him when Master Tor was threatening her with expulsion? I'm sure he knows what he's doing, she said dryly. The look on Lady Barb's face suggested that she wasn't convinced. Leaving him aside, Emily said, changing the subject, has there been any sign of Lynn? None, Lady Barb said, but she was clearly a very well-trained magician. Unless she does something stupid, she can avoid detection and make her way back to Mountain Top, or wherever she is going. We convinced Dragon's Den to make a search, but they turned up nothing. The Grand Master is still investigating. I dare say that he will tell you what he finds out when he knows what it means. Her eyes narrowed. What, precisely, did Lynn take with her? Emily hesitated. Concepts, she said. The problem was that she wasn't entirely sure what Lynn had seen. If she'd been poking around Emily's desk since the first day they'd met, she might have seen almost everything. And what if she'd managed to get into the trunk? I don't know for sure. She scowled. If Lynn had been looking for technology alone, she might have gunpowder, steam engines, and a dozen other concepts Emily had been reverse engineering. She would have the diagrams for basic cannons, muskets, and other weapons. But if she looked at the magical notes, she might well have the pocket dimension batteries too, if she could make them work. Emily's experiments had never reached the next stage. In hindsight, channeling that much power might be very dangerous, and yet Lynn had already proven herself to be a sneaky opponent. I'll be asking you for details later, Lady Barb said, and so will the Grand Master. And King Randor, Emily added silently. She didn't know how much King Randor knew of the gunpowder project, but she doubted that Emeka's father had hidden it from him. Not when he was a noble himself now. She shook her head. How far could Lynn and her backers go with what they had? Emily had already been surprised by how fast Zangaria had advanced from what she'd told them. How far could others go without her help? There was no way to know. A sudden rustle ran around the great hall as the Gorgon entered. Instead of wearing robes or a human-style dress, she was wearing a long tunic that seemed to show off her inhuman attributes. It seemed to be made of snakeskin. Gorgon scales, Emily suspected, and showed her bare arms. They too were a strange blend of human skin and scales. Her snakes, fanning out around her head, seemed to be smirking at the crowd. Your friend seems to have decided to abandon her attempt to pretend to be human, Lady Barb said. She sounded approving. Good. We need more contacts among the Gorgons. Emily looked at the Gorgon, then smiled. Go enjoy your party, Lady Barb said. You earned it. Emily nodded and walked over to join the Gorgon, noticing the half-admiring, half-fearful glances some of the male students were directing at her. It was impossible to avoid noticing that the Gorgon had a kind of eerie glamour, a beauty that drew their attention towards her scales, and snakes. She couldn't help wondering which of the boys would be the first to ask the Gorgon to dance. Thank you for coming, she said as she took the Gorgon's hand. It wouldn't have been the same without you. The Gorgon winked at her, then nodded to a stuttering third year who was trying to ask her to dance. Emily couldn't tell if he was merely immature or if he was scared of the Gorgon as well as being attracted to her. She fought down a laugh as the Gorgon led him onto the dance floor, moving with a grace that rivaled Alassa's. Come and dance, Alassa said. This day won't last forever. You taught her, Emily muttered, didn't you? Father taught me that you can either apologize endlessly for being what you are, or you can just rub their noses in it, Alassa said with a nod. I decided to show her how to do the latter. She doesn't need to pretend to be human.
And look, they're all falling over her. Emily felt her smile widening as her friend pulled her over to a group of boys. Maybe it was strange to wish otherwise, to wish that the day would last forever. But, despite everything, she was content. She was home. This is the end of Book 3, but the story continues with Work Experience, Schooled in Magic, Book 4. Keep listening after the credits for a free preview. You have been listening to Studyin, Slaughte, Schooled in Magic, Book 3, produced by Greg Lawrence. Executive producers James Tawn and Greg Lawrence. Text copyright 2014 by Christopher G. Nuttall. Production copyright 2016 by Podium Publishing. All rights reserved. Prologue. The first thing old Mother Holly knew when she snapped awake was that she was no longer alone. The second thing she knew was that the intruder had cast a complex spell on her. She couldn't move a muscle apart from her mouth. Even her eyes refused to open. But she refused to panic. At 50 years of age, most of them spent living in her shack, Holly had little fear of death. It was just a part of life. Besides, the intruder had to be a powerful magician. He'd walked through her wards and protections without triggering any alarms, but it was unlikely that he meant her any real harm. If he had, he could have cut her throat before she ever woke up. "Good morning," a cultured voice said. It was male, but otherwise unfamiliar. A spell was probably being used to disguise the speaker. "I apologize for casting a spell on you, but I would prefer to remain unknown." "I am sure of it," Holly said dryly. "And why, exactly, have you invaded my home?" "I came to make you an offer," the voice said. There was a clink as something was dumped onto the rickety table. "An offer of power." Holly snorted. She'd heard such offers before. Hedge witches lived closer to the untamed wild magic than any of the snooty graduates of Whitehall, Mountain Top, or the other magical academies. She'd seen her first demon before she even had her first blood. And she knew what demons wanted. "And all you want in exchange is my soul?" "Not at all," the voice assured her. "I merely wish you to use what I bring you." Holly didn't believe him. In her experience, nothing was ever given for nothing. There was always something desired in exchange, no matter how many pretty words might be used to hide it. And power always came with a price. The voice became seductive. "Have you never wished for more power?" Holly would have nodded if she had been able to move. She'd been born to a poor family in a poor village. Only a talent for magic had saved her from being sold or married off as soon as she first passed blood. But she had never been powerful enough to go to one of the academies. Instead, she had learned from the local hedge witch, and when the elderly woman had died, Holly had taken her place. But it was a frustrating job. People relied on her and were terrified of her in equal measure. They begged her for help and whispered about her behind her back. And no matter what she did, she knew she couldn't help all of them. She had dedicated her life to the folk of the mountains, yet it was never enough. And the demons knew how she felt. It was why they kept coming to her, tempting her with dreams of power. "Yes," she said aloud. "These are the tools of a magician who garnered power," the voice said. He tapped something that sounded like wood. "A skull of memories, a book of spells, and a knife of power." "I can't read," Holly confessed. There was a chuckle from the darkness. "The new learning hasn't spread this far yet, has it?" He cleared his throat, then pressed on before Holly could ask him what he meant. "Don't worry," he assured her. There was an easy confidence in his voice that both puzzled and alarmed her. How long had he been spying on her to have such an accurate idea of her capabilities? "The skull will provide all the guidance you need. All I ask in return is that you help the folk of the mountains." Holly clenched her teeth, pressing against the spell. It refused to break. Why are you doing this?" "Because someone has to," the voice said. It was a delightfully uninformative answer. "And because the people need help. You know how powerless they are." He was right, Holly knew. The mountain folk scrabbled to make a living from the soil. What little they had was taxed, often heavily, by the lords of the high castles. Their sons were pressed into armies, their daughters often forced into effective prostitution. Entire families had been broken up because their masters decided that it was necessary. Hedge witch or no, Holly had never been in a position to stop the aristocrats from bullying the common folk. If she'd tried, she knew the aristocrats would have called for a magician from the academies to deal with her. All she could do was watch. But if she were offered the power to change it, would she? She had to admit that she probably would. The only reason the aristocrats held power was that they were powerful, not because they had any intrinsic right to rule. If she had more power, she could make them bend to her will, and then she could ensure that the mountain folk had a chance to live free. "Good luck," the voice said. The spell unraveled moments later. Holly's eyes jerked open, but all she saw was the cramped interior of her shack. Her tutor had told her that a hedge witch shouldn't crave luxury. The shack was barren, apart from a pile of blankets, a table, a handful of shelves, and a small fireplace. The shelves were crammed with potion ingredients Holly had collected herself. She stumbled to her feet and looked around sharply. Her vast family of cats seemed to have vanished. Carefully, she tested the wards. As far as she could tell, they were intact, but the intruder had walked right through them. She looked down at the table and scowled. As the voice had promised, there was a skull, a book, and a knife. The skull glittered with magic of a kind Holly had never seen before. She resolved to be careful when trying to use it, and the book seemed impenetrable. But it was the knife that caught her attention. It was a long dagger, with odd runes carved into the blade, and it was made of stone. Chapter 1. The room looked perfectly safe. Emily was suspicious at once. She stepped into the room, hand raised in a defensive posture. Magic crackled over her fingertips as she glanced around, looking for unexpected surprises. Black Hall was crammed with traps, some magical, some mundane. The merest touch could trigger something that would explode in her face. And with Emily the only student in the building, the traps could be keyed to her personally. The room was empty, save for a slender tree that grew out of a pot and climbed up through a hole in the ceiling. Emily eyed it doubtfully, then cast a series of magic detection spells. The tree was completely out of place, so out of place that she suspected that it was part of a trap, and yet it just seemed to be a perfectly normal tree. Puzzled, she inched over towards the door on the far side of the room and cast another detection spell. The door itself seemed safe, but there was a powerful spell on the doorknob, one keyed to touch. The moment she touched it, she would unleash... what? So far, Black Hall's defenses had included everything from stunning spells to immediate eviction from the building. Emily couldn't count the number of times she'd touched the wrong thing and triggered something. She glanced behind her and swore under her breath. The door through which she had entered was gone. The only way out was through the sealed door. Absently, she tested the walls. She'd escaped once by blasting through the walls, and discovered that they were held firmly in place by magic. Clearly, Sergeant Miles wasn't about to allow her to use the same trick twice. There was no time for further reflection. Kneeling down beside the door, she started to work on the spell guarding the doorknob. She expected it to be tricky. The sergeants were brilliant at inventing complex puzzles, but the spell unraveled almost as soon as she touched it with her magic. Emily blinked in surprise. That had really been too easy. And then she sensed the second spell coming to life. A second spell had been hidden behind the first, waiting for the first spell to be removed. Emily threw up her hands as a wave of magic surged out at her, but it was too late. She felt the spell strike her, warping her body. The experience wasn't painful, but it was thoroughly uncomfortable, and interfered with her own magic. She saw hairs sprouting on her bare arms a moment before her head started to swim, her perspective changing rapidly. Her vision faded, then recovered. The room suddenly seemed a great deal larger. Dear God, she thought as she looked down at herself. I'm a cat. Feline instincts crashed into her mind a moment later. Prank spells provided their victim with protections against losing their minds, but the sergeants had obviously gone for something nastier. Emily found herself leaping across the room before her mind quite caught up with what she was doing. The tree she'd dismissed as unimportant suddenly looked great fun to climb. She looked up, remembering that the tree led out of the room. If Sergeant Miles hadn't come to get her, she might not have failed. Yet she climbed up the tree, marveling inwardly at how nimble the cat form was, then slipped into the crack in the roof. Inside, there was a long, low passageway, smelling of something that alarmed her feline side. Emily concentrated. It would be far too easy to lose herself inside the cat's mind, and forced her way onwards, hoping and praying that the spell wouldn't wear off while she was in the passageway. If she was lucky, she would end up trapped. If she was unlucky, her human body wouldn't be able to fit into the passageway. There was a faint hissing sound. Her fur stood on end, and then the snake came into view, sliding towards her with deadly intent. She was probably imagining it, she told herself, but the snake seemed to look malicious. Beady eyes fixed on her as it advanced. Her cat form shuddered, then went still. Emily remembered the Jungle Book and felt a flash of alarm, realizing just how the snake had caught its dinner. It had hypnotized the animals into walking right into its open mouth. Despite her human mind, she too had almost been hypnotized into waiting patiently to be devoured. She braced herself and jumped as soon as the snake lunged at her. There was a dull thud as its head struck the stone floor, followed by an angry hiss. Emily felt the feline side of her mind panic as she ran forward, past the writhing tail and out through another crack. The snake's hisses seemed to grow louder, but it didn't follow her out into the room. Emily wondered, absently, if the snake was actually part of the tests, before deciding that it probably was. The wards would have kept it out if the sergeants hadn't wanted it there. The cat instinct seemed to grow stronger as she looked around the room, threatening to overwhelm her human mind. Emily mentally gritted her teeth as she struggled to cast the counter spell. Her mind was starting to merge into the cat's, which meant that she no longer thought that being a cat was odd. Panic howled at the back of her mind as she fought the spell, but it refused to break. Was she doomed to spend the rest of her life as a cat? "That's a nasty spell," a masculine voice said. Emily jumped, then skittered towards the far side of the room. She'd been so caught up in the mental struggle that she hadn't realized that she was no longer alone. "Let me help," the voice added. There was a snapping sound, as if someone had snapped his fingers. Emily closed her eyes hastily as her body twisted, then slowly returned to human form. When she opened them, she found herself kneeling on all fours, and standing in the center of the room was the sorcerer Void. He looked older than he had the last time Emily had met him, something that bothered her. For a man who claimed to be over 100 years old, he had a streak of vanity in his character that kept him using rejuvenation spells to appear young. Now his brown hair was shading to gray, and his skin was lined and pitted with wrinkles. He wore a simple black robe, loose enough to cover everything. Emily had the odd impression that he was actually weaker than he looked. She straightened up, embarrassed. "Void," she said, feeling an odd mixture of emotions. He was her guardian, and the closest thing she had to a father. And yet he hadn't visited Whitehall since the mimic had been destroyed. The other students had been visited by their parents, who had descended on Whitehall en masse, but Emily had been left alone. Part of her resented it. "It's good to see you again." "And you," Void said. "I was gratified to receive your exam results." Emily found herself blushing. Back on Earth, no one would have given a damn about her grades. Knowing that Void cared, pleased and worried her in equal measure. It was strange to have someone looking out for her welfare, yet it made her feel unsteady. The person who should have looked out for her welfare had climbed into a bottle and never come out. "Thank you," she said. She knew she'd done well. Thanks to Mistress Sun and Lady Barb, her charms were head and shoulders above her classmates. The only class she'd actually failed was martial magic, where she simply hadn't been able to keep up with the more experienced students. She would have to repeat most of the class in third year. "Were you pleased?" "Of course," Void said. "I'm very proud of you. Emily's blush deepened. Do you want to go back to Whitehall? I'd prefer not to speak with the Grand Master, Void said. He looked around the room, contemplatively. Besides, this place brings back old memories. I ran through the maze myself, too, once upon a time. When dinosaurs ruled the earth, Emily thought snidely. She didn't say it out loud. Besides, I came to talk to you personally, Void added. There have been interesting developments. A necromancer is dead. Emily blinked. Necromancers were immensely powerful magicians, feeding on the life and magic of their victims to power their spells. Channeling such power through their minds always drove them insane, eventually. Schooledin, who had brought Emily into her new world, and then been killed by her, had been utterly barking mad when he'd died. Emily still had nightmares about facing him. She suspected she wasn't the only one. She forced her mind to work properly. Poison? Apparently, the necromancer's throat was slit, Void said. Necromancer Harrow lived on the far side of the Desert of Death, ruling the remnants of a small kingdom. I kept an eye on him, worrying about the day he would decide to cross the desert and attack the Allied lands. And then his wards shivered and collapsed. When I investigated, I discovered he was dead. Emily considered it. Necromancers did not die easily, and from what she'd heard, their deaths brought on massive explosions as their stolen magic erupted from their bodies. The only exception to that rule had been Schooledin, whom Emily had trapped in a pocket dimension, which had then been snapped out of existence. Harrow's body should have been utterly destroyed, along with a large part of his enslaved kingdom. That's not bad news, she said slowly. Is it? We do not know how the necromancer was killed, Void pointed out. Fingers were pointed in your direction. He quirked an eyebrow at Emily. Was it your work? Emily shook her head hastily. Her method for killing necromancers required a nexus and enough time to set up the trap. She certainly hadn't left Whitehall to go hunting. The Desert of Death, she said slowly. She'd taken an interest in the geography of the Allied lands, but map reading had never been her forte. Isn't that near where I'm going? Yes, Void said tonelessly. You should be very careful. We do not know what happened to Harrow, which leaves us with a worrying mystery. Whoever killed him may have powers about which we know nothing. Emily nodded in understanding. The Allied lands didn't know what she'd done to kill Schooledin, thanks to the sorcerer's rule. It had given her a reputation that made her feared and admired in equal measure. No one had ever taken on a necromancer in single combat and lived to tell the tale, apart from Emily. Some claimed she was naturally powerful, others that she'd cheated in some way, and still others that she must be a necromancer herself. Rumors and innuendos would follow her for the rest of her life, she supposed. If someone else had beaten a necromancer, one-on-one... You think we might encounter the killer? It's a possibility, Void said. Maybe it was another necromancer, Emily pointed out. They're not exactly friendly. We don't know, Void admitted. Few necromancers would willingly lower their guard when another necromancer was close by, but it is a possibility. He cleared his throat. I want you to be very careful when you're on your roving patrol, he added. Keep a sharp eye out for trouble. Hell, keep a sharp eye out for trouble anyway. I hear that the Mountain Lords have been plotting trouble for each other ever since the Empire fell. You might wind up in the midst of another coup. Emily shook her head. I very much hope not, she said primly. The last attempted coup had been nightmarish, with one of her best friends a prisoner and the other very much at risk. Lady Barb intends for us to stay out of danger. Void smirked. Danger will find you, he assured her. It always does. Emily nodded, reluctantly. I meant to ask, she said. She'd actually written several letters, none of which had been returned. That had hurt, but if Void had been spying on a necromancer, he wouldn't have had time to reply. What are you planning to do about Lynn and Mountaintop? The Grand Master has requested that he be allowed to handle it, Void said. His face twisted into a thin smile. I have agreed to respect his wishes. Emily lifted her eyebrows. If there was one thing she had learned about Void, who had saved her life and sent her to Whitehall, it was that he had a habit of riding roughshod over everyone else if he felt it was the right thing to do. Lady Barb disliked him, with reason. The Grand Master seemed to be wary of him, and non-magicians found the thought of Emily being his bastard daughter worrying. Void had quite a reputation. "And I understand that you have been corresponding with young Jade again," Void said, hastily changing the subject. "Have you made up your mind about him?" Emily blushed bright red. Jade had proposed to her at the end of her first year at Whitehall, and by his lights he'd done her a favor. But Emily had been reluctant to commit herself, not after watching how badly her mother had screwed up her life by marrying the wrong man. And then Emily had been ennobled, and Jade's letters had dried up for months. Now they were talking again, but there was a barrier between them that hadn't been there before. It wasn't considered socially acceptable for a commoner, even a combat sorcerer in training, to court a baroness. "We're going to meet soon," she said. Jade's letters had talked endlessly about the great fair, which was apparently going to be held near Lady Barb's home. "I think we'll talk about it." "Good luck," Void said. He smirked. "Would you care to know how many requests for your hand I have received?" "No," Emily said quickly. Void laughed. "I'll see you again soon," he said. He gave her a small wave. "Goodbye." There was a surge of magic and a flash of light. When it faded, he was gone. Emily felt a flicker of envy. She planned to learn to teleport as soon as possible, and then scowled as the door opened. Ahead of her, she saw a passageway leading out of the building. Sergeant Miles clearly felt that having Void's help to return to human form was cheating. Gritting her teeth, if the sergeant decided she'd done it deliberately, she wouldn't be sitting comfortably for a few days. Emily walked through the doors and out onto the grounds. Bright sunlight struck her, and she lifted a hand to cover her eyes. "Careful," Sergeant Miles said. "You never know what you might miss." Emily turned to face him. He was a short, friendly-looking man, the sort of man anyone could trust on sight. And he was trustworthy, Emily knew. He took very good care of his students, including Emily, giving them good advice and encouragement when they needed it. But woe betide the person who tried to take advantage of his good nature. "That was Void," he said shortly. "I thought it was him." "Yes," Emily said. "I didn't call him—" "I didn't say you did," Sergeant Miles pointed out dryly. "Is it just me, or are you being too defensive these days?" Emily shrugged. Term had ended a week ago. Alassa and Ameka had gone home to Zangaria, leaving Emily to wait for Lady Barb. She'd been encouraged to spend her days practicing with Sergeant Miles, who didn't seem to have anywhere else to go. But the tests had gotten harder and harder, constantly pushing her to the limit. "Lady Barb wishes you to meet her in the library," the sergeant added. "Good luck on your patrol." "Thank you," Emily said. "And thank you for keeping me busy." It was hard work, she knew, but she didn't want to think about the tiredness in her mind, or the growing exhaustion with life. Shade, the Iron Duchess, the Mimic, and exams, of course, had all taken their toll. There had been too many days, as the term came to an end, when she'd seriously considered just trying to stay in bed. If it hadn't been for her friends, she had a feeling she might well have plunged into complete depression. As it was, she had failed one subject in the exams, and come far too close to working herself to death. "You're welcome," Sergeant Miles said. Emily dropped him a curtsy, then turned and walked through the forest, back towards Whitehall. For once, there wasn't even a cloud in the sky. It was pleasantly warm. She smiled as she caught sight of butterflies flitting about in the air, and bees moving in peaceful purpose from flower to flower. Just breathing the peaceful air made her feel better for a long moment, despite the tiredness in her limbs. When Whitehall came into view, she stopped and stared at the castle before resuming her walk. The white walls of the massive building, topped with towers reaching up towards the sky, still had the power to take her breath away. It was a wondrous sight, even after 2 years. There was nothing like it on Earth. Inside, she blinked in surprise as she saw 2 boys cleaning the grand hall, an eagle familiar hovering over their heads. Both of them had been held back after a prank had gone wrong. Emily didn't know the full details, although the rumors had ranged from possible to the completely absurd, and had been set to cleaning the castle. Given Whitehall's multi-dimensional nature, Emily rather doubted they would be finished before the holidays were over and schooling resumed. There were literally miles of corridor in the building. She walked past them and headed up the stairs to the library. Whitehall felt strange to her without most of its students, although at least there wouldn't be a crowd in the library. Lady Aelia was sitting behind her desk, carefully marking and tagging the new books from various printers. Emily couldn't help a flicker of pride at seeing books produced by her printing presses. Given a few years, they were likely to revolutionize education in the Allied lands. She said to take a seat and wait, Lady Aelia said. She barely looked up from her work. I believe the Grand Master wished to speak with her. Emily nodded, unsurprised. They had planned to leave 2 days ago, but something had popped up and Emily had been told to stay at Whitehall. The Allied lands didn't believe in precise schedules, something that amused and irked her in equal measure. Sitting down at one of the desks, she pulled her notebook out of her pocket and started to write down ideas and thoughts she'd devised in her spare time. There were spells she wanted to develop, spells that might help the Allied lands when the necromancers finally came over the mountains. She'd faced Schooledin and won by cheating. The next necromancer she faced might be far harder to defeat. And she knew precisely what they would do to the world she had come to love. If you enjoyed this audiobook, let us know. Take a quick moment to rate and review it on Audible so we know we're bringing you audiobooks you'll love.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.